Go, kill him, Crow shouted to the rest of the ninjas. Seeing that all the ninjas rushed towards Zhou Hao, their movements were extremely fast without exception, and they continued to shoot various hidden weapons at Zhou Hao as they proceeded. Compared with the bullets fired, the hidden weapons in these shurikens are too slow. Zhou Hao's feet stood still on the ground, his body swaying from side to side like willow branches in the wind. None of the hidden weapons shot up could touch him. At this moment, a ninja had already rushed in front of Zhou Hao, holding a sharp knife in both hands and stabbing Zhou Hao in the abdomen. But seeing Zhou Hao's right hand understatement, the Japanese sword broke out of the ninja's hands and reached Zhou Hao's palm. The silver shining Japanese sword was turned in Zhou Hao's palm, and the ninja in front felt cold under his neck, and the blood in his body could not be suppressed squirting out of his neck, and the strength of his whole body was instantly evacuated, and he slowly fell down. Facing the ninja who came to him one after another, Zhou Hao grabbed the Japanese sword in his hand and swung it diagonally twice, and the two crescent-like blades of the sword swept at both ends. The few ninjas in the front only felt a cool breeze, and the coldness went straight to their bones, as if freezing their souls. However, they could see that their torn-apart body was slowly falling to the ground, and the blood in the sky was also spilling like raindrops. The crow over there was also stunned, because he saw that his men had just pounced into the air, as if they were being cut by an invisible knife. The body was cut into pieces and fell to the ground. There was no real dead body. When the remaining dozen or so ninjas saw such a weird scene, they suddenly stopped and dared not move forward, while Jingushiro, who was still trapped in the helicopter over there, murmured, "His sword has reached the point where it is invisible and invisible. It is impossible to guard against. He is also a master of swordsmanship, and can also emit fierce sword aura, but the sharp sword aura is far inferior to Zhou Hao's restrained and condensed." These ninjas did not dare to act rashly, but Zhou Hao did not let go of this opportunity, and took the initiative to rush up, either with a knife or with fists, to kill the masked ninjas one by one. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Those ninjas were not Zhou Hao's opponents when they joined forces, and they couldn't keep up with Zhou Hao's speed. After a few breaths, they fell for the most part, and the bright red blood covered the open space on the rooftop. It was all red, and it looked like a slaughterhouse. He just recognized that Nanami Kiru was the one Heike Kiru who had moved him, so he couldn't kill her, and at the same time, he felt very frustrated. These Japanese ninjas have all become Zhou Hao's vent objects, and this joyous killing has relieved Zhou Hao's gloomy mood. Ever since taking ambergris and practicing Yang Qi Lu, Zhou Hao has never tried to use the 10 success power to confront the enemy. He usually uses his power very carefully because he is too powerful and he will be a little careless, cause death and injury. But now, he completely let go of his hands and feet in this killing. In the karst cave of Cheoning Mountain, Zhou Hao could smash the huge rock that blocked the entrance of the cave with a single punch. Now he hits those ninjas with such fists. Those ninjas seem to be bombarded by a piledriver. When they are touched by Zhou Hao's fists, they immediately turn into a mass of fleshy mud, and the floor of the rooftop and the surrounding area the trough was also devastated by Zhou Hao. Crow looked at his men of more than 20 people, and in less than a minute they all became Zhou Hao's souls, and he couldn't help but shudder. When Zhou Hao stood in the blood on the spot and looked at him sternly, the crow's feet even started shaking uncontrollably. Even though Zhou Hao was still standing there and didn't come over, the crow felt a strong life danger from such a distance. Holding tightly to the scythe that was attached to the chain, the crow was about to tell his background to make Zhou Hao a little jealous. Suddenly his eyes went dark, and Zhou Hao had already appeared in front of him. Before he could make any movements, Zhou Hao's hand had already clamped his neck. Even if Zhou Hao hadn't tried, his hands, under his murderous gaze, the crow already had a feeling of suffocation, and his eyes were full of fear. Suddenly, Zhou Hao slammed his head against the crow's forehead, knocking him out. He threw the fainted crow to the ground. Zhou Hao looked at the two ninjas who were still holding Nanami, and said faintly, "Let her go." Zhou Hao's voice was calm, but the momentum on his body made both ninjas feel terrified. The two ninjas looked at each other, and as soon as they touched the sabers on their waists, a blood mark appeared on their necks. Between the blood splashes, The two ninjas also fell straight forward. Are you all right? Zhou Hao asked when he came to Karen Kai, who was still kneeling on the ground. Nanami Kaoru didn't answer him. He only said that she sat on the floor and rubbed her aching wrist. After a while, she looked up at Zhou Hao. Aren't you going to kill me? Why are you saving me again? There was some anger in the voice. Looking at her charming face, Zhou Hao sighed deeply. Why do you dress up as Hai Qixuan? There is no special reason. I like it. Can you manage it? Nanami Kaoru turned her head away from Zhou Hao. Nanami Kaoru's stubbornness made Zhou Hao a little helpless, and he couldn't help killing her. He said, the people from the military will come soon, so hurry up. Also, don't come to China again. Don't force it anymore. I killed you. At the end, Zhou Hao's tone was also pleading. He used to pull out Jingushiro, who was stuck in the helicopter and couldn't move. Jingushiro gave Zhou Hao a deep look and said weakly, although we are enemies, we still have to thank you this time. Zhou Hao turned away and said, hurry up, before I change my mind. So Kaoru Nanami and the stumbling Jingushiro Jingu walked to the exit on the other side of the roof. Going in front of the exit, Nanami Kaoru suddenly turned around to look at Zhou Hao and said, if there is a chance in the future, I will cook private kitchen for you. Standing next to the helicopter, Zhou Hao trembled fiercely in his heart, looking back at Nanami Kaoru, only to find that she and Jingushiro Jingu had already left. He touched his face. A very tired feeling filled his heart. After a long time, he picked up the crow that hadn't awakened and left the rooftop. As for the yellow spring water, it had already been spilled on the ground during the fight just now, and there was no need to bother it anymore. Back to the office of the United British News Agency on the top floor of the building, Zhou Hao saw that Ni Yongxiao and Fong Bingrun were still there, and there were only two of them in the entire large office. Moreover, Zhou Hao also saw Fong Bingruan's stubby hand, which was as stubby as a pig's hoof. At this time, only, remained. Seeing Zhou Hao, Ni Yongxiao, who was still holding a pair of irons in his hand, turned his head and smiled at him. Zhou Hao, this old pig has a hard mouth. I cut his 6 fingers before I was willing to put him in Switzerland. The bank's private account number and password are spoken out. Hee, this guy is really hidden. There are 1.4 billion Hong Kong dollars in the account. I have transferred 1 billion of them to your account. This is him, and Zhou Hao. There was an agreement that the two would divide up all of Fong Bingruan's savings over the years. As for the billion Hong Kong dollars that Ni Yongxiao said to Zhou Hao in the name of the United Kingdom, that also counts separately. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, 8 fingers were cut off by Ni Yongxiao. Fong Bingrun had passed out twice. At this time, his face was pale and bloodless, but he still stared at Ni Yongxiao bitterly and said in a low voice, Xiao Lianhu, I will treat you. It's so good. Why are you betraying me? Mai considers you a godson. Why are you betraying me? Ni Yongxiao kicked Fong Bingrun away and said with a sneer, I am not Xiao Lianhu. I am Ni Yongxiao, the son of Ni Kuan who was killed by you 18 years ago. What? Fong Bingrun, who was kicked to the ground, looked at school Ni Yong in disbelief. That is Xing. Ni Yongxiao said with a smile. Emotionxing is emotionxing hum. He was framed by me. You always thought I was still in Singapore. You sent people to Singapore to find me so that I could kill me. Let me lead the team personally. Do you think you can find it? He looked at Fong Bingrun condescendingly. I asked Zhou Hao for help and asked the police to forge some information, just to make you believe that emotionxing is me or the police. Undercover. In fact, you really wronged him. Thinking of emotionxing being beaten to death by Ni Yongxiao himself, Fong Bingrun was trembling with anger, and when he got up, he was about to rush to Ni Yongxiao and shouted, I'm fighting you. However, I saw Ni Yongxiao raising his foot and kicking him back again. There is one more thing to tell you. In fact, emotionxing is your illegitimate child, who you were with a prostitute back then. But neither he nor you knew. I discovered it accidentally, and I did a genetic test for you. Hey, that's why I secretly introduced him to Dongxing and let you know him. Impossible. You lied to me. You lied to me. Fong Bingrun said with trembling lips. If emotionxing is really his son, then, although Fong Bingrun has done all the bad things, he can't stand this reality. This is what you deserve. Ni Yong's voice was terrifyingly calm. He walked over and raised his right foot to step on Fong Bingruan's face, and smashed it twice. I was sent to Singapore by my father back then, so I escaped. A catastrophe, but not only was my father killed by you, my mother was also gang-raped by you and a dozen of your subordinates. And you actually didn't let my sister, who is under 10 years old, let go. And Yong's voice is still very loud. Calm, but like a volcano about to erupt. Zhou Hao was slightly taken aback, because Ni Yongxiao had never told him about this. Originally, he thought it was Ni Yongxiao's father, Ni Kuan, who was killed by Fang Bingrun, but he didn't expect Fang Bingrun to be so depressed. Just listen to Ni Yongxiao said with a sullen face. You not only raped my younger sister who is under 10 years old, but you also raised her as a slave. It was not until she committed suicide when she was 15 that she was out of your clutches. You say, I'm not too much to you now. Huh, not too much, you answer me. He stepped on Fang Bingruan's face vigorously, not only breaking his nose, but also kicking off his teeth. Today, I will take back Yi's star from your hands. And Yongxiao said. Also, I will hand you over to Xiang Huaqiang and the others, so that they can explain to Xian Star's final sacrifice. But Zhou Hao said, no need for the permanent school, kill him. And Yongxiao looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. But didn't you say that you should give him to Xiang Huaqiang to calm Xinian? Anyway, he will eventually die if he falls into the hands of Brother Fifth. It would be better if you kill him and still stand in the East Star. As for Xian, Fang Bingruan's death was enough to stop their mouths. Regarding killing Fang Bingrun or handing him over to Xiang Huaqiang, in fact, it doesn't matter whether Fang Bingrun will end up without the word death. Since Zhou Hao said that he is killing him now, then Ni Yongxiao nodded without hesitation. Before Fang Bingrun could ask for mercy, Ni Yongxiao took out a pistol and fired 3 shots at Fang Bingruan's fat head. Fang Bingruan's head burst open like a watermelon. And Ni Yong's school also looked at the night sky outside the window and muttered to himself, Dad, Mom, Sister, I have already avenged you. You are in the spirit of heaven. Rest in peace. He said and bowed deeply. At this time, the music of March of Volunteers was heard on the TV. When Zhou Hao and Ni Yongxiao watched it at the same time, they saw that the 5-star red flag of China was rising on the TV, and the leaders of China and Britain were solemn. Zhou Hao said with emotion, Hong Kong has finally returned to the embrace of the motherland and the mainland. Yes, Ni Yongxiao said. Now that Fang Bingrun is removed, he is the highest leader of the United British News Agency, but he is not a bit excited, because this originally belonged to his Ni family, and he just took the things that Ni family lost from Fang Bingrun. It's just grabbing it back. As for those who oppose him in the society, there is no need to worry. He can get rid of them one by himself, not to mention that Zhou Hao is still helping. Moreover, the domestic side will also provide sufficient conditions to the United Nations News Agency, thanks to Zhou Hao's help. At this time, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and more than a dozen people with live ammunition rushed in, and the leader shouted, Don't move. We are the Chinese People's Liberation Army garrison. Put down all your weapons. Seeing them, Zhou Hao smiled and said, How come we always wait for us to get everything done? The commander who led the rank of major saw Zhou Hao and the crow in his hand. He raised his hand to signal to his subordinates to put down their weapons. At the same time, he smiled at Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, you can't blame us. We are all acting on time. The original plan was this time. We have to come up this time. Zhou Hao smiled and handed the unconscious crows to the People's Liberation Army who had just entered Hong Kong. This is the mastermind of this incident. It is a Japanese. It should belong to an anti-China force. The things that were stolen from the side were also taken away by them. I will explain the details to your General Liu. The major asked his subordinates to take the crow, and then gave Zhou Hao a military salute. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Yes, the chief asked me to invite you to him after the ceremony and the inauguration ceremony of the Hong Kong government officials. Zhou Hao nodded. Okay. Ni Yong School over there heard the conversation between Zhou Hao and the major, but he was a little puzzled. Isn't the mastermind of this incident that Mrs. Tokugawa? And why didn't I see them? He looked at Fang Bingruan's body next to him. There was an involuntary guess that Zhou Hao let himself kill Fang Bingrun, as if it had the purpose of concealing Mrs. Na Duchuan's existence. However, he would just rot in his stomach and would not tell anyone, because now he is on the same boat as Zhou Hao, and his future development is still in the hands of Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao helped him report it. A grudge, he now regards Zhou Hao as a rare friend, and he would never do anything like betraying a friend. The return ceremony lasted until the early morning of July 1st. The falling of the British flag and the raising of the Chinese flag represented the return of the magical land of Hong Kong to China. The TV camera also followed the Patton family, who was about to leave Hong Kong on the Great Britain. He and his 3 daughters were all standing on the ship, looking at Hong Kong with nostalgia, and tears filled his daughters' eyes. After the ceremony and the inauguration ceremony of the Hong Kong government officials, Zhou Hao and the Major got into a jeep, and Ni Yongxiao began to take over the United Nations news agency. Following the Major, Zhou Hao came to the Peninsula Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui and went straight to a junior suite above. The Major knocked on the door twice and heard Lu Junwu's voice coming from inside. "Come in." The door opened and Zhou Hao walked in, but after entering, Zhou Hao was immediately shocked. Originally, he thought that only Lu Junwu was here, but after he came in, he realized that there was not only Lu Junwu in the room. Several national leaders, including the number 1 chief, were there, and they had officially become the number 1 of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Tung Chi-hua, a chief executive. Seeing so many big people, even though Zhou Hao was reborn and possessed martial arts, he couldn't help feeling agitated and uncontrollable, and he couldn't understand what he said. Let me just say, seeing the chairman here, this little guy will definitely be scared. Seeing Zhou Hao's dumbfounded appearance, Lu Junwu laughed, and Zhou Hao's hearty laughter returned. "God comes," he respectfully said to these big figures standing on the pinnacle of power in China. "Hello, my chiefs. I am Zhou Hao." He said that he gave a military salute, because he didn't know what to do in front of these big figures. The courtesy was right, so he simply made a military salute to show respect for them. The number 1 chief over there smiled kindly. "I have heard Mr. Zhao mention you a long time ago, saying that you are young and promising. Now it seems that Mr. Zhao's vision is really good. This time, Mr. Patton has suffered a lot. Only then can you solve it. If the Japanese are allowed to succeed, the relationship between us and the United Kingdom will probably be deadlocked." "Xiao Hao, where is Fong Bingrun?" Lu Junwu asked. "Dead," Zhou Hao replied. And Chief 1 said, "It seems that the country has to pay more attention to these gangsters. That Fong Bingrun has even done things like traitorous and prosperous, so I have to guard against it." Next, Zhou Hao accompanied these big figures to have a meal. During the dinner, Chief Number 1 mentioned the several prescriptions Zhou Hao had provided to the military and praised Zhou Hao for doing a great job to the military and the country. For his contribution, the military, headed by Mr. Zhao, attaches great importance to him. Of course, Zhou Hao also heard the hidden meaning in the words of Chief Number 1 that Zhou Hao would provide some such prescriptions to the country. However, although the other party is the number 1 person in China, Zhou Hao still knows that he cannot exceed the bottom line. The benefits represented by the prescriptions in his hand are too great. It is good to hand it to the country, but it does not mean that no one covets it. Haven't the interests of many domestic state-owned enterprises been divided by some huge greed? In contrast to this, Zhou Hao thought it would be better to control these things in his own hands. So Zhou Hao told Chief Number 1 that the prescriptions he had previously provided were the most suitable prescriptions for the military, and the others were mostly healthcare prescriptions. The Chief Number 1 is no longer reluctant after hearing this. After all, healthcare drugs are really not suitable for military production. After that, Chief 1 and the others will go back to rest, because after daybreak they have to hold a press conference, and other trivial matters, they must step up their rest. Lu Junwu patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder when he left. "Xiao Hao, you did a good job this time, and they even admired you as Chief 1. Hee, there is light on the face of the old man." The chief they left. Zhou Hao was also very excited, because this time it was very rare to meet these top figures who had turned their hands on the clouds and covered their hands and reigned, and that he also showed up with the number 1 chief, which means he has an invisible but the priceless political resources. If you use them well, you will benefit endlessly. But at this time, Zhao Rixin, who was far away in Beijing, also called, "Xiao Hao, it's okay in Hong Kong." "Godfather, I'm fine in Hong Kong. I just met with Chief 1 and them," Zhou Hao said quickly. "Hee, Zhemu also told me that you broke through those Japanese plans. Zhao Rixin was obviously very happy. Very good. You did a good job this time. Hee hee. Xiaohao, why are you back? Yu Qin and Xinlin always talk about you. Zhou smiled and said, I will go back in a while. Then I will go to Beijing to see you godfather and godmother. After chatting some homework, Zhao Rixin hung up with Zhou Hao. As soon as Zhou Hao was about to put the phone back, it rang again. Looking at it, it was an unfamiliar number. He put the phone to his ear and heard a familiar female voice. Zhou Hao, it's me, Kaoru Nanami. I'm already at the airport now. On the phone, Nanami Kaoru's voice sounded faint, as if there was an unspeakable sadness. Hearing that she was already at the airport, Zhou Hao knew that she and Jingushiro were going back to Japan. Zhou Hao had previously said that he hoped never to see her again, and the two might not have the chance to meet in the future. Until now, Zhou Hao still has difficulty accepting the fact that Kaoru Heike is Kaoru Nanami. However, as early as the beginning, he felt that Hai Qishuan felt very familiar to him, especially the charming style of her, but he did not think of Nanami Kaoru at that time. Recalling the scene of kissing her at the door of her house that day, Zhou Hao's heart became confused, but the rich and sweet texture still lingered on his mouth. Anyway, you saved my life. I should thank you. Nanami Kaoru said on the phone. Zhou Hao didn't speak because he didn't know what to say to Nanami Kaoru, and his silence also made Nanami Kaoru sigh slightly. Zhou Hao, in fact, my plan for Hong Kong this time is not just to make China and Britain guilty. The ultimate goal is to destabilize Hong Kong's political situation and bring it down. Her stock market. Because we have worked with Julian Robertson for a long time, and we also know that the Southeast Asian financial turmoil will soon spread to Hong Kong. I will formulate this plan in order to cooperate with the actions in the stock market. Nanami Kaoru said, although my plan has failed now, Julian and Soros will not give up on dealing with Hong Kong. You be careful. After that, he gently hung up the phone. Zhou Hao was surprised when he heard Nanami Kaoru's words. He knew that big speculators like Julian Robertson and George Soros would attack the Hong Kong stock market, but he didn't expect Nanami Kaoru to be involved. Behind Nanami Kaoru is the Mitsui Bank, whose financial resources are extremely strong. With their support, it is no wonder that George Soros can sweep the entire Asian financial market. As the wife of the Tokugawa family and the executive director of Mitsui Banking Corporation, Nanami Kaoru told Zhou Hao this information. If the Tokugawa family knew it, it would definitely be detrimental to her. She is so devious. She should be able to protect herself. Zhou Hao shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. After leaving the Peninsula Hotel, Zhou Hao returned to the villa in mid-levels. Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing were there, and several policemen were under close protection. When Zhou Hao came back, he found that these Hong Kong police officers had replaced their badges and changed from the Royal Hong Kong Police to the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of China. Now that this incident is over, these police officers have retired. Zhou Hao originally wanted to give them some extra rewards and thank them for protecting Su Lin's two women, but the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption has been very strict in this regard. In order to add trouble to them, Zhou Hao gave up. After the police left, Su Lin asked Zhou Hao, your business has been done? Yeah. Zhou Hao nodded. Just now I was having dinner with Chief One and the others. I knew I had brought you there too. Zhou Hao was still a little excited when he thought of having a dinner with the country's top leader. When the two women heard that he was still having dinner with Chief One, they couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Su Lin then said again, by the way, Zhou Hao, the Prime Minister of Thailand held a press conference yesterday, saying that Thailand will not be repelled by those international speculators, and the retreat of the Thai baht has been stabilized. Worried. Zhou Hao, do you think the Thai baht can hold on? If it can withstand the offensive, we will make a lot less money. Zhou Hao smiled slightly. Don't worry, Thailand is just stubbornly resisting. In his previous life, the Prime Minister of Thailand did hold a press conference and declared that Thailand would not be defeated by George Soros. But 2 days later on July 2nd, the Thai baht completely collapsed under Julian Robertson's offensive, which officially kicked off the Asian financial crisis. Zhou Hao turned to Liang Xiaobing next to him, put his arms around her slender shoulder, and smiled. Xiaobing, the contract with Donghui Brokerage Company is no problem. They will get the contract back soon. Now and I Yongxiao took over. Associated Press, It is not a problem to get that contract. Really, Liang Xiaobing was depressed by the contract of Donghui Brokerage Company these days, and now he heard Zhou Hao's words, and he was relieved. At the same time, Ni Yongxiao was in a small warehouse in an industrial building in Tsunwan. But there is nothing in this warehouse, but a very long conference table in the center. Ni Yongxiao was sitting at the seat on the east side of the conference table. There were many people on both sides. The youngest was in his 30s and the oldest was in his 60s or 70s. These people are the backbone members of the United Nations Press, and they are in charge of the various halls under the United Nations Press. Seeing Ni Yongxiao sitting at the main seat of the conference table, a man in his 40s on the left curled his mouth and said, "Lianhu, you seem to be sitting in the wrong seat. That seat is your godfather. Uncle Fatty, why didn't Uncle Fat come? Didn't he say that he was going to have a meeting? This man is the who was beaten by Zhou Hao before. Fang Bingrun won't come." Ni Yongxiao said lightly, "He is dead. Dead." As soon as Ni Yongxiao said this, the expressions of everyone in the room changed drastically. Ni Yongxiao said, "Everyone knows that Hong Kong has returned now, and we are now real Chinese residents." "Of course I do." Some people said, "I wanted to immigrate before, but the Immigration Bureau didn't approve it." School Ni Yong knocked on the table to calm these people, and then said, "A few years ago, Sinian and 14K had already contacted the mainland, and the mainland also agreed to them. They will move them. However, because of Fang Bingruan's relationship, not only did we not contact the mainland side, even the mainland side voluntarily sent people over, but Fang Bingrun refused." He glanced at everyone and said, "Now that Hong Kong has returned, the mainland has also said that it will take good care of Hong Kong's public security environment. Therefore, those of us who do not cooperate with them will become the primary targets of their suppression. We all know that the United British Press in the final analysis, the British government turned a blind eye to us. But the mainland is different. They will not let us develop. In the face of the real state apparatus, we simply cannot resist." They said, "We will discuss these matters later. I will ask you how Uncle Fatty died." They is a hall master of the United British News Agency and a loyal subordinate of Fang Bingrun, so now I know that Fang Bingrun is dead. The most nervous person is him. Ni Yongxiao glanced at him lightly. Fang Bingrun colluded with the Japanese to sabotage this Hong Kong return ceremony. If he succeeds, the United Nations News Agency will be sent over by the mainland troops to annihilate him directly, so I will kill him. Up. You killed him. The glared at Ni Yong's school. What colludes with the Japanese? We have to believe that if you say that, it's not that you wanted to sit in this leading position to kill Uncle Fatty on purpose. Facing the glares, the look on Ni Yong's face was very calm. He said, "I really want to sit in this seat, but the reason I killed Fang Bingrun was ultimately for the benefit of the club, and I have also been with the mainland. The relationship has been established over there. As long as I take the position of the leader of the society and change the previous position of the society to cooperate with the mainland, our E-Star can get the same preferential treatment as Exine Engine and 14K." Hearing that Ni Yongxiao had established a relationship with the mainland, the people around also showed a surprised look. After all, no one wanted the society to be suppressed or even annihilated. I listened to Ni Yong again saying to everyone, "Okay, now those who approve of me sitting in the leading position, please raise their hands." Following Ni Yongxiao's words, 8 of the 20 people present raised their hands without hesitation. These people have long been leaning towards Ni Yongxiao, and they are the forces that Ni Yongxiao has created over the years after entering the United British News Agency. 7 other people looked around, hesitated, and slowly raised their hands. There are already more than half of those who agree, and Ni Yongxiao will be able to sit firmly in the leading position. But they shouted, "My, doesn't approve of you to sit in this seat, and let you, a man who kills even your godfather, be our leader. Will we use Dongxing to meet people in the future?" Ni Yongxiao shook his head slightly, with a regretful expression on his face. Seeing that one of the 2 behind him immediately took out the pistol, pointed at the nigger's head, and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Chew. The sound of the gunshot was very small because of the muffler, and a black hole also appeared on the nigger's forehead, blood and brains constantly pouring out of it, and he fell softly. The expressions of everyone in the room changed drastically, and I didn't expect Ni Yongxiao to kill the without saying a word. And Ni Yongxiao said in his still calm tone, "Well, who else opposes me taking this seat?" The few people who did not raise their hands looked at each other and immediately raised their hands. Ni Yongxiao nodded in satisfaction. "One more thing. My real name is not Xiao Lianhu, but Ni Yongxiao. Please pay attention to this in the future." After hearing this, everyone was shocked again, because they all knew who Ni Yongxiao was, but they didn't expect that Ni Yongxiao could endure it for so long, and even admitted killing his father and enemy as godfather. However, now that Ni Yong school has taken the lead, everyone can only succumb. Then I heard Ni Yong's proofreading to the man on the right said, "By the way, your Donghui brokerage company should give me Liang Xiaobing's contract back to others, and you are not allowed to mention it again. No, if it is." "I see, boss," the man said immediately. This day is July 2nd. Zhou Hao and Su Lin both came to the office of Galaxy Investment Company, because on this day, the Thai bot would be completely defeated. At this time, both Zhou Hao and Su Lin were closely watching the huge display board on the company's wall, which displayed various stock and foreign exchange data. At this time, an American employee at the back said excitedly to Zhou Hao, "Boss, Soros and Robertson are starting an offensive. The Thai bot is collapsing." "Okay." Zhou Hao also yelled in excitement. Staring closely at the data on the display board, he saw that the Thai bot exchange rate was falling rapidly. Although he has known this situation for a long time, but now that the exchange rate of the Thai baht against the US dollar drops by 1 point, he will earn hundreds of millions of dollars more fortune. How can he not be excited? "Great, boss." Thailand officially announced that it will abandon the fixed exchange rate system and implement the floating exchange rate system. The employees behind shouted excitedly, because this means that Thailand has been completely defeated by George Soros. On July 2nd, the exchange rate of the Thai baht to the US dollar fell by 17%. The futures contract purchased by Zhou Hao will be handed over tomorrow. He asked Song Jiahao, "After the contract is handed over, how much money can we make in total?" Song Jiahao was also very excited. He said, "We initially invested 1.2 billion US dollars. Now the exchange rate of the Thai baht to the US dollar has fallen so much, far exceeding our expectations. Boss, I want to return to our hands after the handover tomorrow. Our money will be close to 7 billion US dollars. Excluding our 1.2 billion investment, we made more than 5 billion US dollars this time." "Yeah." Hearing Song Jiahao's words, the employees in the office shouted in excitement. Zhou Hao even took Su Lin into his arms, with a very happy expression on his face. At 5 billion US dollars, many large international companies have not made so much profit in a year. Even George Soros, who was the initiator of this storm, only benefited 2 billion US dollars, even half of Zhou Hao's. In fact, all the money was shaved off from the people of Thailand, and Zhou Hao was like giving away Thailand's national wealth. However, Zhou Hao did not feel guilty at all, because what he played in this storm was nothing more than the role of fishing in troubled waters. Even if he did not participate, Thailand would not be immune from this economic disaster. Moreover, Zhou Hao couldn't say that he had a good impression of Thai people. "Jiahao, you can do the math. The employees of our company must be rewarded for their merits." Zhou Hao smiled happily, and the employees present were also excited when they heard the words. According to Zhou Hao's previous reward plan, after Song Jiahao's calculations, the lowest bonus for employees in the company was 200,000, or US dollars, while the highest was Song Jiahao and another American employee named Billy Wars, up to 1.5 million US dollars. If converted into Hong Kong dollars, many employees in the company will immediately become millions or even multimillionaires. Although we won a complete victory this time, we still can't relax. According to my estimation, Soros and the others will surely sweep other Southeast Asian countries after defeating Thailand. We must follow their pace. Zhou Hao said, also, "Yes, Jiahao, you and Billy Wars have made a plan for me, and we are about to start deploying in the Korean financial market." Because Zhou Hao knew that in Korea in October, the financial storm would be hit directly. The decline in its currency exchange rate will also be huge, which is an extremely rare business opportunity for Zhou Hao. And Zhou Hao has another purpose. which is to take advantage of South Korea's impact by the financial turmoil this time, to see if he can buy some shares of Samsung and LG. As for Japan, the impact is not light. Compared with Thailand, Zhou Hao has even more dislikes for Japan and South Korea. Their money is not made for nothing. At this time, I heard Su Lin say in Zhou Hao's ear, "I am also an employee of the company. Why don't you give me bonuses?" Zhou Hao hugged her willow waist and smiled. "How can you be like an ordinary employee? You are my woman. My money is originally your money." After confessing the matter, Zhou Hao and Su Lin left the company, planning to go back and celebrate with Liang Xiaobing. Even if this first battle came to an end, Zhou Hao made a huge fortune of $5 billion from it, and it was still full. However, this financial turmoil that has swept across Asia and even affected the world is far from over. It will continue until the end of 1998, especially the 1998 Hong Kong Monetary Authority and George Soros and other international speculators. The War of the Century is internationally renowned and has left a strong mark in the history of finance. Therefore, the business opportunities brought by this storm to Zhou Hao are far from over, and his benefit is far more than $5 billion. Zhou Hao didn't plan to go out to eat and celebrate. Instead, he went to the market with Su Lin to buy a lot of dishes, prepared to go home to cook, and had a meal with Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing. In addition, he also bought a lot of drinks. After returning, Liang Xiaobing was also very surprised and happy to know that Zhou Hao had made so much money. In the evening, Zhou Hao personally cooked a hearty meal. The two women also helped him a lot. But while cooking, Zhou Hao couldn't help but think of Keiru Nanami. The three of them sat around the dining table, looking at Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's glamorous faces. Zhou Hao smiled and raised the red wine in his hand. "To celebrate my victory this time, we toast. Cheers." The two women also raised their wine glasses and touched Zhou Hao in the air. Since there was not much alcohol, after drinking a glass of red wine, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing's cheeks were very bright red, as if they were smeared with rouge. Zhou Hao asked Liang Xiaobing, "Xiaobing, now Donghui Brokerage has done it, but you can't go back to TVB. What are you going to do then?" Liang Xiaobing tilted her head. "I heard Wei Wen say that you went to find Uncle Lu specially for me and scolded him." She smiled and looked at Zhou Hao. "No one has scolded Uncle Lu like you in so many years." Giggle. "You also said that you want to defeat their TVB." In the end, her eyes were a little blurred and said, "Zhou Hao, thank you." At the beginning, she learned from Wang Weiwen that Zhou Hao had angered Run Run for her. Who was Run Run? In the eyes of people in these TV circles, Run is the emperor of Hong Kong TV circles, and no one has ever dared to disobey him. However, Zhou Hao actually scolded him face to face and said that he would defeat his TVB. Therefore, Liang Xiaobing was very moved. She felt that whenever she had any difficulties, Zhou Hao would help him withstand it, just like an upright beam propped up a piece of sky for her. And Su Lin asked Zhou Hao, "Are you interested in developing the TV industry? Do you want to defeat TVB?" She frowned and said, "Although I am not from Hong Kong, I also know that TVB is in Hong Kong and even in the Asian TV industry. Their status in Hong Kong is the same as that of CCTV in China. And there are many local TV stations in China that can compete with CCTV a little bit. But in Hong Kong, no one can challenge the TVB's status in the TV industry." Zhou Hao nodded. "You're right. TVB almost monopolizes the TV industry in Hong Kong. But this does not mean that they cannot be defeated. I am confident that this behemoth can be sunk. Moreover, we are now the most important thing is capital, which is our big advantage." Liang Xiaobing smiled and said, "Then I don't need to say, I will definitely join your company." Zhou Hao gave her a kiss on her face. "It also means that you will still be our company's most popular artist at that time. You don't have to worry about other things. Just concentrate on developing your intended acting career." If Zhou Hao had his own TV station, then Liang Xiaobing would naturally become the most popular candidate. Moreover, with Zhou Hao's support, Liang Xiaobing no longer has to focus on the intrigue between artists. Since becoming Zhou Hao's woman, Liang Xiaobing, who has been moisturized by Zhou Hao, has changed a lot in her temperament. There is a very charming, more attractive than before, and her body is also much plump. She was originally a rare beauty, but now she is even more prominent and the entertainment circle flooded with beauty. The same is true for Su Lin. Zhou Hao's seductive style is completely different from before, especially when she wears a professional suit. The temptation is even more deadly. Many single male employees in the company, including several foreign employees, were deeply attracted by Su Lin. If they hadn't seen the ambiguity between Su Lin and Zhou Hao, they were afraid of Zhou Hao's boss. The employees have long pursued Su Lin. During the chat, the two women were poured a bottle of red wine by Zhou Hao unknowingly. The red wine is nothing to drink, but the stamina is very full. After a while, the two women blushed like fire. Seeing the seductive drunkenness of the two beautiful ladies, Zhou Hao's, in his heart started to move. He deliberately prepared a lot of wine today, intending to get the two girls drunk under the excuse of this celebration, and then perform the ecstasy of the dragon drama Shuangfeng again. Come here, let's have another drink. Zhou Hao filled the two women's cups with wine again. Su Lin was holding her head. Her speech was a little knotted. No, nothing. I'm so dizzy. Liang Xiaobing also swayed. Me too. Dizziness? Then go back to the room and rest. Come on, I'll help you up. Zhou Hao smiled happily, and with one hand, he lifted the soft and delicate bodies of the two women and walked to the second-floor room. The next day, the brilliant sun rose to the sky. Due to the fierce battle last night, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing only woke up near noon. As soon as they opened their eyes, the two women found themselves lying naked in Zhou Hao's arms, and they saw each other at the same time, while Zhou Hao hugged and fell asleep, with a ray of light on his face. Satisfied smile. Seeing each other, the two women were stunned and shy at first, and then relieved. After all, this experience is not the first time. Su Lin glanced at Zhou Hao, who was still asleep, and said helplessly to Liang Xiaobing over there, "This big pervert is actually drunk on us." Liang Xiaobing's face was still red, and he whispered, "When I was drunk last night, I faintly heard your cry." Su Lin's face immediately got hot as soon as she heard it. In fact, it was not just her. Liang Xiaobing was also tossed so hard by Zhou Hao last night. There were cyan hickeys on her neck and chest. Blame this guy, he actually dared to sleep so soundly. Su Lin was so angry that he stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Hao's ear. Without saying a word, he rotated 360 degrees left and right, and Liang Xiaobing did not show weakness. It pinched the soft flesh of his waist. Zhou Hao, who was shocked, immediately opened his eyes and saw the two women raging on him. So he hugged them one by one and said with a grin, "Okay, I will go to the house without fighting for 3 days. It won't work if the husband doesn't recover for a day." After that, he launched an offensive on the two women again. The two women had only suffered a big fight last night. They were already lazy and feeble. How could they resist Zhou Hao's beast? After a while, there was another sullen moan in the room. It was not until the two women were lying softly on the bed and begging Zhou Hao for mercy that Zhou Hao let them go. Then, Song Jiahao called and told Zhou Hao that all the company's futures contracts had been handed over, and the total money returned was more than $6.785 billion. According to Zhou Hao's instructions, he has also transferred this huge amount of funds to several large banks, such as Citibank, and is ready to follow in the footsteps of George Soros and others to impact the financial markets of Singapore and other Southeast Asian countries. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, although the benefits in countries like Malaysia and Singapore are not as good as Thailand, as long as they operate well, they can make a profit of $1 to $2 billion. Afterwards, Zhou Hao drove out of the villa and came to a very high-end cafe in Zhonghuan because he had an appointment with someone to meet here. Zhou Hao was sitting in a seat next to the window in this cafe. Instead of ordering coffee, he ordered a cup of Sprite. He liked the feeling of carbonic acid boiling in his throat. Looking at the people rushing to and fro outside the window, Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling a little bit of emotion. Those people in suits and leathers who were running around for work had an income of tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars a year at most. However, it was only in this Asian financial industry. In the first stage of the storm, Zhou Hao made a huge sum of nearly $7 billion, which would be more than 50 billion in Hong Kong dollars, and he was fully qualified to be among the top rich in Hong Kong. Moreover, as the scope of the Asian financial turmoil becomes wider and wider, Zhou Hao's money will continue to increase. Zhou Hao is confident that his funds will exceed $10 billion before 1998. $10 billion US dollars. The promise he made to Zhao Yuqin was that he would not eat her until he made $10 billion US dollars. Thinking of Zhao Yuqin's stunning appearance and mature and beautiful body, Zhou Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Moreover, this not only means that Zhou Hao can completely obtain Zhao Yuqin, but also means that his strength is enough to match Zhao Yuqin. This is a huge sense of accomplishment. Sorry, Mr. Zhou. I am late because there are still things in the station that need to be dealt with. Just as Zhou Hao thought about it, there was a male voice next to him. Zhou Hao smiled at him. It's okay. I'm here early, Mr. Liang. Please sit down. This man was Liang Jiashu, the senior wireless TV executive who told Zhou Hao about Liang Xiaobing. Liang Jiashu said to the waiter who came by, "Give me a cup of black coffee." Judging his look of dust on his face, Zhou Hao knew that he was not doing well these days. And Liang Jiashu also smiled at Zhou Hao and said, "Mr. Zhou, the matter between you and Uncle Six has been spread in our station last time. You are famous in our circle, even though you have never been involved in any impurities. It really happened." Zhou Hao smiled faintly. That old guy is very annoying to me, and he thinks he is very self-righteous. It's really hard to get rid of the hatred without scolding him. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what are you going to ask me out today? Liang Jiashu said to Zhou Hao. Haha, don't blame me for speaking too straight. Mr. Zhou, if you let Aunt Six or someone in the company find me meeting you, I'm afraid my life in the company will be difficult. You don't know, that time Uncle Six was almost admitted to the hospital with anger. Now Aunt Six hates you so deeply. She also hates Liang Xiaobing and is still doing it. Speaking, if any company dared to sign Liang Xiaobing, it would have trouble with TVB. The action is very fast. Zhou Hao sneered and said to Liang Jiashu, Mr. Liang, I don't think you are very happy on the TVB. Are you interested in coming over here to help me? Liang Jiashu is now the director of the production department of TVB and has many famous artists under his banner. However, although Liang Jiashu has a high position in TVB, the competition is also fierce. Today he is fighting inextricably with another director of TVB, Zheng Lizhen, and the contracted artists of TVB are basically divided into two camps led by the two. However, Liang Jiashu secretly told Zhou Hao last time that Xiao Yifu and Fang Yihua decided on Liang Xiaobing's affairs. It can be seen from this that Liang Jiashu's dissatisfaction with TVB and Run Run has reached a critical line. And Zhou Hao also knew that Liang Jiashu's wife, Xiao Xiaoming, the personnel manager of TVB, would also be forced out of TVB by Zheng Lizhen in a few years. I know that Zheng Lizhen is Fang Yihua's confidant and beloved. Now Fang Yihua and Run are officially married. Although Run is still the chairman of TVB, he has actually given most of the power to Fang Yihua. Zhou Hao continued, said to Liang Jiashu, Fang Yihua didn't like you in the first place. If it weren't for fear that you are an old courtier of wireless, if you move you, it will make many employees chill. They would have squeezed you out. Liang Jiashu took a sip of bitter black coffee. In fact, they have begun to restrict my power. I have been fighting for the sixth uncle for so many years. Now that the two women are dealing with me, he is actually indifferent. He shook his head and sighed. Chilling, it's really chilling. Then you can come and help me. Zhou Hao said with a smile. I am not familiar with the TV industry, so I need someone to help. You have such rich experience in the industry and have a large network of contacts. I am you need a talent like you. But seeing Liang Jiashu's brows frown deeply. However, your opponent is wireless. I know the wireless situation too well. This is simply an unbreakable fortress. Unless there is a problem inside it, it's hard to beat it. Zhou Hao smiled and said, it's not a metal bucket inside. Besides, for so many years, there has been no innovation in wireless TV dramas. She is just like Run, already old. Liang Jiashu looked at Zhou Hao. Well, even if TVB can be defeated, how do you defeat her? In Hong Kong, there are only two TV stations that have a free TV broadcasting license. The first is TVB and the other is ATV. In the short term, the government will not issue a third license. If you want to set up a pay TV station, there is no chance of winning. At this stage, pay TV, let alone wireless, even ATV, not winning. I have no plans to set up another pay TV company. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I said at Run Shaw's house that if you want to achieve his wireless TV, what way is better than using ATV, which has been suppressed by wireless? It's even more fun to beat wireless. Liang Jiashu stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes. You mean to use ATV to play wireless? He suddenly laughed. Mr. Zhou, I think you don't know the history of Hong Kong TV. For so many years, ATV has been I can't look up from being beaten by wireless, and occasionally classic dramas are just a flash in the pan. ATV had invited me a long time ago, but I never agreed, because I knew ATV could not beat wireless. He said to Zhou Hao, now the boss of ATV is Lin Baixin. He invested in ATV more than 10 years ago ambitiously, hoping to compete with Lu Shu's TVB to become the king of entertainment. But you can see that he has succeeded so far already. Moreover, he has lost nearly 3 billion Hong Kong dollars after being in charge of ATV for so many years. In the TV industry, he is not the opponent of Uncle Lu. Moreover, even if you want to use ATV to compete with wireless, but if you want to get at least 1 billion yuan is needed to control ATV. This requires Lin Baixin to completely give up on ATV, but he only let ATV turn a profit last year, and I am afraid that he will not let it go so easily. Zhou Hao also knew about Lin Baixin. He started from clothing and real estate. He is rich in wealth. He is one of the top 10 chaebols in Hong Kong. Moreover, his son Lin Jianghua later established a film company and a record company. He was also in the entertainment industry, quite strong. In the memory of previous lives, Lin Baixin's group was also in financial crisis due to Hong Kong's financial turmoil in 1998, and he himself was involved in an official bribery case in Taiwan. Sold its shares in Asia Television. If you wait for 1998, when Lin Baixin's group has fallen into a financial crisis, and then proposed to buy the shares of ATV, Zhou Hao will definitely spend less than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, Zhou Hao didn't have the patience to wait until then. He wants to control ATV's power as soon as possible and use ATV to compete with TVB. Lin Baixin has been rolling in the mall for decades and has cultivated into an old fox. It may not be easy to tell him to give up Asian TV. Therefore, Zhou Hao thought of his son Lin Jianghua. Among the many children, Lin Jianghua is the most favored by Lin Baixin, and everyone thinks that he is the heir of the Lin family. If you use him to persuade Lin Baixin, the chances will be much greater. Seeing Zhou Hao's thoughtful look, Liang Jiashu thought he was really worried about the funds, so he said, Mr. Zhou, you are still young, so you don't need to argue with Sixth Uncle. Sixth Uncle has been in this business for many years. No one has ever been able to challenge his authority. I think, let's forget it this time. No, since I have challenged Run Shaw, I definitely can't give up halfway. Zhou Hao said flatly, Mr. Liang, if I get control of ATV, will you come and help me? Liang Jiashu hesitated and said, Mr. Zhou, I'm not pouring cold water on you, but I really don't like Asia TV. But I have already died of wireless, so if you can get all the shares of ATV, then I will go over to help you. Not only me, I will also bring all my assistants and others there. It is enough to form a team. Zhou Hao smiled. Okay, then we'll be settled. In fact, Liang Jiashu wanted Zhou Hao to obtain all the shares of ATV before he was willing to help him in the past, just to see if Zhou Hao has sufficient funds. If Zhou Hao has strong funds, then ATV will at least not lose competitiveness due to lack of funds. That's right, Liang Jiashu said to Zhou Hao. If you want to know about ATV, you can find someone. His name is Chun Yaohui, but now he is renamed Chen Shisan. He is a screenwriter in ATV, and he is very talented. Zhou Hao froze for a moment, because he didn't know anything about Chen Shisan. The most impressive was the I Have a Date with Zombies series, which was written by Chen Shisan. Okay, I will definitely go to him. Zhou Hao said. He also wanted to meet this guy who created the classic TV series, I Have a Date with Zombies. As there were still things to be busy, Liang Jiashu left first. Zhou Hao still stayed in the cafe, thinking about how to buy ATV back from Lin Baixin, and how to develop after he became the master of ATV. Zhou Hao knows that compared to the crowded TVB, ATV has fewer talents. This is not only reflected in the staff behind the scenes, but also in the area of its artists. As for the appointment of artists, TVB and ATV usually replenish themselves with beauty pageants and artist training courses. TVB's Miss Hong Kong election, the quality of its participants is deteriorating, while the Miss Asia election of ATV is even more intermittent. Except for some early famous Miss Asia, so many years. There are very few Miss Asia people can remember. Therefore, after Zhou Hao intends to enter ATV, his first task is to recruit enough talents, including the front and back of the stage. Most of the people behind the scenes of TVB and ATV are only locals in Hong Kong, and they rarely employ foreigners. And Zhou Hao thought that Hong Kong has returned now, so the selection of this talent can get rid of the geographical limitations of Hong Kong and select across the country. And Asia TV, like TVB, covers southern China, so Zhou Hao does not only put the market in Hong Kong. Over the years, both ATV and TVB have competed in the ratings in Hong Kong. Although this is a very important reference data, in Zhou Hao's view, the two TV stations' vision is very short-sighted because for development, the mainland China market is the most critical. Zhou Hao never thought about giving up the TV market in Hong Kong, but he would not let the domestic market be abandoned there. In addition, Zhou Hao also intends to use Asia Television as its flagship to establish a media group covering industries such as film and music. Of course, the focus of this group will not be limited to Hong Kong, but to mainland China, which has a vast market. With sufficient funds, coupled with super strong information for the next 15 years, Zhou Hao is confident that this group can be shaped successfully. Just thinking about it, the phone in my arms rang, and when I took it out, it was from Xiangqing's house. Hey, is it Zhou Hao? This was Wang Shijuan's voice, sweet and soft, and a little shy. Just hearing the voice can make people feel pity. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Shijuan, the high school entrance examination is released. It was already July, and Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying's high school entrance examination ended in mid-June. And the middle school exam questions have not changed. They are still exactly the same as in Zhou Hao's previous life. Most of them are from the set of reference books that Zhou Hao bought for Wang Shijuan. When they saw these questions in the exam, Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying were full of surprises and even praised Zhou Hao for their foresight. Now that Wang Shijuan called, it was obvious that the results of the high school entrance examination had been released. The book, Urban Hunky Xiaoyaoji, is okay. Please support it when you have time. Wang Shijuan specifically called Zhou Hao for the purpose of releasing the rankings for the high school entrance examination. Zhou Hao, my score is 20 points higher than the admission score line of Yuning Middle School. Jianying's total score is also higher than the score line. 2 points. Both of us were admitted to Yuning Middle School. There was a strong joy in her voice, and Zhou Hao seemed to be able to see her blushing face because of joy. Zhou Hao smiled and said, Aunt Nalu and Uncle Situ must be very happy. Well, my mother just took us out to eat and celebrate. Wang Shijuan said. Jianying's parents were very happy to hear that she was admitted to Yuning Middle School. Uncle Situ also awarded her 30,000 yuan. At this time in China, 30,000 yuan is not a small amount, especially for Situ Jianying, a girl who has just graduated from junior high school. Wang Shijuan sighed. After the exam, I can finally relax. Zhou Hao, okay. Didn't you say before that, after Jianying and I finished the high school entrance examination, did you take us to Hong Kong to play? She paused, then put her voice softly. Zhou Hao, I miss you. Zhou Hao seemed to be able to see Wang Shijuan peeking around, and seeing that no one around him said this to him on the phone. Thinking of her charming appearance, Zhou Hao felt soft in his heart. He smiled and said, Yes, I promised you. So be it. I will go back tomorrow and take you to Hong Kong to relax, okay? Yeah. Wang Shijuan replied with joy. Jianying will be very happy if he knows. Situ Jianying's youthful but charming face appeared in his mind. Zhou Hao thought that she was of course happy, and then smiled and asked Wang Shijuan. Jianying is happy, then you are not happy? I am happy too. Wang Shijuan said sheepishly. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan talked a lot about each other's feelings. It was not until Zhou Hao heard Lu Shiping's voice coming from there that Wang Shijuan hurriedly said goodbye and hung up the phone. Therefore, Zhou Hao planned to go back tomorrow, stay for a few days, and stop by Zhao Rixin and the others. As for the Galaxy Investment Company, Song Jiahao and the elite employees are present, and he has already set up a detailed operation plan for them. I believe there will be no major problems. As for ATV and Lin Baixin, You don't have to be too rushed. After returning to the villa, Zhou Hao saw Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing swimming in the big pool behind them, and they all changed into very attractive swimsuits. After Zhou Hao's nourishment, the figures of the two women are a little richer, especially Su Lin, who used to be very rich in capital, but now it is even more charming. Seeing the two women who look like lotus in the water, Zhou Hao was about to move again, but the two women knew what he wanted to do when they saw the look on his face. They swam away quickly and were tossed by this guy last night and this morning. Both women are already unbearable for rain and dew. After failing to succeed, Zhou Hao told the two women with a depressed expression that he was going back to China tomorrow. Su Lin, do you want to go back with me? Su Lin and Zhou Hao have been in Hong Kong for 2 months. They were about to promise Zhou Hao, but suddenly they thought that they would see Li Ruolin when they returned, so they immediately shook their heads and said with a somewhat unnatural expression, I still have to go back. Help you look at the company. Zhou Hao knew the scruples in her heart, but didn't tell the truth, just nodded. And Zhou Hao also told the two women about his intention to acquire Asia TV. The two women were surprised when they heard it, especially Liang Xiaobing. She said to Zhou Hao, ATV has been unable to beat wireless for so many years, and it has been crushed by wireless. Zhou Hao, have you figured it out? Because in Hong Kong, only 2 of their TV stations have licenses for free TV broadcasting. Moreover, it is easier than anything to beat ATV, which has been under pressure by wireless TV. Zhou Hao said, but the process of acquiring ATV is possible. It's relatively long, so Xiaobing, you should take it as a holiday during this time. Just listen to Liang Xiaobing said. I just want to tell you about this. Before I joined your company, I want to go to New York. On the one hand, I want to travel and relax, and I also want to study drama. How long is it going to go? Zhou Hao sat on the edge of the pool and shook his bare feet in the water. Liang Xiaobing swam to him with both arms on his lap. 2 to 3 months. Actually, I wanted to go to New York to learn about their drama skills, but I have never had time. Now it is just right. Take advantage of this free time. Zhou Hao stroked her wet hair. Will it be too dangerous for you as a girl to go to the United States? I don't worry. Let Liang Xiaobing, such a delicate beauty, go to the country of those hairy American men. Zhou Hao also I really can't rest assured, especially in New York. Although it is the largest city in the United States, the crime rate is not a joke. In particular, many Americans like to target Chinese people. However, Zhou Hao couldn't bear to refuse her when he saw Liang Xiaobing's expression of ego in his pleading eyes. If someone protects her, Zhou Hao will feel more relieved, but he wants to go back to China and cannot accompany Liang Xiaobing to the United States. Suddenly, he thought of Lu Junwu, so he immediately called Lu Junwu. Brother Lu, do you have any better female soldiers? Naturally, but what are you asking for? Lu Junwu asked strangely. Zhou Hao smiled and said, it's nothing. I have a friend who wants to go to the United States to study drama. I don't worry about going there alone, so I want to find someone to protect her. Your friend, female? Lu Junwu asked, because most of the people who have to use female soldiers to protect are female. After all, sometimes it is not convenient for male bodyguards to follow him. Just listen to Lu Junwu smiling and cursing at Zhou Hao. You kid, what do you think of my army, or do you think it was your own? Brother Lu, please help. I will be responsible for all the expenses of the female soldiers. Also, after this mission, I will give them a bonus of 100,000 yuan each. Brother Lu, that's all right. Zhou Hao said. Lu Junwu laughed. Such a generous treatment? I'll just go personally. Haha, it's just you. If someone asks me, I really won't agree. Okay, I promised you. Zhou Hao was overjoyed. Thank you. Brother Lu, you don't need too much, 4 or 5 are enough. The key is to have better skills. Liang Xiaobing was very happy when she saw that Zhou Hao had agreed to let herself go to the United States. As for the bodyguards, they were all women anyway, which was not inconvenient. She was also a little scared to go to the United States alone. Since Zhou Hao will go back tonight, Su Lin and Liang Xiaobing also put aside their shyness and reservedness, and let Zhou Hao revisit the drama of Dragon and Double Phoenix again, making Zhou Hao ecstatic. It was so happy, and this also made the two women softly unable to lift their energy until the next morning. Because Zhou Hao's clothes were already at home, Zhou Hao didn't need to bring any change of clothes. He only brought souvenirs for everyone in Xiangqing and left Hong Kong to return to Shanqing. The high school entrance examination was over, and Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying also put aside their heavy study tasks. Knowing that Zhou Hao was back from Hong Kong today, they both gathered at Zhou Hao's house to wait for him. As soon as Zhou Hao entered the door, Wang Shijuan rushed into his arms and hugged him tightly. Without speaking, just burying his face on Zhou Hao's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. There are only Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying in the family. Wang Shijuan and Situ Jianying are now best friends, so they have told her about themselves and Zhou Hao. Now they are holding Zhou Hao in front of Situ Jianying. It made Wang Shijuan a bit shy, but because Wang Shijuan missed Zhou Hao too much, he also let go of this last restraint. Wang Shijuan didn't know, but the relationship between Situ Jianying and Zhou Hao was similar to her. Here, Zhou Hao gently embraced Wang Shijuan in his arms, while Situ Jianying over there pouted and looked at him, and put his hands on his chest, showing a jealous look. Zhou Hao pursed her lips and made a kissing mouth to show her comfort. Of course, Wang Shijuan in his arms couldn't see it. Then, Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan sat on the sofa, while Situ Jianying sat on the other side of Zhou Hao. If it weren't for Wang Shijuan to be kept in the dark, Zhou Hao could now hug left and right to enjoy the blessings of the people. The three chatted happily, while Situ Jianying stretched out his hand to Zhou Hao's waist and kneaded and squeezed it while Wang Shijuan couldn't see it. Zhou Hao naturally didn't dare to react, pretending to be a nonchalant and two women to chat with. After chatting, Wang Shijuan chatted with Zhou Hao about Yin Qingqing. At this time, Tongguang Company has been established. It has integrated Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic full house cake shop to become a formal catering company. Thanks to Zhou Hao's huge financial backing, Tongguang's development is very soon. They have opened their first branches in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and they are very popular with the residents of Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Now they are ready to cast a net in these two cities. Yin Qingming has been studying with Lu Shiping and Yin Tong for so long, and his work ability is getting better and better. Now he is an assistant to the general manager of Yin Tong and is in charge of purchasing materials for the branches below. Wang Shijuan said, before that big brother Xiao came back, Aunt Tong asked Sister Qing to interact with him, but within a day, big brother Xiao told Aunt Tong that Sister Qing declined his pursuit, and Aunt Tong also blamed it. It's a little sister. What? Jiming has already returned. When did it happen? Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard it. He originally thought Xiao Jiming was still looking for medicinal materials in Hunan and Hubei, but he did not expect that he had already returned. Moreover, Xiao Jiming's liking for Yin Qingtian also made Zhou Hao a headache, but now that he learned from Wang Shijuan that Yin Qingqing had declined his pursuit, Zhou Hao felt a little relieved. Wang Shijuan replied, Big brother Xiao came back a month ago. In the afternoon, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping returned with Yin Qing. Since Zhou Hao informed them last night that they would be back today, Yin Tong and the others are not surprised to see Zhou Hao now. Zhou Hao saw that Yin Qing was also wearing a black professional dress now. Her image was a bit like Su Lin, but she didn't have the tough temperament of Su Lin at work, but looked much softer. And Yin Qing's gaze was always nostalgic for Zhou Hao, as if a strand of love lingered. To help Zhou Hao, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping bought a lot of Zhou Hao's favorite dishes. Situ Jianying had already gotten close to Yin Tong and the others, so she was naturally left for dinner. During the dinner, Zhou Hao asked Yin Tong, Mom, is Jiming back? Hearing Zhou Hao's mention of Xiao Jiming, Yin on the other side moved lightly, his expression a little unnatural. Yin Tong nodded. Yeah, I came back a month ago. She looked at the strange Yin Qing and sighed. It's also a headache to talk about. Jiming's character is good, is talented, and treats your cousin very well, but your cousin just doesn't know the goods. This kid Jiming can never be met. Xiao Hao, please persuade your cousin. Yin Qingyan listened to Yin Tong's words, didn't dare to reply at all, just lowered his head, but still gave Zhou Hao a secret look. And Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong, Mom, how can this relationship be forced? If you like it, you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. Mom, this is not ancient times. Arranged marriages are illegal. In fact, I also know that it's just that Jiming's child is really rare. It's a pity to miss it lightly. Yin Tong sighed and said, in fact, her starting point is also good, just to help Yin Qingqing find happiness. Yin Qing heard Zhou Hao defending herself, so that Yintong no longer forced herself. His heart was sweet and relieved. The gaze that quietly cast Zhou Hao was also tender, and Zhou Hao couldn't help but feel soft. After dinner, Yintong asked Zhou Hao to drive Situ Jinying back. There were only two people in the elevator, Zhou Hao and Situ Jinying. But Zhou Hao saw Situ Jinying standing there, and he deliberately turned his face away from him, looking angry. Zhou Hao was surprised. Although there were cameras in the elevator, Situ Jinying didn't dare to blatantly make affection with him, but he didn't want to make such a gesture. So he approached Situ Jinying and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Who made our Miss Situ angry again?" Situ Jinying gave him a white look. "It's not you anymore, but you can have anyone else." "Me?" Zhou Hao pointed to himself and said with a smile, "No, why did I make you angry? You can deceive Shijuan and your mother, but you can't deceive me." Situ Jinying hugged her hand and snorted. "Sister Qin's eyes are different when looking at you. I don't think it's the way your sister looks at your brother. There is simply an affair." Zhou Hao was stunned. He didn't expect this girl to have such a keen sense of touch. She knew that Yin Qing's relationship with him was unusual from just one look. Zhou Hao thought to himself, "This is indeed a tiger father without a dog." Situ Li is the police chief of Xiangqing, and his daughter's detection ability is not weak. At this time, the elevator door opened, and before Zhou Hao opened, Situ Jinying walked out with a stride. Zhou Hao also hurried out. There were cameras in this parking lot, so he didn't dare to be too close to Situ Jinying. Otherwise, it would be bad if it fell into the eyes of those property managers and spread to Yintong. Until Situ Jinying sat in the passenger seat of Zhou Hao's Audi, his face was still angrily. And Zhou Hao, who got in the car, didn't need to worry about the camera anymore. He said to Situ Jinying, "Gentle, I really like to be gentle cousin." Regarding Yin Qing's matter, he never thought about talking to Situ Jinying concealed it, because Situ Jinying knew that there was more than one woman beside him. In addition to Wang Shijuan, Situ Jinying knew that Zhou Hao had at least an ambiguous relationship with Zhao Yuqin, and Gao Jingyi also had a good impression of Zhou Hao. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Situ Jinying said, "I knew that Sister Qing was so beautiful and lived in your house. You would definitely not let her go." "Humph. No wonder Sister Qing rejected Big Brother Zhao's pursuit. It turns out that you are making trouble in it. It's too ugly." Zhou Hao started the car and left Guanhu Villa. Since Guanhu Villa is far from the city, there are fewer cars on this road outside. Situ Jinying groaned in his nose. "I said that is still constrained. In ancient times, you were called adulterers and harlots, and you want to be caught in the pig cage. Humph. If I tell Tong about this, Andy, see what she will do with you." "Humph. You girl, you feel uneasy if you haven't moved for a while, right?" Zhou Hao parked the car on the side of the road and snorted to Situ Jinying, "Come here." At the same time, he pulled Situ up. With Jinying's hand, she crossed the middle stick and sat on her lap, raised her hand, and slapped her ass. In harmony. After watching Situ Jinying's back disappear into the residential building, Zhou Hao wanted to start the car and go back, but the phone in his arms rang at this moment. "Hello, hello." Zhou Hao said, "Uncle Master, this is Jiming." Xiao Jiming's voice came over the phone. Zhou Hao paused for a while. He knew that Yin Qingqing had rejected Xiao Jiming's pursuit, and Xiao Jiming had fallen in love again. When Zhou Hao saw Xiao Jiming for the first time, he saw his ex-girlfriend who was greedy for vanity, poor and rich. The incident also hurt Xiao Jiming a lot. Zhou Hao always hoped that he could find himself again. "The girl I like," but he didn't expect him to like Yin Qingqing. Therefore, while Zhou Hao sighed that gods will trick others, he couldn't help feeling guilty towards Xiao Jiming. At this time, Xiao Jiming's voice rang again on the phone. "Uncle Master, are you free? Let's come out and meet." "Well, where?" Zhou Hao said. "I'm here in the Red Bar right now. Come here," Xiao Jiming said. So Zhou Hao immediately drove to the Red Bar. The Red Bar is the most famous bar in Xiangqing, and it is also the only bar in Xiangqing. Many salaried people like to have a drink there after work. When Zhou Hao came to the Red Bar, he immediately saw Xiao Jiming sitting at the bar, and there were already several empty wine bottles on the bar in front of him. Zhou Hao came to him, and when he saw his lonely and haggard look, he frowned and sighed. "Jiming, why are you doing this?" Xiao Jiming looked up and saw Zhou Hao, and grinned. "Uncle Master, are you here? Sit down quickly." Then he said to the bartender at the bar, "Bring 2 more bottles of beer." Zhou Hao looked at the 7 or 8 empty wine bottles poured on the bar in front of him and said, "Okay, don't drink anymore. You will be drunk if you drink it again." But seeing Xiao Jiming shook his head, the smile on his face was full of self-deprecating. "I also want to get drunk, but I can't get drunk." He looked at Zhou Hao and smiled. "I finally liked someone, but she didn't like it. Now I just want to get drunk, but I still can't do what I want. Ha 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 ha. It's not always the case, this is true." Seeing Xiao Jiming's cheeks flushed, but his eyes condensed in his mind, it really didn't look like he was drunk. Xiao Jiming also practiced the nourishing Qi Lu taught by Zhou Hao, and his internal strength has also increased to a certain extent, so his drinking has also increased a lot. But Zhou Hao also knew that Xiao Jiming was hurt by love, so he comforted, "She doesn't like you, so you can find someone who likes you. There is no fragrant grass in the end of the world. Do you need to practice yourself like this? Actually, I also know that feelings can't be forced, and I understand the truth that the melons picked by force are not sweet." Xiao Jiming sighed. He glanced at Zhou Hao. "Uncle Master, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I asked you out today just to talk to you. It's nothing." Zhou Hao nodded. "It's great if you know how to think so. Then I will be your most loyal listener today." Therefore, Xiao Jiming began to talk to Zhou Hao about his thoughts. And Zhou Hao also learned from him that his first love was the woman who disliked the poor and loved the rich last time. Compared to being rejected by Yin Qing this time, the damage to Xiao Jiming was much greater. Fortunately, this gave Xiao Jiming a certain degree of resistance to the loss of love, and because Yin Qing refused his pursuit from the beginning and did not allow the relationship between the two to develop further, the harm to Xiao Jiming was not so much. After all, a love that hasn't started hurts people much less than a love that has been deep in the bones but broke halfway. Later, Xiao Jiming talked about a lot of people and things he encountered while looking for medicine outside. These rich experiences gave him a deeper understanding of life. "Uncle Master, my father's legs have almost recovered. Yes, I want to go with him to find medicine in a few days. He has a lot more knowledge in Chinese medicine than behind me, and he can also visit those famous mountains and rivers." Zhou Hao nodded. "It's okay. It's good for his recovery to walk more. By the way, Uncle Master gently said that she already has someone she likes. Do you know who it is?" Xiao Jiming suddenly asked. "I don't know," Zhou Hao said to Xiao Jiming with a guilty heart. "What are you asking for? Do you still want to compete with that person?" Xiao Jiming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, since I can make Gentle like him too, he must be much better than me. And there are so many mysterious things about feelings. Since Gentle likes him, then I have no need to compete. I'm just curious, because I've never seen that person with Gentle." He smiled. "Sometimes I even wonder if Gentle said this deliberately to reject me. But she said when that person, the gentle and happy expression on his face was not fake, so I just wanted to see that person." "Actually, you have seen that person a long time ago," Zhou Hao murmured. "What did you say?" Xiao Jiming couldn't help asking when seeing Zhou Hao muttering to himself. Zhou Hao quickly smiled and said, Nothing. What are you doing? Let me go." Zhou Hao was chatting with Xiao Jiming, and he heard a crisp female voice over there. "Following the reputation, I saw a woman in a waitress uniform being grabbed by a tall and fat man on the table over there." The man smiled and stretched out a big hand to touch the waitress's ass. The few people on that station were all his companions, and they all started to agitate. One of the thin men said frivolously, "Little sister, our brother is interested in you. Tonight, you will accompany our brother to eat dumplings. If you are satisfied with our brother, you will be delicious in the future. Spicy." Looking at those people and hearing what they said, Zhou Hao shook his head. How come all the hooligans in the world who molested the good women are like this? He knew that what the man said about eating dumplings was to sleep with someone. Zhou Hao also saw that the waitress was tall. Although she was wearing a waiter's uniform, she also deliberately saw that her figure was very good. She wears a ponytail on her head. From the side, her facial features are very delicate, and it doesn't give people a stunning feeling. But she is the kind of woman who looks more and more attractive. Zhou Hao was thinking about why the people in this bar didn't come out to help, when he saw Xiao Jiming, who had jumped off the high stool and walked over. And the bartender at the back of the bar, who seemed to be only in his 20s, said anxiously, "Oh, why is he so impulsive? That group is a bully in this area. no one dares to provoke him. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jiming had already gone over there, grabbed the hand of the tall man, and said in an annoying voice, "Let her go." The man just glanced at Xiao Jiming and said disdainfully, "Why? Want a hero to save the beauty?" Xiao Jiming didn't say anything at all. He banged his fist on the man's face. Xiao Jiming has been taught martial arts skills by Xiao Manhwa since he was young. With this punch, the man immediately fell back with the chair, and his face was dripping with blood. Seeing that Xiao Jiming, who is usually gentle and polite, punched the man severely without saying anything, Zhou Hao here was also taken aback, wondering when Xiao Jiming became so angry. In fact, Xiao Jiming was initially frustrated because of Yan Qing's refusal. Now, seeing these rascal bullies molesting the waitress in front of him, he immediately burst into flames. At this moment, in addition to the hero's salvation factor, it was also Xiao Jiming's vent. Seeing that he was knocked down by Xiao Jiming, the man's companion immediately picked up the wine bottle on the table or the chair next to him and rushed toward Xiao Jiming. But these little gangsters who can only fight in groups are Xiao Jiming's opponents. Seeing Xiao Jiming understatement, he avoided their attacks. At the same time, his hands were connected, and all these mobs were knocked down with only a few moves. The onlookers all around clapped involuntarily and were amazed by Xiao Jiming's skill. And Xiao Jiming stood there and clapped his hands and hummed to the man who fell on the ground. "See if you guys dare to go so wild." The fat man who was beaten by Xiao Jiming's punch clutched his broken nose and said viciously, "Boy, you have a kind. Even I dare to fight. If there is a kind, you can wait for me here, stand up." But seeing Zhou Hao suddenly appear in front of him, he kicked him down again with a kick and said with a sneer, "You think it's a movie? We will let you find someone to get revenge?" He took out the call was made directly to Situ Li, saying that there were gangsters in the red bar. Situ Li also knew that Zhou Hao is now Zhao Rixin's godson. He used to think that Zhou Hao was just a commoner. If his daughter was too stubborn, he would have forbidden Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying. But now, it's his daughter Gao Pan. So without saying anything, Situ Li immediately sent a team from the bureau to the red bar to help Zhou Hao. As for these gangsters, even if they have something to do with the police station in this area, no one dares to intercede with Situ Li with one hand. In order to please Situ Li, the punishment for these people will be even higher than during the period of the severe crackdown. Wait, after a lot of harassment, the hooligans were taken away by the police, and the red bar gradually returned to calm. However, Zhou Hao found that the waitress who was molested just now had been watching Xiao Jiming. So Zhou Hao took the initiative to say to her, "Miss, although my friend rescued you, he is not the kind of person who shows kindness, so don't care too much." The waitress glanced at Zhou Hao. Of course he is not that kind of person. There was some anger in her tone. Zhou Hao was taken aback by the waitress, and then she saw Xiao Jiming again and asked a little nervously, "Excuse me, are you Xiao Jiming?" Xiao Jiming had just beaten these hooligans so hard that the frustration in his heart had also been resolved, and he felt that his mood suddenly became brighter. Now when he heard the waitress' words, he asked in confusion, "Yes, you know me?" After receiving the affirmative reply from Xiao Jiming, the waitress was also very happy and said excitedly, "Don't you remember me? I'm Du Yijuan. I have been at the same table with you for a year in high school." Looking at Du Yijuan carefully, Xiao Jiming patted his forehead. "I remember. You are Du Yijuan. Haha, time flies. It's almost 7 years in the blink of an eye." "Yes, after graduating from high school, we haven't seen each other." Du Yijuan looked at Xiao Jiming. With a beautiful hongxia secretly rising on her cheeks, she whispered softly, "Now I often think of doing it with you in high school. What about the same table?" Zhou Hao over there saw Du Yijuan's look, but he didn't understand that she liked Xiao Jiming, and it was very likely that she had a crush on Xiao Jiming in high school. Sure enough, where there is no fragrant grass in the end of the world. Zhou Hao sighed as he looked at Du Yijuan, who was a little shy in front of Xiao Jiming. Now that he saw his old classmates, Xiao Jiming naturally asked Du Yijuan to go out for a gathering. Zhou Hao didn't want to go with him in the first place, so as not to become the lamp for the two of them. But Xiao Jiming stopped him. "Master, Zhou Hao, where are you going? This is my old classmate. Let's go out to eat together." Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Jiming in a daze, only to realize that this guy probably didn't know that Du Yijuan liked him. And Zhou Hao also found that Du Yijuan looked at Xiao Jiming quite resentfully, obviously to blame him for not knowing style. However, Zhou Hao thought that if he did not go now, he would be suspicious of telling the girl's mind. This would not be beautiful, so he went with them. Du Yijuan just got off work, so the group looked for a Hunan restaurant outside. Du Yijuan changed her waiter's uniform and put on her own t-shirt and jeans. The ponytail was also put down. The whole person looked refreshed and generous. Moreover, Du Yijuan still has that sophisticated temperament. Zhou Hao guessed that she might have worked independently early, and she probably had much more experience than her peers. After sitting down, Du Yijuan asked Xiao Jiming, "I heard that you went to the medical university after graduation. I wanted to contact you, but you didn't leave a phone number at that time, and you won't come back to the class reunion." Xiao Jiming scratched his head. At that time, there was no phone installed at home. As for classmates gathering, because the schoolwork in those years was too heavy, and there was almost no time to eat and sleep. Indeed, studying medicine is harder than other departments. Zhou Hao also knew that Xiao Jiming and Du Yijuan had both graduated from Yuning Middle School before. It's just that he was puzzled that Yuning Middle School was a key school a long time ago, and the students admitted to it basically stepped into the university with one foot. At this time, college students are still very popular, but how did Du Yijuan fall to the bar? Be a waiter. Xiao Jiming also asked. By the way, Yijuan, why did you work as a waiter in the Red Bar, where the taste is complicated and it is not always good for girls? I saw Du Yijuan pulling away the hair from the sideburns and smiled quite freely. Actually, I stopped studying after graduating from high school because my family simply couldn't afford me, so I went out to work from then on. I have done a lot of work. I have been a hair salon girl, sold clothes, and was in a shoe factory some time ago, but that factory closed down, so I went to this Red Bar as a waiter up. Hearing what Du Yijuan said, Zhou Hao knew that their home environment was definitely not very good. However, Du Yijuan told Xiao Jiming that there was no inferiority complex when he told them, and his smile was very sunny and positive. Zhou Hao understood that this woman was the kind of strong person who had learned to face reality, but did not yield to reality. I think, Jiming, you should be a great doctor now. Du Yijuan smiled at Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming shook his head. I help my father look after the medicinal store at home, and I have been looking for medicinal materials everywhere in the past few months. In fact, since he went out with Zhou Hao to look for medicinal materials in Shun Nong Bai Chao, Zhou Hao he would remit tens of thousands of yuan to his account every month. Originally, Xiao Nanyue and Xiao Jiming didn't want to accept it, but Zhou Hao insisted on treating Xiao Jiming as a core member of his later pharmaceutical group, so he insisted on paying Xiao Jiming a monthly salary. Both of them had no choice but to accept. So although Xiao Jiming does not work in any hospitals, his monthly salary is not even higher than the hospital's director. Looking at Xiao Jiming's handsome face, Du Yijuan's eyes were a little blurred, and he sighed. It's great to think of the high school life before. Although studying is a bit hard, at least there is no need to worry about other things except studying. Yes. Xiao Jiming thought of his failed first love and his feelings that had been ended before it even started, and he was deeply impressed by Du Yijuan's words. Listening to Xiao Jiming and Du Yijuan chatting about interesting things in high school, and seeing that Du Yijuan's gaze never left Xiao Jiming, Zhou Hao next to Xiao Jiming shook his head secretly. You would. The girl made it clear that she had a crush on you since high school. You don't know anything. By the way, Yijuan, you have never worked well in places like bars. Fortunately, I ran into it today, but it would be bad at other times. Xiao Jiming said, my medicine store just lacks a post account. I remember your math grades in high school were very good, or come to my medicine store to do it. I will give you a salary of 2,005 a month. How about it? Is it really possible? Du Yijuan said in surprise. Because she works here in the Red Bar, she only has a monthly salary of 1,500, and she works in Xiao Jiming's medicinal store, and he can often be seen from time to time. Zhou Hao also secretly praised Xiao Jiming in his heart, thinking whether this guy is really stupid or fake. This trick is really good. He also admires this Du Yijuan very much. With her good looks, if she is willing to let go of her dignity like those women and put aside principles, it will not be difficult to get close to the rich. Why should she still live like this? Struggling. It can be seen that this woman is a principled, self-cleaning person. As Zhou Hao's confidant, coupled with his own outstanding talents, after Zhou Hao establishes his own pharmaceutical group, Xiao Jiming will definitely have an unlimited future, so today Xiao Jiming is a veritable potential stock. However, Zhou Hao would not tell Du Yijuan about these things, because the most valuable thing is to be able to overcome adversity together. It can be said that the wretched wife does not go to court, and vice versa. Xiao Jiming is not yet a successful person, but it is precisely because of this that it is truly valuable to live with him today. Since Xiao Jiming and Du Yijuan were old classmates reuniting for many years, and Xiao Jiming solved the work problem for Du Yijuan, the two of them let go of their minds, chatting, laughing, and having fun, staying in the Hunan restaurant until 11 o'clock in the evening before leaving. Xiao Jiming was quite acquainted and took the initiative to send Du Yijuan home, but Zhou Hao would naturally not sit on a light bulb, so he went back by himself. Back home, Yin Tong and Yin Qingqing were still waiting for Zhou Hao's return. Yin Qingqing made some mung bean syrup for Zhou Hao for supper. Although he was full just outside, Zhou Hao didn't want to waste Yin Qing's thoughts and drank the bowl of mung bean syrup that Yin Qing brought out in one bite. Is it delicious? I deliberately added some rock candy. Yin Jinshan asked Zhou Hao softly. Zhou Hao nodded. It's delicious. Everything I make by my cousin is delicious. Yin Qing smiled shyly and took the empty bowl back to the kitchen. And Yin Tong also said to Yin Qingqing, you have to work tomorrow, so go back to sleep first. I have something to discuss with Xiao Hao. Oh, then I will go to bed first. Aunt Xiao Hao, good night. Yin nodded lightly and returned to his room. Seeing Yin Qing's slender back, Zhou Hao's heart swayed. It's really rare for a girl like Qing Qing's cousin, so it's no wonder that Jiming will fall in love with her at first sight. But seeing Yin Tong pulling Zhou Hao to sit down on the sofa in the living room, Zhou Hao said to her, Mom, what's the matter? I have an appointment with Rulin for morning tea with her parents tomorrow, so come with you too. Yin Tong said, I see. Zhou Hao nodded and wanted to go back to sleep. Yin Tong grabbed him. I still want to talk to you lightly. Zhou Hao sighed and said to Yin Tong, Mom, didn't I say before, feelings can't be forced. Since my cousin doesn't like Jiming, it's useless for you to force her. Even if you really get married under your help, there will be no happiness. It's not Jiming. Yin Tong gave Zhou Hao a white look. It's a pity that I don't like Jiming, but I won't force her. But recently, I found out that she would leave one for every time she cooks. Put the portion in the lunchbox and take it out. I asked her who to deliver the meal, and she said it was just a normal friend. I asked if it was a man or a woman, but she refused to say. Zhou Hao was stunned, and then heard Yin Tong say, I think her friend must be a man, and it is possible that a girl can cook for him by himself. I think the relationship between Gentle and that man is definitely not easy. Gentle, he also said that he didn't like Jiming, so I guess that Gentle probably rejected Jiming because he liked another boy. Yin Tong's remarks shocked Zhou Hao too much, because he had no idea about it. When he was in Hong Kong, he often talked with Yin Gentle on the phone, but she never mentioned it once. Yin Tong is right. If a girl can cook for a boy by herself, then their relationship is definitely not simple. But cousin Qing Qing is not with me. Zhou Hao thought to himself. Although he and Yin Qing hadn't opened their hearts to each other yet, they both had that hazy affection. And Zhou Hao also knew that Yin Qingqing refused Xiao Jiming for himself, which was beyond doubt. Zhou Hao also believes that Yin Qing is definitely not the kind of girl who changes his mind. Once he likes someone, he will never change for a lifetime. Then Yin Tong said, I'm not interfering with Gentle's feelings, but Gentle has a pure character. I'm afraid she will be deceived by others. Xiao Hao, you know, Gentle is both beautiful and gentle, and now she is in our company. Being in an important position here will be coveted by many people, so I want you to see who it is. Zhou Hao nodded solemnly. His heart also clouded over. The next morning, Zhou Hao got up and saw Yin Qingming cooking breakfast in the kitchen, but Zhou Hao's favorite fried noodles and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Seeing Zhou Hao come down, Yin Qing said with a smile, Xiao Hao, are you up? I made breakfast. Do you want to eat? Oh, but you will go out for morning tea with your aunt later, or don't eat too much. Zhou Hao smiled. It's okay to eat a little bit. He walked into the kitchen, took some out with a spoon, and opened his mouth to taste it. and found that the preserved egg and lean meat porridge was smooth and soft. At the same time, Zhou Hao saw Yan Qingming put some preserved egg and lean meat porridge and fried noodles in a thermos. Zhou Hao thought that she must have made it for that friend, so he asked, "Cousin Qingming, who do you want to give these to?" "Eat it." Yan Qing smiled. "Nothing, just an ordinary friend." "What kind of friend do I know? How about I meet with you?" Zhou Hao said, but seeing Yin gently shook his head quickly. "Also, I still don't want Xiao Hao, just an ordinary friend. I'm going out first." After saying that, he fled the kitchen and walked out of the house. But Zhou Hao looked at the back of Yan Qing's departure, but his heart was covered with a haze. Yan Qingming actually took his favorite breakfast to that person, which made Zhou Hao feel as if his favorite thing had been taken away. In fact, Zhou Hao's temperament is very domineering. In his previous life, he had no power and no influence, and his temper had been suppressed. Now, Zhou Hao not only has huge funds in his hands, but also rich political resources such as Zhao Rixin, Zhao Dingzhou, and Zhu Yongquan. Even Xiang Huaqiang, who is overwhelming in Hong Kong, is vying to win him over, which makes Zhou Hao domineering. The temperament slowly revealed. What's more, from what Yan Qingqing looked like just now, she obviously wanted to conceal that ordinary friend from herself, which made Zhou Hao a little bit concerned, because before that, Yan Qing would not hide anything from him. At this time, Yin Tong had washed up and said to Zhou Hao, "Let's go. Let's pick up Rulin and the others." Zhou Hao nodded and put the matter of Yan Qing down first and drove the Toyota commercial car away from Guanhu Villa and went directly to the house of Li Chufan and his wife. Since the high school entrance examination has ended, Li Rulin, who has been with the students for a year, is now on summer vacation, so she is not alone in the school dormitory, but in the house that Zhou Hao bought for her parents. However, Li Chufan does not come back often, because the factory building of Tianhe Beverage Company in Huayu Village has been built. For the convenience of work, technicians such as Li Chufan and Song Buqian usually live in the dormitory there, only occasionally. Just came back. Therefore, Yin Tong took advantage of Li Chufan's return to Xiangqing in the past 2 days before asking them to have morning tea and contacting them. Seeing Li Rulin accompanied Li Chufan and his wife downstairs, Zhou Hao immediately greeted him and said to Li Chufan and his wife, "Uncle, Annie." Then he looked deeply at the beautiful Li Rulin and said softly, "Sister Lan." Hee, Xiao Hao is back from Hong Kong. Li Chufan was also very happy to see Zhou Hao. For this prospective son-in-law, he was too satisfied. None of those technicians who came to the Tianhe Beverage Company from Yangzhou to do research and development work did not admire Zhou Hao. It can spend hundreds of millions of yuan to build a research room for the company. Even the largest domestic companies do not have such a hand. Under Ai Wu and Wu Xia, those people were very grateful to Li Chufan, the prospective father-in-law of the boss, and made Li Chufan a face. Li Rulin looked at Zhou Hao's eyes very fiercely, because she also missed Zhou Hao very much, but now she dared not make too much affection with Zhou Hao because of her parents and Yin Tong. Carrying Yin Tong and Li Rulin's family, Zhou Hao came to a restaurant called Dragon Phoenix Tea House in Xiangqing. This Longfeng Tea House has a history of more than 10 years now. Although it is not like the Tianbin Hotel with a Star Plus, and the scale is small, only 1 floor, but its breakfast refreshment is Xiangqing best of all. Many people of the older generation like to come here for morning tea. Especially there are 2 big banyan trees in front of it, which are also very cool during the summer heat. However, in the memory of Zhou Hao's previous life, this Longfeng Tea House was later demolished because the Xiangqing government wanted to develop this land. Whether it is a working day or a holiday, there are many customers in Longfeng Tea House, because most of the older generations have already retired, and there is no need to rush to work. Fortunately, Yin Tong booked a seat here 2 days ago, so as soon as they came, the waiter brought them to a table. The waiter brought a pot of pu'er tea, and Zhou Hao took the initiative to pour tea to Yin Tong and Li Chufan. Seeing Zhou Hao's filial piety and politeness, Li Chufan and his wife were very happy and gratified that their daughter found a beloved. "Xiao Hao, are you done with things in Hong Kong?" Li Chufan asked Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "No, I have to go back in a few days." Hee. Rulin is going to travel with the teachers from the school in a few days. It seems to be going to Mount Tai. Before, Li Ruolin told Zhou Hao that after the high school entrance examination, the school would organize their graduating class teachers who had worked hard for a whole year to travel so that they could relax. This year, the school organized them to go to Mount Tai. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "It's actually good to be a teacher. Students have winter and summer vacations, and they can also spend winter and summer vacations. Every year the school organizes travel." Li Ruolin gave him a white glance. "You don't know what the teacher's hard work is, especially the head teacher, who has to take care of so many students in the class. Everyone's situation is different. That is the real painstaking effort." She thought to herself, "Especially when I meet a student like you. Every teacher really feels a headache." Zhou Hao scratched his head and laughed, not daring to talk back to Li Ruolin. And Li Chufan also said at this time, "Xiao Hao, the formula and technology of our pulp drink have been perfected, and it can be launched on the market at any time. However, we only develop orange pulp juice now. As for the taste of other fruits, we still need it. Development." "This is great," Zhou Hao said. And Zhao Yuqin has already told him that Aaron Kwok, one of the 4 kings of Hong Kong, has agreed to be the spokesperson of the Tianhe Beverage Company, but the endorsement fee he requested is relatively high, reaching 12 million. Zhao Yuqin heard Zhou Hao say before, because the 4 kings of Hong Kong are now very popular in Hong Kong and even the whole country. As long as they can be invited, the price is no problem. In particular, they have a huge appeal to young consumers. This alone is worthy of Zhou Hao's big price. On the other hand, the advanced beverage packaging designs that Zhou Hao handed over to Zhao Yuqin are also very attractive, much better than the tedious packaging of those state-owned enterprises. Today, the plant in Huayu Village can produce mountain spring water, which is the first batch of Tianhe mountain spring water. According to Zhou Hao's plan, Zhao Yuqin did not do all-round advertising for the first batch, but used his own relationship to provide Tianhe mountain spring water to major domestic sports games and political meetings, and let it become the activity of these activities. Specify a drink. Then invite famous domestic athletes to speak for Tianhe mountain spring water. This kind of propaganda made Tianhe mountain spring water famous because the people are very concerned about domestic sports, and the image of athletes is originally sunny and healthy, so Tianhe mountain spring water has also established a sunny and healthy image. Under Zhou Hao's plan and Zhao Yuqin's rigorous implementation, Tianhe mountain spring water is now rapidly occupying the spring water market in South China, and it has already contrasted with the Nongfu Spring that has occupied Shanghai and surrounding areas. It has become the most famous in China today, of 2 mountain spring water brands. In fact, Zhou Hao's plan to use sports meets and athletes to promote mountain spring water was originally adopted by Nongfu Spring in his previous life, but Zhou Hao has now taken the lead. "Then let Guo Fuqing promote this orange juice for us," Zhou Hao said to Li Chufan. "Our goal is to let young people across the country know about our beverage." Li Chufan smiled and said, "The publicity is left to you. We are only responsible for the development and research. By the way, we haven't named this orange juice. Xiao Hao, you are the boss, so you can give it a name." Zhou Hao smiled. "Then call it fruit orange." "Fruit orange? Well, the name is good." Li Chufan immediately smiled. "By the way, in addition to this fruit orange, we also developed other fruit drinks when we were in Yangzhou Beverage Factory. One of them is pomegranate juice. We found that the pomegranate in Huayu Village is very suitable for this drink, and it will definitely be very popular. Then put it into production as soon as possible. The fruit orange is only our flagship product, and we still need many follow-up products to enrich our brand." Zhou Hao said, "I remember, uncle, you also have such things as grape juice and sugarcane juice. After the beverage formula, these can be put into production, and there will be no problem with the funds. Uncle, you just want to study it." After thinking about it, he said to Li Chufan, "Uncle, in fact, besides fruit juice drinks, have you ever thought about developing other types of drinks? For example, black tea and green tea?" Because Zhou Hao knew that in a few years, Master Kong and uniform iced black tea will become popular in China, bringing the domestic beverage market into the iced tea era. Black tea and green tea. Li Chufan looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Black tea and green tea can indeed be processed into beverages, but can there be a market for such beverages? Carbonated beverages and fruit juice beverages are fine, but tea, Xiao Hao, This tea, it's so common, especially in China. Almost every household can buy tea. Everyone can make their own tea. Does it need to go outside to buy it on purpose? Zhou Hao did not agree with Li Chufan's view. It should be said that the facts of the future development of the domestic beverage market deny Li Chufan's view. Zhou Hao smiled at Li Chufan. Everyone can cook at home, but why are more and more people like to eat out now? Why is our Mrs. Zhou restaurant so popular? According to market analysis, China's beverage market can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the carbonated age. At that time, the beverage market was basically dominated by carbonated beverages such as Coca-Cola. The second stage is now coming. In the juice era, various types of fruit juice drinks with complex styles have been launched on the market one after another, causing a trend of juice. The last is the iced tea era. At that time, iced black tea, iced green tea, and various tea beverages swept the domestic and even international markets. In China, the largest tea beverage brands were Master Kong, Unity, and Wangleji. According to Zhou Hao's previous life, the iced tea era officially arrived 2,000 years later, but its development is extremely rapid, and its market size is growing at an average annual rate of about 30%. The future domestic beverage market will be divided into 4 parts: carbonated beverages, fruit juice beverages, milk-containing beverages, and tea beverages. Tea is a traditional treasure of the Chinese nation, and the value of tea is well recognized. The market for tea beverages is unimaginable. Many market experts have analyzed that it is an inevitable trend that tea beverages surpass carbonated beverages, especially in China, where the tea culture is extremely profound. As country, later, China alone consumed nearly 4 million tons of tea beverages each year, which shows how big this market is. Zhou Hao said to Li Chufan, "Uncle, how many of the young people now know how to make tea by themselves? These are the hobbies of the older generation. People nowadays have a faster and faster pace of life. Even there is almost no time to eat, not to mention the time spent making tea. If we repackage the tea and put it on the market, not only will we allow them to drink tea anytime, anywhere, but also promote our country's tea culture." Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Li Chufan nodded. "You're right. The heritage of tea culture in our country is getting weaker and weaker. Those young people drink carbonated soda or juice. I don't even look at it." Zhou Hao laughed. "Look, uncle, we are carrying forward the quintessence of our country. But how do you produce black tea, green tea, and other tea beverages?" Li Chufan is a technician, so he is used to seeing everything from a technical point of view. The main raw materials of tea beverages are extract, tea powder, and tea leaves, because these 3 raw materials all contain tea's most important healthy ingredient, tea polyphenol. Zhou Hao raised his 3 fingers and said, "Tea experts pointed out that there is not much difference in the production process of these 3 raw materials, and there is no obvious difference in nutritional value." Zhou Hao knew that when tea beverages were popular in the past, many unscrupulous merchants advertised their tea beverage products as natural and healthy, but the tea beverages they produced were only a blend of flavor, saccharin, and water, and tea polyphenol. The content simply fails. What Zhou Hao intends to build is a long-term healthy brand, so naturally he will not do such a thing. He said to Li Chufan, "After the tea beverage market develops, consumers pay attention to the taste and health functions of tea beverages. In terms of taste, we can adapt to consumers through low-sugar and sugar-free methods. On the other hand, tea, it has a very good health function. As long as we don't produce substandard products, there will be no problems in this regard. Moreover, we can also add healthcare herbs such as honeysuckle." Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Li Chufan couldn't help but nodded. The more I listened, the more I felt Zhou Hao's plan was good. Now it seems that the market for this tea beverage is really vast. And I heard Zhou Hao said that if the development goes well, the tea beverages they produce can not only dominate the domestic market, but also sell abroad and spread Chinese tea culture. Okay, Li Chufan suddenly punched his fist and hit the table, shockingly Ruolin next to him. He only heard excitedly, "We are now starting to develop this tea beverage." Zhou Hao smiled and nodded. "In fact, we don't need to worry too much. We have to do the preparatory work first, and our fruit orange has not been officially launched. This tea drink can be used as a follow-up product. At present, the juice era of the domestic beverage market has not yet reached its peak, and companies such as Master Kong and Uni-President are still busy in the instant noodle market. Zhou Hao has plenty of time. After drinking morning tea with the elders of the two families, Zhou Hao sent Li Chufan and his wife back, and Yin Tong also returned to Tongguan Company. Originally, Li Ruolin wanted to go back to accompany her parents. After all, Li Chufan didn't often come back from work in Huayu Village. But Zhou Hao rarely returned from Hong Kong. How could the two elders let Li Ruolin spend their time on themselves? So they let Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao go outside. So Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin came to the nearby Hongfu Park, enjoying the world of two while taking a walk. The two held hands and walked along the path by the lake in the park. The willow branches by the lake were swaying in the wind, and the scenery was very beautiful. In more than a month, you will be a high school student, Li Ruolin said, holding Zhou Hao's arm. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Will you still be my head teacher? I don't like other teachers." Li Ruolin gave him a soft look. "I don't know yet, and I have to wait for the school arrangements. By the way, Gao Jingyi and Lu Shichao have successfully passed the high school entrance examination. Did they tell you?" "Sure, Chao already told me," Zhou Hao said. As for Gao Jingyi, she didn't call Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao didn't dare to contact her. Suddenly, Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao deeply. "Xiao Hao, Gao Jingyi is going to study abroad soon. Do you know this?" Zhou Hao felt sad and nodded. "I know, she told me before, but it seems that it will take at least the second semester to go. Before the high school entrance examination, she used to chat with me." Li Ruolin looked at the rippling lake outside. "Huh? What did she talk to you about? Is she too nervous before the exam?" Zhou Hao knows that many girls like to talk to teachers about their concerns, especially Li Ruolin, a kind and responsible head teacher. "Many students in the class are I like to talk to her and relieve my depression." Li Ruolin shook her head gently. "Her grades are even better than yours. It's a natural thing to be admitted to Yuning's high school, so how could she be nervous? That time she talked to me because she liked it. A boy in the class, but he dare not go to that boy to confess, and that boy seems to have a girlfriend. But she likes that boy very much, so she is very confused and contradictory, don't know what to do." Li Ruolin looking at Zhou Hao. Her father originally went to study abroad after she graduated from junior high school, but she didn't want to leave that boy, so she fought with her father and finally stayed here for another semester. Listening to Li Ruolin's words, Zhou Hao's heart was also ups and downs. He certainly guessed who Gao Jingyi liked the boy, but he didn't dare to admit it, especially in front of Li Ruolin. "Do you know who the guy Gao Jingyi likes is?" Li Ruolin suddenly asked Zhou Hao. "Did she tell you?" Zhou Hao asked back. Li Ruolin shook her head lightly. "But then Luo Hui told me." She sighed slightly. "In fact, without Luo Hui, I can guess who Gao Jingyi likes. In the whole class, except for one person, there is no other boy who would like Gao Jingyi's aloof girls." Suddenly, Li Ruolin's fingers were twisting Zhou Hao's arm, and her mouth groaned. "You little pervert, don't you know how to give people some peace? Gao Jingyi actually asked me to say that's it. If you let her know that I and you blame you, the pervert." Zhou Hao also knew that Gao Jingyi's thoughts could not be kept away from Li Ruolin, and now Zhou Hao did not dare to resist Li Ruolin's ravages. "Sister Lan, I have not actively pursued her. This, alas." At the end, he sighed himself. "I think she started to have a good impression of you since you rescued her at the gym." Li Ruolin loosened her finger and gently stroked the place she had pinched. You that time the heroes saved the United States and saved her little princess back. It's normal for her to fall in love with you. Sister Lan, Zhou Hao really doesn't know what to say, especially now that not only Gao Jingyi, but also Li Ruolin's good friend Su Lin has committed himself to him. If she knows about it, Zhou Hao really doubts whether Li Ruolin will give it a shot. "Kick yourself down into the lake." Just listen to Li Ruolin said. Gao Jingyi is indeed very contradictory. On the one hand, she knows that you have a girlfriend, but on the other hand, she can't let you go. At that time, your guilt was serious. She looked at Zhou Hao with a cold smile on her face. Also, she knows that you have a girlfriend, but she doesn't know what happened to me and you. In this case, who is your girlfriend? Seeing Li Ruolin's cunning smile, Zhou Hao felt a guilty conscience. He knew that his girlfriend in Gao Jingyi's eyes was actually the last time he went to Yuning Middle School to find his own Situ Jianying. But she didn't expect Gao Jingyi to talk to Li Ruolin, but Li Ruolin saw the clue. This This is a misunderstanding. Zhou Hao scratched his head and smiled. Just listen till Li Ruolin snorted. It's better to misunderstand. Otherwise, I will kick you down the lake. After saying that, he took Zhou Hao's arm and continued walking. Zhou Hao was puzzled because Li Ruolin let him go so easily, because he felt that Li Ruolin faintly knew that this was not a misunderstanding. There were indeed other women beside Zhou Hao. However, she seems to be closing one eye to Zhou Hao with her performance now. This made Zhou Hao feel at ease, thinking to himself that as long as Li Ruolin was not captured on the spot, there should be nothing wrong. Because Li Ruolin was going to travel to Mount Tai with school in a few days, Zhou Hao accompanied her to the department store to buy some travel supplies. The two men and women looked very good, especially Zhou Hao did not look like a middle school student at all. The salesperson and customers in the mall thought they were newlyweds when they met. Looking at the bags of things in Zhou Hao's hand, Li Ruolin smiled and said, "It seems that I will bring you when I come out to buy things." How convenient. Zhou Hao was depressed next to him. It was noon after sending Li Ruolin back, and Zhou Hao also returned to the home of Guanhu Villa. Yin Tong and Lu Shiping have returned and are watching TV in the hall, while Yin Qingqing is cooking lunch with Wang Shijuan in the kitchen. As for Wang Zhongcai, before Zhou Hao returned to Xiangqing, he was sent back to his grandmother for summer vacation by Lu Shiping. Sitting on the sofa, Yin Tong glanced at Zhou Hao lightly. "I'm back." "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded, wandered around Hongfu Park. The mother and son did not mention Li Ruolin's family, because Lu Shiping and Wang Shijuan did not know about Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin, and Lu Shiping still regarded Zhou Hao as the future son-in-law. When Zhou Hao sat next to Yin Tong whispered to him, "Gently, I left a meal for that person, and I will definitely send it to him later. You secretly follow and see what that is. People, don't let us fool people gently." "I know, Mom." Zhou Hao chinked slightly. Sure enough, after eating lunch, Yin Qingqing said, Aunt Ping, I'll go out." "Cousin gently, where are you going? I'll take you there." Zhou Hao asked calmly. Yin shook his head lightly. "No, I'll just go by myself." After that, he picked up the thermos with the food and went out. Yin Tong secretly gave Zhou Hao a wink, and Zhou Hao said to Lu Shiping and Wang Shijuan, "I'll go out too." When Zhou Hao got down, she happened to see Yin Qingqing driving out of the garage in a newly bought Benz car that Yin Tong bought. In order to prevent Yin Qingming from finding out, Zhou Hao didn't drive his own car. Instead, he asked the manager of the property management office to borrow a black Santana and quietly followed Yin Qingming's Mercedes-Benz behind. Along the way, Yin Qing didn't notice Zhou Hao, who was following behind him. Finally, her car drove into the Xiangqing People's Hospital. Zhou Hao in the Santana behind was surprised. Couldn't the cousin come here to visit the sick? Yin Qing got out of the car holding the thermos bottle, and Zhou Hao quietly followed behind. Zhou Hao has strong skills and deep internal strength, and he was not found in Hong Kong when he followed a very alert Japanese ninja, so Yin Qing also didn't notice anything. Following Yin Qingqing, Zhou Hao went to the 8th floor of the People's Hospital, and Yin Qingming also walked into a private ward. Zhou Hao didn't follow, but walked into the empty private ward next door, and jumped from the balcony there to the balcony of the ward where Yin Qingming entered. On the balcony, Zhou Hao quietly opened a slit in the window, and from this slit, you could see the situation inside the ward. Yin Qingxi was sitting next to the hospital bed, taking out the food from the thermos and putting it in a bowl. On that hospital bed, there was a young man in his 20s who was very sunny and handsome. He was wearing a white patient gown, and his left leg was hung up in a cast. "Gently, I want you to cook for me every day. Thank you so much." The man smiled softly at Yin on the hospital bed. Yin Qing handed him the bowl of rice and smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. After all, you were injured because of me." The man was carrying the rice, looked at the roasted pork and fried cucumbers poured out of the thermos, and said, "Are these dishes your cousin likes to eat?" Yin nodded slightly. "Yes, he came back from Hong Kong yesterday, so I made this specially for him." Zhou Hao outside heard this, thinking that this man even knew his own existence. It seemed that the relationship between Qing cousin and him was really unusual, and she said just now that it was because of herself that the man was injured. "What happened?" "But I heard the man say, gently, although you cook for me, I shouldn't have any opinions. But since I was a child, I don't like cucumbers, so can you please stop making this for me next time?" Yin Qing frowned upon hearing the words and nodded after hesitating. All right. Zhou Hao on the balcony was angry when he heard it. He could naturally see that this man didn't like eating cucumbers, but he didn't like his gentle cousin. The man praised Yin Qingqing's meal while eating. The food you cooked is delicious and capable. If anyone can marry you as a wife in the future, that would be a blessing in a few lifetimes. Yes, at last, the boss of Tongguan Company is your aunt, and you are her assistant. How much salary can you get in a month? Yin Qing said. Now my aunt gives me 100,000 yuan every month. Hearing Yin Qing's words, the man's eyes flashed with brilliance, but his face showed an expression of resentment. He said to Yin gently, "You are her niece, and you help her so much. Just give you such a salary? Let me say that she should at least give you a little share of the company's stock. 100,000 yuan is a lot. When we were in Huayu village, our entire family did not earn 10,000 yuan a year." Yin Qing said, "And if it weren't for my aunt, I wouldn't be able to work in the company, auntie. I am already fine." The man sighed. "Oh, you are like this. You only think about others and don't plan for yourself at all." Zhou Hao watched the conversation between that man and Yin Qingqing. His eyes flashed a gloomy look because this man was just soliciting divorce, wanting to divorce Yin Qing and Yin Tong's feelings. At this time, the man had finished his meal. Yin Qing cleaned up his job and said to him, "I want to go back to the company, so I'll leave first, and I'll bring you food in the evening." "Okay, gently, go slowly." The man in the hospital bed gave Yin Qing a bright and sunny smile. After waiting for Yin to leave the ward gently, the man put his hand behind his head and leaned against the wall, whistling and humming with a triumphant expression. At this time, two more men who were also in their 20s knocked on the door and came in. When they saw the man on the bed, they immediately smiled and said, "Brother Hai, I'm still humming. It seems that I am in a good mood." The man called Brother Hai smiled when he saw the two of them. "It's you two bastards, come in." The two men came to the bed and found a chair to sit down. One of them said, "Brother Hai, is the beauty gone? Let's go." Haiga said with a smile on his hands. "She said she would bring me food again at night." The two men beside the bed chuckled and said, "Brother Hai, I really envy you. There is such a big beauty who cooks for you. Look at us. Now we are still full and hungry. How bitter. He, who told me that I was lucky enough to meet such a living bodhisattva." Hage smiled triumphantly. Not only does she look beautiful, but her aunt is also the owner of the Tongguan Company. This Tongguan Company, I've checked it. It's the company of Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and romantic cake shop, which is very famous in Xianqing recently. Damn, her aunt earns tens of millions every year, and now she has branches in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. The two men also exclaimed, "Wow, tens of millions every year. Brother Hai, you are going to make a fortune now." And that Yin Qing. Even if there is no money, she is a rare beauty. Let alone before she gave it to us, we were willing to let us give her money. Brother Hai, this time you are asking for both wealth and wealth. Haiga raised his hand. It's not that easy. Although it is pure and gentle, it is not so easy to get her, but I have this confidence. A confident smile appeared on his face. Get gently after that. If she can get some shares of Tongguan Company, then she will be truly rich. I know that God will not treat me, Du Fenghai, badly. Brother Hai is Brother Hai. Don't forget to take care of us after you get rich, the two men said. Du Fenghai said, "Of course, but have you brought the things I asked you to bring?" "Take it," said one of the men, and quickly took out a small packet of powder from his arms. Du Haifeng saw the small packet of white powder. His eyes showed excitement and greedy eyes, and said, "Quickly, give me water. Find the syringe. Quickly find the syringe." The two men immediately found fresh water and syringes for Du Fenghai. "This is the hospital. These things are easy to find." Then I saw that Du Haifeng used a rubber tube to tie his arm to let the blood vessels on his arm surface, and then injected the liquid that dissolved the white powder into his body with a syringe. After injecting the white powder, Du Fenghai closed his eyes, with an extremely happy expression on his face. Zhou Hao, who was still watching all this on the outside balcony, immediately guessed that the white powder Du Fenghai had just injected must be heroin-like drugs, and this Du Fenghai was still an addict. "Brother Hai," then one of the men said, "This is what we two bought with the money for half a month. It took a lot of hard work. You must remember to take care of us when you get rich. Du Fenghai, who had been injected with drugs, was enjoying the pleasure and comfort brought to him by heroin, and waved his hand impatiently when he heard what he said. I know how you treat me. I have glory. A rich day. I will definitely not forget you. Thank you, Hage. Thank you, Hage. The two men said in a hurry. One of them looked at Du Fenghai's hanging left leg in plaster and asked pretendingly, Hage, there is nothing wrong with this leg. What can happen? It would be fine. Du Fenghai curled his lips and pulled his left foot out of the plaster. I saw that his left foot hadn't been injured at all, except that his left foot was a little white because of being covered by plaster for a long time. And Du Fenghai also smiled. I bought a doctor here and asked him to exaggerate my condition deliberately in front of him. This plaster was also given to me by the doctor, and my legs were all right. However, if it is not like this, how can I be fooled gently? The two men immediately gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Hai is tall and plays that beautiful woman around. Du Fenghai narrowed his eyes. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen such a beautiful and kind woman like gentle. Even if it's not for money, I want to get her. Zhou Hao outside listened to the conversation of the three men, and the anger in his heart almost couldn't be suppressed. He really wanted to rush in and punch Du Fenghai into mushy. However, if Du Fenghai was really killed, Zhou Hao and Yin Qing could not explain it. Squinting at Du Fenghai in the ward, engraving his appearance deeply in his heart, Zhou Hao left here silently and left the People's Hospital. After leaving the People's Hospital, Zhou Hao took out his mobile phone and dialed Wen Xiangdong's number. Hello, is it Uncle Wen? Xiao Hao? Ha 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 ha. Didn't you mean you went to Hong Kong? Why did you remember calling Uncle Wen? Wen Xiangdong smiled on the phone. I just came back from Hong Kong. Zhou Hao said. Uncle Wen, I want to ask you for help with something. Wen Xiangdong said. If you don't ask me, Xiao Hao, don't hesitate to tell me. I will not refuse if I can help. Well, Uncle Wen, I want you to help me look up a person's details. Zhou Hao said. This person is Du Fenghai, and he is currently hospitalized in the People's Hospital, but don't disturb him, just check it secretly. Du Fenghai is a drug addict, and now he has reached the injection stage. I have been thinking about taking drugs for some time. Since he wants to buy drugs, Du Fenghai must contact people on the underworld. And Wen Xiangdong is the leading figure of Xiangqing underworld, so it is most suitable for him to help investigate Du Fenghai. Just listen to Wen Xiangdong said. No problem. I will help you to check it immediately. Thank you, Uncle Wen. Zhou Hao smiled. Then Zhou Hao went to Teng Wang's office. This office of Teng Wang Company occupies an entire floor and has a lot of employees, probably 30 or 40 people, not counting the chefs and waiters in Mrs. Zhou's restaurant and the romantic Full House cake shop. And Yin Tong and Lu Shiping are in their respective personal offices, in charge of company affairs. Zhou Hao intends to wait for Teng Wang Company to develop to a certain level, and then build a building independently as its headquarters. Now, Teng Wang Company is temporarily placed in this small-scale commercial building. When I saw Yin Tong in the office, I saw that she was looking at the books and documents on the desk seriously. She already had the temperament of a strong woman, and she seemed very capable. Seeing Zhou Hao coming in, Yin Tong asked, How's it going? Have you seen the friend Qing Qing? Zhou Hao nodded. I saw it. So he told Yin Tong about Du Fenghai in detail. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Yin Tong's brows frowned deeply. I didn't expect to meet this kind of person gently, so I don't really like him anymore. I don't think so. This is what makes Zhou Hao most assured. He also saw that just now, Yin Qingqing was just taking care of ordinary friends for Du Fenghai, but that Du Fenghai was ill-intentioned, but he made Zhou Hao was very angry. Then what should we do? Call the police. Yin Tong said. Zhou Hao said, There is no evidence, and it is useless to call the police. Although it is not difficult to send Du Fenghai to jail based on his relationship with Sidu Li, it is still the problem and dealt with Du for no reason. Fenghai, Zhou Hao couldn't tell Yin gently. Where's cousin Qing Ming? Where is she? Zhou Hao wanted to find Yin Qingqing, first to figure out how she and Du Fenghai met, and why Yin Qingming said Du Haifeng was injured because of her. Yin Tong said, she should buy ingredients for Mrs. Zhou's restaurant at the Haihua Market now. So Zhou Hao went to Haihua Market, which is the largest meat and vegetable wholesale place in Xiangqing. Many restaurants purchase materials here. And Zhou Hao quickly found Yin Qingqing at a chilled fresh wholesale store. She was shopping for chilled fresh food there. More than a dozen employees of Tongguan Company were moving the boxes of chilled fresh to the company's truck. Zhou Hao did not go up immediately, but looked at Yin Qingqing not far away. I saw her talking with the owner of the chilled store about the transfer of money and goods. Looking at her posture when talking with the owner of the chilled store, she was very capable and decisive. It was not obvious that she had just turned 18 this year, but she seemed to be a strong woman who has been in business for many years. After the handover, Yin Qing, who turned around, saw Zhou Hao, who was looking at him with a smile not far away. At this moment, she turned from the decisively mature strong woman back to the shy little girl, her face flushed, and a little shyly walked up to Zhou Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, why are you here? My mother said you bought goods here, so I will come to see you." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Look at how skilled you were just now. Huh? You are already a real strong woman. Where, compared with Auntie and Aunt Ping, I'm far behind." Hearing Zhou Hao's praise, Yin Qing was sweet in heart. Watching those employees put the chilled fresh onto the truck, Zhou Hao asked Yin gently, "It's finished, do you have time?" Yin nodded lightly and greeted the employees of Tongguan Company. Although those employees were not common to Zhou Hao, they knew that he was the company's young boss. They did not know that Tongguan Company was founded by Zhou Hao. After that, Zhou Hao and Yin gently went to a small tea house near Haihua Market. After sitting down, Zhou Hao said softly to Yin, "Cousin gently, working in the company is very hard." Yin shook his head gently. "It's not hard. Now my life is very fulfilling, much better than before, and I can learn a lot. Aunt and Aunt Ping are also very good to me." Zhou Hao smiled and said, "That's it. By the way, Jiming asked me out to meet last night. He said that you have someone you like, so he refused his pursuit." Yin was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head and said in a low voice, I didn't say who the person I like belongs to." Seeing Yin Qing's delicate posture, Zhou Hao's heart was shaken, and he couldn't help reaching out and grabbing her jade hand on the table. Yin shook lightly and severely, but didn't draw his hand back, just let Zhou Hao hold it, and didn't dare to look up at Zhou Hao. Looking at the pitiful Yin Qing like a quail, Zhou Hao couldn't help thinking in his heart, this gentle and kind-hearted beautiful girl can only be owned by him, and he must not let Du Fenghai's vile villain touch his face gently. "Xiao Hao." Suddenly, Yin gently raised his head to look towards Zhou Hao. "Huh?" Zhou Hao responded softly. "Just listen to," Yin Qing said. "In fact, there is something I want to tell you. It is about my friend." Zhou Hao was slightly taken aback. He originally wanted to ask her about Du Fenghai, but he didn't expect that she would take the initiative to tell himself now. Zhou Hao couldn't help feeling happy for a while, so it seemed that Yin Qing still put himself first. He gently said to Yin, "Your friend? Isn't that the friend you often give him food these days?" "Yes," Yin Qing said. "Actually, I don't want to hide it from you and Aunt, but I'm afraid you will be worried." Zhou Hao said softly, "How can you think like this? We are a family, so we shouldn't hide anything, and even if there is something, we can help you." Yin nodded slightly. "I drove to talk to a merchant about purchasing matters that day, but I ran into someone on the road," she said. "I was scared at the time, and the people around me looked fiercely, so I immediately sent that person to the people's hospital for treatment." Yin Qing ran into someone while driving a Mercedes-Benz. Whether she was intentional or unintentional, the people around her would certainly not be friendly to her. Just as Zhou Hao used to see a BMW girl hitting a pedestrian in his previous life, he would immediately be criticized by netizens. On the one hand, the occurrence of this phenomenon is of course the domineering of those BMW girls, but also it cannot be ruled out that the people have hatred of the rich. Zhou Hao thought to himself that if the women who hit someone were not driving a BMW, but a Cherry QQ or Santana, then she might receive less criticism. Although there is no internet now, the people still have the feeling of hatred for the rich. When they see Yin Qingyin driving a Benz hitting a person, it is easy to preconceively push all the faults on Yin Qing's body. Listening carefully to Yin Qing's words, Zhou Hao knew that the person she hit was Du Fenghai. "The doctor said that his left leg was hit by my car," Yin Qing said. "Du Fenghai, who was originally a track and field athlete of the provincial sports team, is now injured by me." I don't know if it will affect him. Future development. And he doesn't have any relatives here in Xianqing, so I will send him food every meal. Her face is still full of guilt. In her opinion, if it is because of herself, Du Fenghai, if his career as an athlete is forced to be interrupted, then his fault will be serious. Broke his left leg? Zhou Hao sneered in his heart. He had seen it clearly in the hospital just now, that Du Fenghai's left leg didn't even have a scar. This was simply Du Fenghai's trick of deceiving Yin Qingqing. Moreover, Du Fenghai is still a drug addict. Even if he is really a member of the provincial sports team, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. Zhou Hao asked Yin gently, "When did this happen? Is there nothing wrong with Du Fenghai's left leg?" "Half a month ago," Yin Qing said. "The doctor said that his leg must be cultivated for at least 3 months to heal." "So you paid for the medicine and hospitalization in the hospital?" Yin nodded lightly. "I heard him. Of course I will be responsible." She was originally a kind and extremely responsible person. Naturally, she should bear the trouble she caused. It hasn't been a long time to tell Yin Tong and Zhou Hao the reason. She didn't want to hurt Zhou Hao and them because of her mistakes. "Then why did you suddenly tell me now?" Zhou Hao asked with a smile. Because, Yin Qing's head hung down again. "Because I don't want to hide it from you." Zhou Hao was in Hong Kong before, and she was very upset when she concealed it from Zhou Hao on the phone. Contradictions. And now Zhou Hao is back, and she becomes more anxious in front of Zhou Hao. She feels that it is a great sin to hide something from Zhou Hao, even more serious than hurting Du Fenghai. A lot of. Zhou Hao also knew how important his position in Yin Qing's heart was. He put Yin Qing's jade hand in his palm and said softly to her, "You have to give him food tonight. Then I will tell you you can go together. You don't know. My mother saw you save food every day and thought you were deliberately out there. So I rejected Big Brother Xiao." Yin was slightly stunned. Why? How could my aunt think so? How could I treat Du Haifeng?" Zhou Hao patted her hand. I know you won't like that person." "Yeah," Yin said softly, very softly. Usually in the company, she is an increasingly mature and capable assistant to the general manager, but in front of Zhou Hao, she has always been a little birdie attitude, never going against Zhou Hao's will. Everything goes smoothly. "Let Zhou Hao do it." Zhou Hao told Yin Tong before he came here, "Don't tell Yin Qingqing the truth about Du Haifeng." At dinner, Yin Qing still kept the extra share of Du Fenghai. After having dinner with Zhou Hao and Yin Tong, Yin Qingming and Zhou Hao brought dinner to Du Fenghai in the hospital. Following Yin Qingqing to the People's Hospital, Zhou Hao said to her, "Du Fenghai lives in a private ward, so the daily hospitalization fees should be quite a lot. It's more than 500 yuan a day, not counting the cost of medicine." Yin Qingming also felt that the hospital's charges were a bit high. On the 8th floor of the hospital, in front of the private ward where Du Haifeng was located, Zhou Hao heard that there were other people besides Du Fenghai, and the sound was familiar, not like the two before. The man who brought Du Feng kelp heroin. Knock on the door. Someone opened the door of the ward, but the person who opened the door made Zhou Hao stunned, because this person was the high school classmate of Xiao Jiming that Zhou Hao met last night. "Du Yijuan, why are you here?" Zhou Hao asked with a frown, and at the same time he turned his head slightly and looked into the ward, and he saw Xiao Jiming also inside. Du Yijuan was also taken aback when seeing Zhou Hao and Yin Qing at the door, only to hear her questioningly, "Zhou Hao?" Zhou Hao and Yin Qingming walked into the ward. Xiao Jiming was also very surprised to see them both, especially Yin Qingming. "After all, I was rejected by Yin Qing. Although I have figured it out now." Seeing her still makes Xiao Jiming a little embarrassed. "Jiming, why did you come here? Do you know this Du Fenghai?" Zhou Hao asked Xiao Jiming. "Do you know him?" Xiao Jiming said, "This Mr. Du is Yijuan's elder brother. I heard that he was hospitalized, so I accompanied Yijuan to take a look." Zhou Hao frowned. Is he Yijuan's brother? It suddenly occurred to him that Du Fenghai and Du Yijuan were both named Du. Du Fenghai, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw Yin Qingqing and immediately said with a smile, "Gentle, you are here." Then his eyes fell on Zhou Hao, who was next to Yin Qingming. "This is that the cousin you were talking about?" Zhou Hao stepped forward 2 steps, stretched out his right hand to Du Fenghai, and said with a big smile, "Mr. Du is right. Hello, my name is Zhou Hao, my cousin of my gentle cousin." "You hello." Seeing Zhou Hao, who was much better than himself, regardless of appearance and temperament, Du Fenghai was a little unnatural. Yan Qingqing also asked Du Fenghai, Fenghai, didn't you say that you have no relatives in Xianqing? Before Du Fenghai spoke, Du Yijuan looked at Du Fenghai and said, Brother, you haven't forgiven Dad yet? Then she turned to Zhou Hao and Yin Qing. My brother has a very talented sportsman since he was a child. Okay, but my dad doesn't want him to be an athlete. He wants him to study science. But my brother refused, and he was selected by the provincial sports team when he was in high school. So he went to the provincial capital regardless of his father's opposition. I have never returned home. Xiao Jiming over there also said. This time Yijuan had a friend who said he saw her brother in the hospital, so I came with her to have a look. Brother, when did you come back to Xianqing? Why didn't you go home to see your parents? They all miss you. Du Yijuan said to Du Fenghai. Also, why did you suddenly get hospitalized with your feet broken? Hearing this, Yin Qing said guiltily to Du Yijuan. I'm sorry, it's all because I accidentally drove and hurt Fenghai. I'm really sorry. You hurt him by driving? Xiao Jiming and Du Yijuan were both surprised, but Yin Qing was still apologizing. Du Yijuan was very nervous about her elder brother. Hearing that it was Yin who slightly injured Du Fenghai, he wanted to reprimand her, but seeing her apologize so sincerely, and that Du Fenghai's medical expenses were also paid by Yin Qingqing. For the past 2 weeks, I have been delivering food to Du Fenghai every day, and Du Yijuan's words of reproach cannot be said. Zhou Hao's heart over there became dignified. Originally, he wanted to deal with Du Fenghai, who was ill-tempered towards Yin Qing, but now that he knows that Du Fenghai is Du Yijuan's elder brother, Zhou Hao has some scruples. Up. At this time, I heard Du Yijuan and Du Fenghai say, Brother, Mom and Dad miss you very much, or I will let them come and see you. And Yin Qingqing next to him also said, Yes, Fenghai, since you are back, just look at your parents. They are all in the same family. What can't be discussed? She is kind and helpful. She heard Du Fenghai was not at peace with his family, so he persuaded him to come. Du Fenghai looked at the beautiful and moving Yin Qing, then nodded and said, Since you have said so gently, so be it. He looked at Du Yijuan. Yijuan, let parents come again tomorrow. It's getting dark now, and it's inconvenient for them to go back and forth. Du Yijuan was very happy when Du Fenghai had agreed to meet his parents, and was very grateful to Yin Qing. She has a wealth of experience. Seeing Du Fenghai's gentle eyes on Yin, she has faintly guessed that her brother might like this kind and beautiful girl. And she had a very good impression of Yin Qing. If she could become a family, she would be absolutely happy. Seeing the warm food that Yin Qingming brought to Du Fenghai, Du Yijuan knew that Yin Qingming was a good girl with ingenuity and an excellent candidate for his sister-in-law. She knew that Zhou Hao was Yin Qingqing's cousin, and Xiao Jiming was Zhou Hao's good friend, so she wanted to help Du Fenghai speak nice things through Zhou Hao, so as to increase the chance of Du Fenghai and Yin Qingming together. Zhou Hao, can I talk to you? Thinking of doing it, Du Yijuan immediately pulled Zhou Hao out of the ward. Zhou Hao was thinking about how to deal with Du Fenghai, but was pulled out by Du Yijuan and asked, What's the matter? He thought, if Xiao Jiming really develops with Du Yijuan, there is a relationship between Xiao Jiming. It's a bit tricky to deal with Du Fenghai. Du Yijuan looked at Zhou Hao earnestly. Zhou Hao, Miss Yin is your cousin, isn't it? Do you have a good relationship? Zhou Hao said with some doubts. Yes, my cousin and I have been in a good relationship since childhood. What's wrong? Du Yijuan was also very happy to hear that. She muttered to herself, This is easy. If you help my brother to speak nicely, Miss Yin will definitely listen. She said to Zhou Hao, my brother is about the provincial athletes. He still looks like a fart athlete now. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart, but still nodded and said, Yes. I heard my brother said that he has done very well in the provincial sports team, and he may represent the country in the future to participate in the competition. The future can be said to be bright. Du Yijuan said happily, but it was not her wife who sold melons and praised Du Fenghai, but she herself believes that Du Fenghai can have a bright future. Although Miss Yin hurt my brother, she has taken care of my brother in every possible way these days. Our family is very grateful to her. When Du Yijuan said that Yin Qing was taking care of Du Fenghai meticulously, Zhou Hao felt upset. He has understood the whole thing now. Yin Qing at best is to send Du Fenghai 3 meals a day and occasionally chat with him, which is far from the level of permanent. I heard Du Yijuan say, Ms. Yin is so beautiful and considerate, so my brother already likes her. She looked at Zhou Hao, and her gaze became more and more intense. So Zhou Hao, can you help? Help, say nice things to my brother in front of Miss Yin. If their good things can be done, our family will thank you very much. But seeing Zhou Hao's face gloomy, he didn't expect Du Yijuan to match himself. Without even thinking about it, he said flatly, I'm sorry, I can't help you in this matter. Don't say that Zhou Hao and Yin Qing are in agreement now, even though they don't dare to put it on the stage to let people know. Even if Zhou Hao and Yin Qing had nothing to do, and would not let her be with someone like Du Fenghai. Seeing Zhou Hao's refusal, Du Yijuan changed his face and said, Why? Do you think my brother is not worthy of Miss Yin? My brother is a provincial athlete, and he might win glory for the country in the future. Isn't that worthy of Miss Yin? Zhou Hao sneered twice. Even if he can really become a national-level athlete. Zhou Hao knows that even an athlete who has won a world championship in China does not necessarily have a good standard of living. Unless they win the championship in some popular sports and are favored by advertisers, the living standard of athletes is similar to or even lower than that of ordinary workers. In Zhou Hao's previous life, athletes who had retired from sports died of illness due to poverty, and even sold the gold medals they worked hard to obtain for their living. What's more, Du Fenghai is now suffering from drug addiction and is afraid that he will no longer be among the athletes. Du Yijuan wanted to say more, but saw Zhou Haoming waved his hand and said with a deep face, I advise you, don't do this kind of matchmaker in the future, let alone me. Even if it's a gentle cousin, she won't agree. I don't like your brother at all. He didn't want to tell Du Yijuan more, turning around and wanted to go back to the ward. But Du Yijuan took his arm and said unwillingly, How do you know Miss Yin doesn't like my brother, and you are not her? If she doesn't like my brother, how can she cook for my brother every day? Zhou Hao snorted coldly. That's because my cousin slightly hurt him and felt guilty. My cousin wouldn't like someone like your brother. You're not her. How do you know she doesn't like it? Du Yijuan said, She doesn't like who my brother likes. Would she like you? Zhou Hao suddenly felt that this woman really annoyed herself and said impatiently, Cousin just likes me. What can you do? After saying that, he threw away Du Yijuan's hand and returned to Du Fenghai with a cold face. In the ward, when he returned to the ward, Zhou Hao and the anger in his heart were relieved, because it is better not to let Yin Qing know about these things, lest she think too much. In the ward, Yin Qingqing was chatting with Du Fenghai. It was Du Fenghai who was an athlete in the Provincial Sports Institute. However, as soon as Zhou Hao entered the ward, Yan's light gaze immediately shifted to Zhou Hao, and his attention also changed, which even Xiao Jiming next to him was aware of. As soon as Du Fenghai saw Yin Qing's attention shifted to Zhou Hao, he deliberately sighed and said, It's really emotional to think of the previous life in the Provincial Sports Institute. It's carefree. Just think about it every day. Just get the training done. But now, the doctor told me before that even after recovering from my left leg, I'm afraid I can't do track and field anymore. And the coach called me last night and said it's because of me. I cannot return to the team for a month. The track team has already removed me. Sure enough, as soon as he heard this, Yin Qing's attention returned to Du Fenghai and said anxiously, Then, what should I do? Or let's talk to your coach and ask him to let you go back to the team. But I saw Du Fenghai leaning against the bedside, looking sadly at the ceiling of the ward. It's useless. Even if I can return to the team, I can't practice track and field with this leg. My sports career is over. When he spoke, there was still a tear in his eyes. His feelings weren't like cheating, but Zhou Hao guessed that he might have been kicked out by the Provincial Sports Institute before, and now he can only feel it when he thinks of that time. However, after Yin Qingjing saw Du Fenghai's sullen look, she blamed herself, because she thought it was because of the bruising Du Fenghai that his sports career was forced to be interrupted. She turned around, grabbed Zhou Hao's hand, and said with tears in her eyes, Xiao Hao, help Fenghai. It's all because of me that he made it like this. Seeing Yin Qingqing become so anxious for Du Fenghai, Zhou Hao's hatred for Du Fenghai deepened, and he wished to expose this guy's lies on the spot. But he was afraid that this would create a shadow in Yin Qing's heart. Knowing that her kindness has attracted others' deception and coveting, this will make her disappointed in human nature and will not dare to extend a helping hand to others in the future. Zhou Hao said. Even if I help him, it's useless. He always said that he can no longer practice track and field. I think he has to give up being an athlete. Du Fenghai was very jealous when he saw that Yin Qing was dominated by Zhou Hao in everything. But he still remained calm and deliberately said to Yin gently, "Quite. You don't have to blame yourself. I have already planned to give up being an athlete. I have hands and feet, and I am not afraid of starving myself to death. Right. Otherwise, if you want, come and work in our company." Yin Qing said suddenly, turning to Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, do you think this is good?" "No," Zhou Hao said immediately. Inviting people like Du Fenghai to Tongguan Company was undoubtedly putting a big mouse in the rice tank. This was a real introduction to the room. But as soon as his words came out, it would inevitably arouse Yin Qing's suspicion, so he immediately explained, "Even if you want to ask Mr. Du, you have to wait for him to recover. You don't mean that he has to cultivate for 3 months. Really? Then make a decision after 3 months." He looked at Du Fenghai on the bed. "Mr. Du, do you think this is okay?" Looking at the cold smile on Zhou Hao's face, Du Fenghai still had to face it with a smile. Okay. Because it was originally he who tricked Yin Qing into saying that he needs 3 months of cultivation. Now Zhou Hao uses his lies to deal with him. He can only make himself feel. And Du Yijuan, who just came in, heard that Du Fenghai could no longer be an athlete. He immediately became excited. "Brother, what did you say? You can no longer be an athlete. There is no way, now that I am like this, I can no longer be an athlete." Du Fenghai deliberately said, "I wanted to do something for my father to see and let him know that it was wrong to stop me back then. Who knows now? Oh, I can only blame my bad luck." He knew that the more he said that, the more Yin Qingming would blame himself and the more he cared about himself. Then he would hope to win Yin Qing's heart. Sure enough, the sorrow on Yin Qing's face became stronger, and she didn't dare to see Du Yijuan. For this, Zhou Hao hated that his teeth were itchy. If he didn't take Yin Qing into consideration, he would be afraid that he would go up and tear Du Fenghai in half. After chatting with Du Fenghai for a while, Du Yijuan also explained that Tian would visit him with her parents, and then left with Xiao Jiming. After walking out of the hospital, Xiao Jiming deliberately walked a few steps behind with Zhou Hao. He whispered to Zhou Hao, "Uncle Master, could it be said that the person she likes is Du Fenghai?" "No," Zhou Hao replied lightly, looking at Yin Qingwen, who was walking with Du Yijuan in front, thinking about how to deal with Du Fenghai without hurting Yin Qingwen's kind heart. "It's not the best," Xiao Jiming said. "Just now, I saw that Du Fenghai looked good at the outside, but he was actually strong on the outside. He had weak spleen and blood, and his internal organs were very weak. It was clearly a sign of chronic poison." Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Jiming in surprise, thinking that their Xiao family is indeed a medical family, and Du Fenghai's physique can be seen just by looking at his appearance. "I heard Xiao Jiming continue to say, but he doesn't seem to be poisoned, so I guess that this person may have a habit of taking drugs, and the dose is not small. If the person you like lightly is really him, it will be troublesome." Up. After leaving the hospital, when Xiangdong called, "Xiao Hao, I have found someone to find out about Du Fenghai. He is a local from Xianqing. He went to the Provincial Sports Institute 5 years ago after graduating from high school. The track and field athletes were kicked out of the Provincial Sports Institute because they were found to be taking drugs 2 years ago and then lingered in Guangzhou and Shenzhen Stock Exchange. They only returned to Xianqing in the last month." After listening to Wen Xiangdong's introduction, Zhou Hao realized that Du Fenghai was kicked out of the Provincial Sports Institute because of drug use. I hate that he was expelled because he could not return for a long time. Yin Qingqing thought he was himself. "Make him like this." "Thank you, Uncle Wen." Zhou Hao thanked Wen Xiang. After driving Yin home gently, Zhou Hao turned back to the People's Hospital and went straight to the ward where Du Fenghai was. He didn't knock on the door, so he pushed the door open. But I saw Du Fenghai sitting on the hospital bed at this time, playing Fighting the Landlord, with his 2 friends, beer and peanuts on the bedside cabinet, and the empty plaster cover was still falling. There was a little shaking. "Zhou Hao." Du Fenghai was stunned when he saw Zhou Hao's sudden appearance, because this time he was caught and raped in bed. I saw Zhou Hao looking at Du Fenghai and the 3 of them who were enjoying themselves, and the corners of his mouth were upturned and sneered. Healthy. Listening to Zhou Hao's ridicule, Du Fenghai quickly recovered from his consternation. Instead, He leaned against the bed with open arms and smiled indifferently. Since I was seen by you, then I have nothing to say. The two men by the bed looked at Zhou Hao unkindly, and then asked Du Fenghai, Brother Hai, who is this guy? It's just that cousin. Du Fenghai looked very disdainful. It's the shining prince, the real rich man. Yo, Grandpa Prince. One of the men laughed happily. You look pretty handsome. He's rich and handsome. He must get a lot of girls. Prince, since you have so much money, it's okay to give some brothers flowers. He approached Zhou Hao, trying to put his hand on Zhou Hao's shoulder. But before his hand touched Zhou Hao, he saw Zhou Hao lift his right leg fiercely and kicked him on his abdomen. The man was immediately kicked to his knees, convulsing and retching with pain. Zhou Hao looked at Du Fenghai and the other man coldly, as if looking at two unworthy mangy dogs. Damn, dare to do it. In addition, the man immediately took out a switchblade from his pocket and played it very skillfully, dancing with a silver light. However, Zhou Hao knew that it was just ostentatious, and it was fine to scare laymen, but it was useless to Zhou Hao. The man just wanted to rush down, but was held by Du Fenghai's hand. Du Fenghai stared at Zhou Hao and said, What do you want? Zhou Hao was a little surprised. Du Fenghai's city mansion was quite deep, so he could remain calm at this time. However, Zhou Hao still said coldly, Get out of Xiangqing immediately and stop pestering my cousin. Otherwise, I will really interrupt your dog legs. What if I don't agree? You can interrupt my leg if you have the kind, so that I can just take care of me for the rest of my life. Du Fenghai's laughter was very proud. Do you think I dare? Zhou Hao squinted, his eyes already showing killing intent. However, Du Fenghai smiled and said, If you are not afraid of me telling you gently, then come on. Seeing Zhou Hao's murderous eyes, he also subconsciously felt fear, but his face was still forced. Come, why? Wanna kill me? Come on, let's not say that this murder is illegal. If I die for no reason, how can you gently explain it? The expression in Zhou Hao's eyes changed, but Du Fenghai's mind was beyond his expectation. He didn't expect that he could completely see through his weakness. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and slowly said, Let's talk about it. How can you not pester my cousin? You are nothing more than money. Make a price, and I will give it to you. Du Fenghai did not express his position, but the man next to him showed joy, and winked at Du Fenghai again and again, motioning him to come and say something. However, Du Fenghai did not agree to Zhou Hao. Instead, he sneered, What do you think of lightness? Do you regard her as goods that can be bought and sold at will? Ask for a price. I really like lightness. No amount of money can change my mind. Zhou Hao's eyes widened slightly, not because Du Fenghai was sincere to Yanqing, but because Zhou Hao saw through this guy and was not fascinated by his immediate interests. Du Fenghai understood that as long as there was Yanqing, how much money could be spent slowly, and he was salivating at Yanqing's beauty, that Ken was so easy to let go, and now he plans to put a long line to catch a big fish. He smiled at Zhou Hao. You are so nervous and gentle. I'm afraid it's not as simple as your cousin. And every time she mentions you in front of me, her eyes will change. Don't think I don't know. You two, there must be an affair. He said to himself. But unfortunately, you are cousins. Now it is not ancient times. You can't be united. Even if your mother knows it, you should not agree. So the final choice is me. After taking a deep look at Du Fenghai, Zhou Haotsai said, Okay, it's your choice. Don't blame me then. He turned around and left without looking back. Du Fenghai's cunning was beyond Zhou Hao's expectation, and he even saw through the ambiguity between Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing. At this time, Zhou Hao really had a murderous intent on Du Fenghai. He had already planned to kill this cunning addict. However, Zhou Hao didn't plan to use martial arts to kill him, but chose another more cruel and secretive method: poisoning. Zhou Hao decided to use the poison formulas in Shun Nong Bai Chao he had in his hands. Many of those poison formulas were huge poisons that could kill people silently, even modern medical equipment. Can't check it out. Moreover, Du Fenghai was originally a drug addict, and even Xiao Jiming had seen signs of chronic poisoning, so Zhou Hao was confident that he would not be suspected by anyone. Therefore, he chose a poison formula that can paralyze the heart and die, but is colorless and tasteless, because this poison is not only deadly, but the material is not difficult to find, but it is relatively uncommon and can be found in some slightly larger pharmacies. So he found all the materials for this poison from the major pharmacies in Shanxing. In fact, these medicinal materials can be found in the old pharmacy in Xiao Jiming's family. But Zhou Hao did not go to Xiao Jiming because Du Fenghai is Du Yijuan's brother. If Xiao Jiming really develops into a couple, or even a couple with Du Yijuan in the future, then the killing of Du Fenghai will inevitably become a barrier between himself and Xiao Jiming. After preparing the ingredients, Zhou Hao went back home and simmered it into concoction according to the prescription, and then filtered it with filter paper into a clear white solution. A big pot of medicinal materials only made more than 10 milliliters of poison in the end. The name of this poison is Meng Patang, which means that you can go straight to reincarnation after drinking it. This Meng Patang is very toxic, as long as 1 milliliter can cause an adult to die from heart numbness within 5 minutes, and the materials are easy to obtain. If this prescription were made public, it would be like a civilian in the United States, where every citizen has a gun that kills people. As long as these Meng Pa soup are added to Du Fenghai's drips of salt water, he will undoubtedly die. And Zhou Hao is confident that he can do this without knowing it. The next day, Zhou Hao and Yin Xing went to the hospital again to visit Du Fenghai, and happened to ran into Du Yijuan and her parents at the door of the hospital. Du Yijuan's father is Du Jun and his mother is Su Feng. Du Yijuan is a mathematics teacher at a private elementary school in Shanxing, and he is about to retire, while Su Feng is a canteen worker in that private school. Both seem to be in their 50s. Because Xiao Jiming wanted to take care of Xiao Nanhua at home, he didn't come with Du Yijuan today. Seeing Zhou Hao and Yin Xingqing, Du Jun bowed deeply. I'm very sorry. Uncle, don't do this. It should be me saying I'm sorry. Yin Xing was startled and quickly helped Du Jun up. But Du Jun shook his head and sighed. Oh, you don't understand. We are sorry for you too. Not only Zhou Hao and Yin Xingqing, but even Du Yijuan and Su Feng who were with Du Jun did not understand why Du Jun said this. However, Du Jun didn't say anything, so he went straight into the hospital, and Du Yijuan's mother and daughter quickly followed. Zhou Hao and Yin glanced at each other lightly, and then followed in. The group of people came to Du Fenghai's ward. Du Fenghai saw Du Jun and Su Feng. The expressions on their faces were also very emotional. However, before I had time to say anything, I heard Du Jun's face calmly saying, Fenghai, are you really removed from the Provincial Sports Institute? Yes, I was removed. Du Fenghai's expression was very lonely. Just because you haven't returned to the team for many days? Du Jun's expression remained calm. Du Fenghai seemed to be aware of something, but he nodded and said, Well, the coach said that I won't return to the team for so long, and my legs have become like this again, and I won't be an athlete anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Du Jun suddenly walk to his bed in a few strides, raised his right palm and slapped him heavily, and panted and said angrily, What are you beasts trying to deceive? At that time, when you were kicked out of the Provincial Sports Institute 2 years ago, your coach called me, and he said that the Provincial Sports Institute kicked you out after discovering that you were taking drugs. I don't want your mother and your sister. I'm worried. I haven't said it for so long. Du Jun's sudden actions and words stunned everyone present, especially Su Feng and Du Yijuan, whose expressions on their faces were incredible. Even Du Fenghai on the hospital bed was beaten by his father. Don't know how to react. But what Zhou Hao cared most was Yin Xingqing. She looked at Du Fenghai suspiciously, her face full of shock. Du Jun hadn't stopped yet. Looking at Du Fenghai's left leg that was hung in a plaster, he angrily grabbed the plaster and said, I think the injury on your leg is also a lie. Right. Then he pulled hard, and Sheng tore off the plaster cover, and Du Fenghai's uninjured left leg was exposed in front of everyone. How? Du Yijuan muttered. Yin Xing shook her head, and now she finally understood that everything Du Fenghai said was deceptive. In fact, it was a little strange when she hit Du Fenghai, because she saw that Du Fenghai's leg was not broken like other people, but after being sent to the hospital, the doctor said that the bone inside was broken. Yin Xingqing believed in the doctor's words, and had never encountered touching porcelain before, and did not expect Du Fenghai to deceive himself. These days, she has always blamed herself for hurting Du Fenghai, and even thought it was her own reason that Du Fenghai's career as an athlete was forced to be interrupted, and her heavy guilt was almost overwhelming her. Breathless, But now, seeing what happened before her eyes, she knew that all these things were just a scam. As for Zhou Hao, he originally wanted to use Meng Patang to solve Du Fenghai secretly, so as not to deceive Yin Qingqian again. But he didn't expect that his father would expose his lies, let alone Zhou Hao. Even Du Fenghai did not expect that the scam he worked so hard would be completely destroyed by his father. At this moment, I saw Du Jin turning around and bowing lightly and deeply to Zhou Hao and Yin, and said with a guilty expression, "You too. I'm really sorry. I've deceived you for so long. You guys help. I will repay the medical expenses he paid for as soon as possible. I'm really sorry." Zhou Hao understood why Du Jin suddenly apologized to himself and Yin when he was at the entrance of the hospital. It turned out that he had known Du Fenghai's lies. You lied to me?" Yin pointed to Du Fenghai lightly, his face pale and his lips trembled. Du Fenghai, who was able to remain calm even when Zhou Hao was dismantled, now faces Yin Qing, but no longer has that kind of calmness. Looking at Yin Qingqing, he wanted to say something, but his lips moved, and after all, he didn't say anything, and he dropped his head deeply. Tears burst into Yin Qing's face immediately. It's not that Yin Qingqing's feelings for Du Fenghai were hurt, but that she had always treated Du Fenghai with a pure sincere heart to help him compensate him. But she never expected that the other party would be deceive yourself from the beginning. This is a kind of grievance that does not get a good return, and the anger of being deceived. Suddenly, Yin gently covered his face and turned and ran out. Zhou Hao cast a sullen look at Du Fenghai, gritted his teeth and said, "If there is anything wrong with my cousin, I won't let you go." After that, he turned and chased after him. After chasing out of the ward, Zhou Hao saw Yin Qing rushing to the corridor, crying, bumping into a few nurses on the way. In fact, Zhou Hao has never broken Du Fenghai, just because she is afraid that it will give Yin Qing too much excitement, so that she can't believe that people will help others in the future. It is because of this heavy worry that Du Fenghai can take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, it would be revealed by Du Fenghai's father now. Zhou Hao shook his head secretly, thinking that if it happened, then face it. That's fine. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Yin Qing ran to the end of the corridor and came to the back stairs of the hospital, and Zhou Hao also caught up with her here. He grabbed Yin Qing's hand and called out, "Cousin Qing." Being pulled by Zhou Hao, Yin Qing couldn't run anymore. When she looked back, she saw Zhou Hao's worried and concerned face, and her tears flowed even more fiercely, because she thought she was pulling Zhou Hao too. Coming in, I felt very guilty. "Xiao Hao, I'm sorry. I'm all to blame for being stupid," Yin said with a soft sob. "It's all because I'm so stupid. That's why I was deceived. Oh, teach me not to trust people so easily. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid." Zhou Hao said, "Cousin Qing, why are you stupid?" No. If I knew that Du Fenghai was a lie early in the morning, I wouldn't know." Yin Qing's face was like a pear blossom with rain, and Chu Chu was very pitiful. Seeing her appearance, Zhou Hao immediately pulled her closer to him, and put his arms around her willow waist, lowered his head, and kissed Yan's soft and full lips. Faced with this sudden change, Yin Qing's entire body stiffened, and her watery eyes were also shocked. But soon, her body softened and she leaned tightly in Zhou Hao's arms, and the shock and anxiety in her eyes turned into great happiness. This is the stairwell, and the safety exit door is also closed, so the people inside cannot see this side at all. In this quiet space, there are only Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing. Zhou Hao didn't rush to open Yan's teeth to attack, but just pressed against her cherry lips so softly, feeling the softness of both sides and the feeling of affection in each other's hearts. He felt that Yin Qing's lips were very soft, like cotton candy, which made people linger. But Yin Qing's mind was blank. Only that kind of wonderful feeling filled his heart like a trickle. I don't know how long it took before Zhou Hao let go of Yin Qing's red lips, and saw that her cheeks looked like burning clouds. "It's none of your business. It's not your fault." Zhou Hao was very gentle and gentle. "Use your thumb to stroke the tears under her eyes. I was not deceived too. Who would have thought that Du Fenghai would be a lie? It's none of your business. That Du Fenghai is too hateful. If you are stupid, then I will be as stupid as you." Zhou Hao's smile was like melting snow in spring, which made Yin Qing's heart warm. Hearing Zhou Hao's comforting words and seeing the sunny smile on Zhou Hao's face, Yan Qingming felt that the entire sky was brighter. At the same time, the closeness with Zhou Hao just made her feel ashamed. Lowering her head deeply, she whispered, "Xiao Hao, you are not stupid at all. Otherwise, how could you establish Tongguan Company? I really didn't expect Du Fenghai to be a lie. I still want him to work in the company. Fortunately, I found out early." Yan Qingqing still looked at Zhou Hao with some tears. "Xiao Hao, why do you say that people are so bad? Why did he lie to me when I treated him this way?" Zhou Hao helped her straighten out the hair on the sideburns and said, "In fact, it's only a few people. Not everyone is like Du Fenghai, just a few individuals. Even after this time, Yanqing's vigilance will be greatly increased, strengthened." But Zhou Hao didn't want Yanqing to lose his kind nature because of this incident. With Zhou Hao's comfort, Yanqing felt much better. But after letting go of the knot, the scene of the skin-to-skin relationship with Zhou Hao just came to mind again. The one just now was indeed her first kiss. Xiao Hao, just now Although she was still stuck in Zhou Hao's arms, she still didn't dare to look at Zhou Hao, but turned her head to the side and gave Zhou Hao her beautiful profile. Zhou Hao sighed slightly, thinking that this layer of paper was finally stabbed through by himself. "But if you come, you will be safe. Since you have done it, there is nothing to regret." Seeing Yan Qingqing's embarrassment, Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You mean, we kissed just now?" Hearing Zhou Hao's straightforward words, Yanqing's face became even more red, almost burying the capital in his chest. Yanqing's embarrassed and weak expression aroused the softness in Zhou Hao's heart. He stretched out his hand to lift Yan's chin and let her face him. Yanqing didn't dare to look at him, but as soon as he touched Zhou Hao's eyes, he could no longer look away, as if his whole body and mind were to be sucked in by Zhou Hao's eyes. Zhou Hao slowly lowered his head, and Yanqing couldn't help but raised his head slightly, so the two people's lips were pressed together again. This time, Zhou Hao took the offensive, easily prying open Yan Qingqing's teeth, and then gently hooking out her lilac tongue to taste. Yanqing was very obedient to him, so he didn't resist even a little bit at this time, and gave him the whole person to Zhou Hao. On the other hand, I feel at ease to enjoy the indescribable and intoxicating feeling. Just want to stop time forever at this moment. When Zhou Hao let go of Yanqing, she couldn't even stand still, and she didn't fall down thanks to Zhou Hao's support. The whole person was like a mass of ooze, and she was panting and breathing like a blue. Very tempting. "Cousin," gently, Zhou Hao called out softly. "Yeah." Yin, with blurred eyes, slightly subconsciously responded, and then raised his eyes to look at Zhou Hao, only to see Zhou Hao's eyes that could melt his whole heart. "Cousin Xing, I like you. Xiao Hao likes you." Zhou Hao stared at Yin gently and slowly. After Zhou Hao's confession, Yanqing's body became softer, and she felt that she had no regrets in this life. When Zhou Hao took Yanqing's hand back to Du Fenghai's ward, he saw a male doctor in his 30s in a white robe. When Du Jun and Du Yijuan saw Zhou Hao and Yanqing, their faces unconsciously showed a look of shame. After all, Du Fenghai's actions were too much, and even the family members would not forgive them. Besides, Zhou Hao and Yan Qingqing were direct victims. Looking at the male doctor in his 30s, Zhou Hao guessed that he might be the doctor who was bought by Du Fenghai to help him exaggerate his condition. So Zhou Hao coldly said, "This time your hospital and Du Fenghai partnered to defraud the medicine. Fei, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." Zhou Hao is no stranger to this people's hospital. The last time Yan Qingming came here to check his body, he met a veterinarian doctor. He must have been expelled now. The male doctor was very guilty when he saw that the incident was revealed, and he quickly said to Zhou Hao, "I can pay you all the medical expenses. Please don't tell the hospital, okay?" But Zhou Hao snorted coldly. "A person like you is not worthy of being a doctor. I will naturally get the medical expenses back, and you can't tolerate it." He stared at Du Feng, who was still sitting on the hospital bed. "Hi. As for you, I'll leave it to the police." Du Jun and Du Yijuan's expressions changed when they heard Zhou Hao's call to the police. Du Jun immediately walked to Zhou Hao and grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Mr. Zhou, please don't call the police." "Wrong, but he is always my son. I can't watch him go to jail. Mr. Zhou, I beg you, I will kneel for you, okay?" He said he would kneel down. Zhou Hao quickly helped him up. "Mr. Du, don't do this." Du Yijuan, and Su Feng also came to support Du Jun. Du Jun was not in good health, but now because of this incident, he kept coughing when he was excited. And his wife Su Feng also pleaded to Zhou Hao. Mr. Zhou, your lord has a lot. Let us go Feng Hai. He knows it's wrong. Let him go. Du Feng Hai over there didn't come over and didn't speak, just staring at Zhou Hao with bitter eyes, especially when he saw Yin Qing and Zhou Hao holding hands together. His expression became even more gloomy. Zhou Hao really wanted to hand over Du Feng Hai to the police, but seeing Du Jun and Su Feng begging for himself like this, even if he hated Du Feng Hai, he couldn't help but refuse Du Jun and his wife. After hesitating, he nodded and said, "Well, I don't need to call the police, but he can't lie to others in the future, and we don't want to see him again." He will change. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Du Jun said busy. Although Du Yijuan supporting Du Jun did not speak, the expression in Zhou Hao's eyes was a little grateful. Later, Zhou Hao negotiated with the hospital to get back the medical expenses that Yin Qingqing had paid Du Feng Hai before. It just so happened that the dean of the hospital was there. After he learned about it, he hated the male doctor who was bought by Du Feng Hai. He had already offended Zhou Hao because of Yin Qing's thing before, and it took a lot of effort to comfort Zhou Hao, but he didn't expect the people in his hospital to provoke Zhou Hao again. Therefore, the hospital not only refunded all the medical expenses, but also compensated Zhou Hao with an extra 20,000 yuan. Although the male doctor was not fired, he was transferred to the laundry room by the hospital. After Zhou Hao came out of the hospital, Yin Qing no longer had any tear marks on her face, and she looked very happy and lively. Because the layer of paper between the two had been pierced through, this made Yin Qing's previously unstable feeling disappear. With Zhou Hao's 10 fingers now attached, Yin Qingqing felt that even the surrounding air had a sweet smell. "Where are we going next?" Zhou Hao asked Yin gently next to him. "I want to go back to the company," Yin Qing said. A look of worry suddenly appeared on his face. "Xiao Hao, if she knows about us, I wonder if she will object?" Thinking of Yin Tong's past, Zhou Hao immediately felt a little big head. If Zhou Hao had only Yin Qingqing a woman, then Yin Tong promised that the relationship between the two would not be too problematic. However, before Li Rulan's affairs had caused Yin Tong to scold Zhou Hao, as well as the daughter-in-law Wang Shijuan that Yin Tong originally identified. If Yin Tong knew that he and Yin Qing had an affair, she wouldn't know how to get angry. Seeing Zhou Hao's frowning brows, Yin Qing felt a little distressed and wanted to smooth his brows. "Xiao Hao, or else, let's not let my aunt know." Seeing Yin Qingqing's considerate look, Zhou Hao felt soft and guilty. "Cousin, I'm sorry." Yin gently shook his head. "It's okay. As long as I know that you like me in your heart, I will be very satisfied." She has always been a person who is easily satisfied. She can come out of Huayu village and live with Zhou Hao under the same roof. Satisfied, although Zhou Hao is not often at home. In fact, she didn't know when her feelings for Zhou Hao changed from that of sister and brother to that of men and women. She still remembers the scene when Zhou Hao acted like a baby to herself when she was a child, and remembered that the two of them went to steal other people's love. When Li was alarmed by the big wolf dog, Zhou Hao was scared and crying. At that time, she only wanted to protect her little cousin, so she didn't care about being afraid of the wolf dog almost the same size as her, and picked up the stone, scared the wolf dog away. When she was young, she protected Zhou Hao, but now, it is Zhou Hao who protects her. From that time Zhou Hao dealt with Wei Quanji's family and rescued her from the fire pit. She suddenly realized that Zhou Hao had grown up and became a man of indomitable spirit. Maybe it was that time that I liked Xiao Hao. Yin Qing thought secretly. "Cousin, you want to go back to the company, then I'll take you there." Zhou Hao said. "Yeah." Yin nodded slightly. Looking at Zhou Hao's resolute and handsome face, his heart was warm. Because he didn't want Yin Tong to know, Zhou Hao didn't show up too close to Yin Qing. But Zhou Hao carried Yin Qing to the company downstairs. When Yin Qing was about to get out of the car, Zhou Hao said, "Wait, cousin, have you forgotten something?" "Huh?" Yin lightly looked at Zhou Hao in a puzzled manner, and saw Zhou Hao leaning over his face, and pointed at his face. Yin Qingqing immediately understood what Zhou Hao meant, and his cheeks were flushed right now, but he moved quickly to his face, kissed Zhou Hao's cheek, and got out of the car and ran towards the commercial building. Go with. After reminiscing on Yin Qing's refreshing warm fragrance, Zhou Hao's mouth tilted slightly, and he drove away with satisfaction. Although Yin Tong still couldn't let Yin Tong know what he was with Yin Qingqing, but now that he and Yin Qing confessed to each other, Zhou Hao also felt very happy and satisfied, and hummed all the way back to Guanhu Villa. But as soon as he opened the door, Zhou Hao saw Yin Tong sitting in the hall with his hands in his arms, his face as silent as water. "Mom, why are you still at home? Didn't you go to the company?" Zhou Hao subconsciously felt that Yin Tong was a little strange, so he asked. Yin Tong turned his head to look towards Zhou Hao, but his gaze was very severe, just like Zhou Hao got into trouble when he was a child. Zhou Hao's heart trembled, but he still smiled and walked over to sit next to Yin Tong, squeezing his hands on Yin Tong's shoulders. "Mom, why are you so angry? Who made you angry?" "It's not you yet. Who else is there except you?" Yin Tong snorted and immediately stretched out his hand to pinch Zhou Hao's ear and twisted it vigorously. "It hurts. Mom, it hurts." Zhou Hao's body couldn't even hit the bullet. Of course it wouldn't hurt anymore, but he knew that he must have done something to anger Yin Tong, so he deliberately pretended to behave and wanted to ask Yin Tong to be pitiful. Yin Tong felt sorry for this son after all. Seeing him showing a painful expression, she really relaxed her strength, but she still didn't let Zhou Hao's ears go and cursed. "Do you know it hurts now? You stinky boy, take a look. What good did you do?" "Mom, what did I do? Didn't I just come back from Hong Kong?" As Zhou Hao spoke, he kept thinking about what he had done, and Yin Tong got the handle. "You still want to hide it from me, right?" Yin Tong's hands on Zhou Hao's ears tightened again. Zhou Hao really didn't think that he had something to do with Yin Tong, so he said, "Mom, even if the government wants to sentence people to death, they have to let others die clearly." "Okay, I'll make it clear to you." Yin Tong hummed, and took out a diary book and put it on the coffee table. "You see what this is for yourself?" Seeing the pink diary on the coffee table, Zhou Hao felt strange, but he still turned it over. But the more you look at it, the stranger the expression on Zhou Hao's face. Although the pink diary has no signature from the content, Zhou Hao knows that the diary is Yin Qing's. Looking at the date, Yin Qingming started to write a diary on the third day after arriving in Xiangqing, and he has written half of it by now. In addition to the freshness and strangeness of Yin Qingqing's first visit to Xiangqing, there are also her experiences and feelings of learning with Yin Tong and Lu Shiping. In addition, Zhou Hao is the one who mentions most in Yin Qing's diary. Almost every diary mentions Zhou Hao, even the time Zhou Hao took her to buy underwear, and then she missed Zhou Hao during the period when Zhou Hao was away from home. From these diaries, Zhou Hao could truly feel that Yin Qingqing's affection for him was so deep. However, seeing the following article, Zhou Hao even blushed even as Jiu Li Huatsong, because Yin Qingqing wrote on it, "I had a dream last night. I dreamed of Xiao Hao, dreaming that he got under my quilt and kissed my face, my mouth, and my breast. Kissed me underneath. After that, I dreamed that I was sleeping with Zhou Hao. After waking up, I found that my underwear was wet, which was really shameful." Zhou Hao closed Yin Qingquan's pink diary. His face was still red, and he wondered how Yin Qingming also wrote his spring dreams in the diary. The sleeping with Zhou Hao mentioned in Yin Qingming's diary refers to the joy of fish and water between men and women, but she is relatively simple about this aspect, and uses the vague term sleep in general. That's it. At the same time, Zhou Hao also wondered how Yin Tong found out Yin Qing's diary. In this way, he and Yin Qing didn't have to conceal it. The relationship between the two was completely exposed under Yin Tong's nose. Up, he looked at Yin Tong next to him with a weird expression and said, "Mom, why did you take out other people's diary? You know this is an invasion of privacy." Yin Tong's face was taken aback, and it also seemed a little unnatural. Although she had never studied law, this matter was also very morally wrong. She only listened to her explanation. "This was accidentally when I helped gently clean the room." Scene in. "Even so, Mom, you should put this diary back in place. How can you peek at other people's diaries privately?" Hearing Zhou Hao's complaint, Yin Tong felt a little bit distressed, but she quickly reacted and immediately pinched Zhou Hao's ear. "You bastard, don't open the topic to me. You can tell me clearly. What's the matter with Qing? What's going on? We are fine." Zhou Hao still wanted to resist. "It's okay." Yin Tong's tone of voice became a lot of eyes. "Will you always be mentioned in the OK diary?" Even in my dreams I dream of talking to you, telling you, "Stinky boy, tell me clearly that you or didn't you give all the light to eat?" Let me just say, Jimming is such a good boy. How can he not even give people a chance? It turns out that you are the stinky boy who is making trouble. Zhou Hao hurriedly shouted in justice. Mom, what you said is too ugly. Why are you talking about it? I have been in Hong Kong for the past 2 months. I don't even know when Jimming comes back. Yes, I didn't eat anymore. Cousin gently, we too are innocent. Yin Tong said. Well, even if you don't eat lightly, then you dare to say that there is nothing between you? Hearing Yin Tong's words, Zhou Hao lowered his head and said with some guilty conscience, there is indeed something, but... Before he finished speaking, raising an ostrich cut off his words. Okay, you stinky boy, you are not very old, and you have learned how to pick flowers and make grass everywhere. Last time I turned a blind eye to you about ruling. I closed one eye. I didn't expect you to even let your cousin go this time. No, I can't let you do anything this time. I'm not fooling around, Zhou Hao explained. What's more, the cousin Qingqing is not a serious woman. How can this be considered a mess? Gentleness is certainly not those unscrupulous women, but that is your cousin. You are related by blood. Yin Tong said. If you are married, then your child is likely to be unhealthy. Taking a peek at Yin Tong, Zhou Hao said, Don't think I don't know. In fact, Grandpa and Grandma are cousins, and there are still such smart grandsons as me. What are you afraid of? Yin Tong was suffocated when she heard this. Of course, she knew that her parents were cousins, and her family had no congenital diseases, and all of them were healthy. However, when her parents got married, the customs in Huayu village had a relatively large impact on the villagers, and they did not oppose the marriage of cousins at all. But now, although this custom still exists in Huayu village, the law has clearly stipulated that it is not feasible. She said to Zhou Hao, You are still breathing for me. Your grandpa and grandma are a special case. You think you are so lucky. In fact, Zhou Hao was really not afraid of this, because he believed that ambergris had changed his physique, and even his genes should have changed. It is not that Zhou Hao has become unrelated to Yin Qingqing, but Zhou Hao believes that there should be no hidden diseases in his genes, so there will be no problem even if he has children in the future. So Zhou Hao said to Yin Tong, Mom, you see that my cousin is so beautiful and gentle, and can help you very much, and is so filial to you. Don't you want to have such a good wife? If you don't leave outsiders' fields, will you bear the heart to push such a good wife out? It's really good to be gentle. Yin Tong glared at Zhou Hao. But do you have this kind of blessing worthy of being gentle? Don't forget that you not only have Ruolin, but Shijuan. You haven't done it yet. In short, you can't follow Yin Qing. In fact, she also likes Yin Qing. After all, she is a family. She also grew up watching Yin Qing when she was a child. How could she not know Yin Qing's gentleness and kindness? Character? It is because she loves Yin Qingqing that she introduces Jimming to Yin Qingqing, hoping that Yin Qingming's life is guaranteed. Now that Zhou Hao's words are heard, Yin Tong is actually a little tempted, because a girl like Yin Qingqing is really a candidate for daughter-in-law that every mother-in-law likes. However, she knew that there were already 2 women beside her son. Yin Tong was already ashamed of Wang Shijuan alone. Is it really necessary to let Zhou Hao 3 wives and 4 concubines? Yin Tong believes that if Yin Qingming is also involved, I am afraid it will harm her forever. Yin Tong didn't want to hurt Yin Qingqing or even ruin her lifelong happiness because of her selfishness. Seeing Zhou Hao still wanted to talk, Yin Tong said, You don't need to say any more. You have already harmed Shijuan, and I can't let you hurt gently. Mom, how could I hurt them? Zhou Hao said quickly. Then can you let them know that you are more than a woman? Yin Tong's tone was very severe. Zhou Hao really didn't dare to promise anything about this. Li Ruolin could say something, but Wang Shijuan, Zhou Hao really didn't want to hurt this weak girl. Then Yin Tong said, Okay, put this diary back in, just in the drawer of the desk in the room. Seeing Yin Tong's determination, Zhou Hao couldn't think of anything to persuade her for a while, so he had to take the diary book to Yin Qingqing's room angrily. For Yin Tong's unwillingness to compromise, Zhou Hao really had no way of starting. If it was someone like Du Fenghai, Zhou Hao would not hesitate to get rid of him if he tried to stop himself and Yin Qing. But now it is Yin Tong. It is absolutely impossible to do it. The only way is to wind it slowly, hoping Yin Tong can finally agree. Even though Yin Tong disagrees with the two being together, it doesn't mean that Zhou Hao will give up Yin Qing. This is also impossible. Zhou Hao was just thinking about what method should be used to get Yin Tong's approval and allow things between himself and Yin Qingqing. Now he is sitting in Yin Qing's room, about to put the pink diary book back in the drawer, but remembering that he has not finished reading the contents just now, his heart is like a cat's paw. I just said Mom shouldn't peek at other people's diaries. How can I do this now? But then I thought, I have read it anyway, just read it on, just as it is to understand my cousin. So Zhou Hao couldn't help turning it over again. After that diary describing Spring Dream, there are more than 10 more. Zhou Hao kept reading it, and found that Yin Qingming wrote about the feelings of daily work and life, and also Miss Zhou Hao. Moreover, Yin Qingming, unexpectedly, it was also expected that Yin Tong might disagree with the two of them, but Yin Qing did not think of a good way, and her diary also wrote her troubles. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw the following diary and frowned involuntarily, because the first sentence at the beginning of the diary was, "Actually, I know about Xiao Hao and Shijuan, and Shijuan often tells me on weekdays. Xiao Hao's is good. In fact, Xiao Hao's is good. How could I not know? I also like Xiao Hao, but I didn't tell Shijuan, or even told Xiao Hao. I don't want to destroy the relationship between them. I think I just like Xiao Hao secretly, and treat it as the deepest secret in my heart." In fact, Zhou Hao also guessed that Yin Qingqing would know about himself and Wang Shijuan. With such a close relationship between Wang Shijuan and Yin Qingqing, and they almost lived together, Wang Shijuan already regarded Yin Qingqing as his sister. Naturally, he would confide to Yin about himself and Zhou Hao. The last time Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan were in the sky garden on the rooftop, the gaze that they found secretly watching them belonged to Yin Qingqing. Seeing Yin Qingqing writing in his diary that he secretly liked herself in his heart, Zhou Hao felt pity for Yin Qingqing from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Hao said to himself in his heart, "What a nice girl. I can't let her down." At the same time, after the lie was exposed, Du Fenghai and Du Zhen left the People's Hospital. Originally, the hospital wanted to hold Du Fenghai accountable, but Zhou Hao said that he would let him go. They couldn't hold him accountable, so they only drove Du Fenghai out of the hospital. "You beast, come back with me. I will send you to the Drug Rehabilitation Center for drug rehabilitation," Du Zhen shouted, holding Du Fenghai's hand. Du Yijuan next to him also said, "Brother, why did you become like this? Zhou Hao and Miss Yin are both good people. How can you deceive them like this?" Before, she wanted to talk to Du Fenghai, but was rejected by Zhou Hao. In Zhou Hao's words, she also faintly stated that Du Fenghai was not a good person. Du Yijuan now thinks about it, and guesses that Zhou Hao probably knew this from the beginning. However, I saw Du Fenghai abandon Du Zhen's hand. Zhou Hao is a good person? He is not at all calm and kind. I think it was he who told you about me. I knew it was him, and he likes to be lighthearted. That's why I dealt with me like this. Du Yijuan was also surprised when he heard this. What? Aren't they cousins? What about cousins, whether they are relatives or not? I think the two of them have already had an affair, Du Fenghai said. Du Zhen sneered. Does anyone have any personal affair that has anything to do with you? You lied to them. If they don't hold you accountable, even if you are lucky, you still care about it? Come to the Drug Rehabilitation Center with me. Otherwise, you will never want to enter the door of our Du's house is now. He said he was going to Radu Fenghai again. If you don't enter, you won't enter. Do you think I'm rare? Before Du Zhen caught his hand, Du Fenghai pushed him over and pushed Du Zhen to the ground. Su Feng and Du Yijuan hurriedly helped Du Zhen, and Du Yijuan angered Du Fenghai. Brother, how can you do this? Du Fenghai curled his lips. I blame you for ruining my business. After saying that, he ignored Du Zhen and the others and left alone. Rebellious son. Really rebellious son. Du Zhen, who was sitting on the floor, coughed again and again. I didn't think I had given birth to this son. Even Du Yijuan, who was next to him, looked at Du Fenghai's back. China is also full of disappointment and anger. After leaving the hospital, Du Fenghai came to a rental house where his two friends Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang lived. When Du Fenghai arrived, the two were injecting themselves with drugs, and the expressions on their faces were very comfortable and refreshing. And Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang were very surprised when they saw Du Fenghai. Brother Hai, aren't you in the hospital? Why did you come out? Don't you be afraid to let Na Yanqing know." Speaking of Yin Qingqing, Du Fenghai's eyes showed coldness, and he waved his hand. "Don't mention it. It's a shame." Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang were also expecting Du Feng to give them a helping hand after being lightly on the beach. Now they were shocked when they heard Du Fenghai's words, and they asked quickly, "Brother Hai, what happened?" "I blame Zhou Hao, and I don't know if he told my dad that I was kicked out of the Provincial Sports Institute." Du Fenghai said angrily. "My dad came to the hospital to see me today, just pretending to be gentle. The face broke me through." Fei Yunfang tentatively asked, "Na Hai, you and Na Yin gently." Du Fenghai waved his hand. "It's over. I have already seen Kaiwashui." He opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of beer and drank it with his head up. And Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang looked at each other. Jiang Song said to Du Fenghai, "Brother Hai, there is really no way to save it?" Du Fenghai exhaled the breath in his stomach. "There is no way to save it. The one who lightly liked was originally Zhou Hao. Now that I know I lied to her, I have no chance." After that, he looked up again. After taking a big sip of wine, the expression on his face also showed a deep loneliness. Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang could both see that Du Fenghai was afraid that he had moved gently with Yin. "Brother Hai, do you remember Yinzi's girl?" Jiang Song said suddenly. "Swallow." Du Fenghai was taken aback. "Yes." Fei Yunfang said quickly. "It's the black bear's horse that sold us the goods." When the black bear chased the swallow, didn't the swallow die with the black bear? And he has his own fiancée. But the black bear, that guy was also dark enough. He caught Swallow and gave her a shot of number 4. Since then, Swallow has been very obedient to black bears. Even her fiancé is not wanted, and black bear wants her to go east. She will never go west. Du Fenghai frowned. "You mean, let me use white powder to control Gently?" Then he shook his head. "No, Gently is a good girl. You can't harm her like this." Then Fei Yunfang immediately said, "Brother Hai, how can this be said to have harmed her? You are making her happy. Besides, would you be willing to watch her stay with Zhou Hao for a double stay?" Listening to Fei Yunfang's words, the look in Du Fenghai's eyes flickered, and his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, there was a decisive expression on his face, gritted his teeth, and said, "Well, even if you want to go to with the light, I don't want her to be with Zhou Hao." He told Jiang Song, and Fei Yunfang said, "Then you guys help. Go to the Black Bear to get some goods, and let him not adulterate. I want to be pure." Fei Yunfang said, "Originally, we have already charged the Black Bear twice on credit. This time he is afraid it will not be so easy to agree. But for the sake of you, Hage, we have to get the goods back even if we lick the Black Bear's asshole." "Okay, it really is my good brother." Du Fenghai patted Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang on the shoulders. "After this is done, I will never forget your benefits." Hearing Du Fenghai's words, Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang looked at each other, and both saw the joy in each other's eyes. In the office of Tongwang Food and Beverage Company, Yin Gentle cleaned up the papers on the desk and came to Lu Shiping's office and said to her, "Aunt Ping, it's noon. Let's go back first." Lu Shiping was still looking at the documents there and said, "I'll be here later. Please go down and pick up the car first." "Yeah." Yin nodded lightly, then left the office and took the elevator to the parking lot below to pick up the car. Looking at the watch, the time on it was exactly 11:45. On weekdays, she wouldn't leave the company before 12 o'clock, but after only parting with Zhou Hao for one morning, she missed Zhou Hao very hard and couldn't wait to go back to see Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's handsome face appeared in his mind. Yanqing felt sweet in his heart, just wanting to get home as soon as possible. When he arrived at the parking lot, Yanqing went straight to the black Mercedes-Benz sedan. He just opened the driver's door and wanted to get in. A figure suddenly flew out from the side and grabbed the door to prevent Yanqing from entering. Yin looked up slightly, her eyebrows frowned. "It's you? What are you doing?" This person is Du Fenghai. When he saw Yin Qingqing, he wanted to say to her, "Gentle, but seeing Yin gently stepped back a little and looked at Du Fenghai vigilantly. "What do you want to do? Go quickly. I don't want to see you anymore." "Gentle, I know you are annoying that I lied to you. But I didn't mean to lie to you." Du Fenghai grabbed Yanqing's arm. I just don't want you to leave me so quickly. I really didn't want to lie to you." "What are you doing? Let go of me." I'm going to call someone. Yanqing was caught by Du Fenghai and immediately struggled. Fei Yunfang walked out from behind, opened the rear door of the Benz, and pulled Yin gently to push her to the back seat, then pushed Du Fenghai into the driver's seat, shouting, "Brother Hai, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and wait for someone to catch it." Du Fenghai also reacted and immediately started the car, while Fei Yunfang sat in the back seat and covered Yanqing's mouth so as not to call for help. In shock, Yin couldn't help twisting and struggling, and Fei Yunfang yelled, "Don't move. If you move me again, I will. I can tell you can do it." Hearing Fei Yunfang's words, Yanqing immediately stopped moving. Her beautiful eyes were completely covered by fear. Du Fenghai in front frowned and said, "Old Fei, don't scare her." Fei Yunfang nodded and smiled at Yin lightly. "You think our Hage is more considerate of you, better than your Zhou Hao. I think you are blindfolded by a ghost. Would choose that Zhou Hao instead of our Hage." Du Fenghai quickly drove away from the commercial building after robbing Yin Qingqing. A few minutes later, Lu Shiping also came to the parking lot, but he didn't see Yin Qingqing and the car, so he murmured, "Huh?" lightly. Zhou Hao, who was at home, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart, and Yin Qing's face flashed in his heart. He was shocked. Is there something wrong with my cousin? He knew his intuition would not be unreasonable, appears, and is extremely accurate. Just at this moment, the phone rang, and Yin Tong picked up the handset. "Hey, Shiping, what?" "No, I haven't come back gently. Isn't she with you?" Zhou Hao immediately asked Yin Tong. "Mom, did something happen to my cousin?" "Something happened? Nothing," Yin Tong said. "Shiping just said that she left the company gently. I don't know if she came back first." When Zhou Hao heard the words, he was even more sure what happened to Yin Qing. But he didn't want Yin Tong and Lu Shiping to worry, so he said, "Mom, I will go out for a while, and I will be back soon." He left without waiting for Yin Tong to agree. When he arrived at the parking lot, Zhou Hao immediately activated his Audi and dialed Yin Qing's mobile phone. However, the phone heard Yin Qingming's mobile phone is turned off. Damn, Zhou Hao was so angry that he wanted to throw his phone out, but he calmed down after thinking about it. Even without his own super intuition, Zhou Hao can basically guess that Yin Qing's disappearance must be related to Du Fenghai. So he immediately called Du Yijuan. "Is your brother at home? He didn't come back. What's the matter?" Du Yijuan wondered why Zhou Hao would look for his brother, and Zhou Hao didn't say much to Du Yijuan. He immediately dialed Wen Xiangdong's phone number. "Hey, Uncle Wen, do you know what residence Du Fenghai has in Xiangqing? By the way, he has 2 friends. Can you help me find out where their dog kennel is? Thank you." At the same time, Zhou Hao also used his instinct to find Yin Qing's location as he did before looking for Liang Xiaobing in Hong Kong. At this time, Yin Qingming had been caught by Du Fenghai in the rental house of Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang, tied to a chair, and even his mouth was sealed with sealing glue. Looking at Yin Qingqing, who was both frightened and angry, Du Fenghai said, lightly, "I will not hurt you. I have never thought of hurting you. I just want you to try what is true happiness." He said to Jiang Song, "What about that thing?" I saw Jiang Song bringing a syringe over. "Brother Hai, it's ready." "Xiao Hao, I have found it." Du Fenghai's 2 friends are Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang. The 3 of them live together in a rental house on Huangshi Street, Xiangqing. On the phone, when Xiangdong called, Du Fenghai told Zhou Hao where they lived. Zhou Hao said, "Thank you, Uncle Wen." After hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, "Huangshi Street." Yin Qingqing was indeed in that direction as he intuitively sensed it. Severely stepped on the accelerator, the engine of this Benz roared and rushed forward like a beast. In the rental house on Huangshi Street, Yin, with his hands and feet, gently saw Du Fenghai walking towards him with the syringe filled with transparent liquid. His face was full of panic, and he shook his head and said, "Wu sound. Don't be afraid to be gentle. This is the source of happiness. You will fall in love with it soon." Du Fenghai said, came to Yin Qing's side, and rolled up the sleeve of her left hand, revealing a white, flawless skin. Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang over there looked at Yin Qingqing, and Fei Yunfang said to Jiang Song, "Squirrel, brother Hai, this girl is so beautiful. I was in the car just now. If Hagrid was not there, I would be scared. I can't help but want to give her a shot." Jiang Song's gaze was also fixed on Yin Qing's body. "That's right. Look at this girl. She's more beautiful than the black bear swallow. I thought the swallow was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. I also envy the black bear's beautiful blessing. Now it seems that our brother Hai's beautiful blessing is much better than that of the black bear. At this time, Du Fenghai had already plunged the needle into Yan Qing's smooth arm. Woo! Yan Qing felt a pain in her hand, and a cold liquid slowly entered her body, and she could almost feel the evil in that liquid. Her body was constantly twisting, as if trying to throw the fluid out of her body. However, after a few violent movements, she felt that her body was slowly losing strength, and even her eyes were gradually blurred, as if the surrounding scenery was full of curls, constantly deforming and distorting. Seeing the look on Yan Qing's face gradually become confused, Du Fenghai smiled and said, "Gentle, isn't it very comfortable? Isn't it very happy? Ha 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 ha. I said you would like this feeling." He carefully tore open the sealing glue on Yan Qing's mouth. Yan Qingqing only felt his head dizzy, and his whole body was so light that he couldn't use his energy, and Du Fenghai's voice seemed to be coming from a long distance, very misty. "Hao, Xiao Hao, hurry. Come and save me." In the confusion, Yin called Zhou Hao softly. After Du Fenghai heard Yan Qing's call to Zhou Hao, his whole face became very ugly. The muscles at the corners of his mouth were constantly twitching, and his eyes also glowed with red light, looking very hideous. "Xiao Hao, help me," Yin gently said with his eyes blurred and his lips closed. Slap! Du Fenghai couldn't help but slapped Yan Qing's face, and immediately broke the corners of her mouth, shed blood. However, Yan Qingming's body and mind were eroded by the evil heroine, and the pain was relieved a lot. But Du Fenghai tightly grabbed her shoulders and shouted, "At this time, you still think of Zhou Hao? He won't come to save you. Did you hear that? He won't come to save you? Now, you are mine. No one can take you away from me." Yin gently tilted his head, still said in a very soft voice, "No, Xiao Hao will come to rescue me." Du Fenghai saw that even though Yan Qing's half-open and half-closed eyes were gradually losing their minds, they also showed a sense of determination, believing that Zhou Hao would come to rescue her. Du Fenghai shouted frantically, "You are mine. You are mine. Well, since you said Zhou Hao will come to rescue you, then I will take a look. After he saw you being raped and turned into torn shoes, well, I want you." After he finished speaking, he grabbed the collar of Yan Qing's suit jacket and slammed it to both sides. Papa! The buttons of Yan Qing's suit jacket immediately popped out, revealing the white collar shirt under Yan Qing, as well as her slender neck and flawless skin. Seeing the snow-white and condensed skin under Yan Qing's neck, Du Fenghai's throat nucleus rolled, his eyes shot lustful, his voice said dryly, "Old Fei, squirrel, wait until I'm done. You come again after that. I want to see if she will turn into a torn shoe where thousands of people sleep. Will Zhou Hao want her?" After Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang behind them heard this, their faces immediately showed ecstasy. Of course, they coveted a superb woman like Yan Qing, but they didn't dare to do anything because of Du Fenghai's face. Now that I heard Du Fenghai's words and learned that I had the opportunity to taste this stunning beauty, I was overwhelmed with surprise. And just when Du Fenghai grabbed the collar of Yan Qing's white shirt and wanted to pull the shirt off, he heard a loud noise coming from behind, and the door of the house flew up. A figure also appeared at the door, and it was Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao." Du Fenghai looked at Zhou Hao dumbfounded. Zhou Hao at the door saw Yan Qingqi tied to a chair. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the suit jacket on his body was also torn away. Du Fenghai was still holding the collar of her shirt. Obviously, trying to the shirt is also torn off. An evil fire immediately spread from Zhou Hao's heart, burning his entire soul in an instant. I saw him let out a loud roar, and before Du Fenghai and the three of them could react, they flashed in front of Du Fenghai from the doorway. Apart from anything else, Zhou Hao gave Du Fenghai a left uppercut. Zhou Hao's left uppercut was much more powerful and ferocious than those world-class weight boxing champions. Du Fenghai was immediately knocked out and hit the wall of the rental house heavily. His face was bloody. Zhou Hao's chin had already been smashed. "Cousin, softly." Zhou Hao easily pulled the ropes of Yan Qing's hands and feet and hugged Yan Qing's unconscious and feeble body in his arms. Yan Qing opened his eyes slightly, and after seeing Zhou Hao, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hao, you are finally here. Gently, gently, what's the matter with you? Zhou Hao felt as if Yin Qingqi had disappeared from the seven souls, and he was twitched in his heart, and then saw an empty syringe on the ground. Just about to ask, they saw that Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang were about to run away while all his attention was on Yin Qing. Can you escape? Zhou Hao snorted coldly, tapped his hands one after another, and immediately sealed the acupoints of Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang in the air, making both of them unable to move. Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang realized that they were suddenly unable to move, and they were shocked, thinking they had hit an evil spirit. At this time, Zhou Hao also gently put down Yin Qing, and came to Jiang Song in an instant, pinched his neck with one hand, and asked coldly, "Say, what injection did you give her?" Seeing Zhou Hao's hideous expression and feeling the cold and murderous spirit released from Zhou Hao's body, Jiang Song immediately said, "It's number 4. Hage gave her the number 4. I want to control her." Zhou Hao frowned. "What is number 4? It's number 4 heroin." Jiang Song said tremblingly. Zhou Hao glared at him. "What? You shot her heroin?" In a rage, Zhou Hao no longer restrained his strength, and the hand that was pinching Jiang Song's neck suddenly tightened. Seeing Jiang Songlian's screams too late to send out, Zhou Hao's entire neck was chopped into filaments with one hand. Under this huge pressure, both of Jiang Song's eyes popped out, the tongue and the trachea behind. I also vomited the whole piece out of my mouth, and the mouth, nose and ear holes kept bleeding. After Zhou Hao let go, Jiang Song's head and body were only connected by 2 or 3 skins. Fei Yunfang, who was also tapped, saw Jiang Song die so, and tragically that he was so scared that he even urinates. He wanted to escape, but his body could not even move a finger. Zhou Hao ignored him for the time being, and walked over to Yin Qingming again. Because of being injected with high-purity number 4 heroin, Yin Qingming had fallen into a mild coma and did not see Jiang Song's tragic death. Zhou Hao knows that if an ordinary person is injected with high-purity number 4 heroin, it is one thing not to become addicted and may die from poisoning. He immediately took out a pill from his arms. It was a detoxification pill he had made with his own blood when he was in Hong Kong. He stuffed the detoxification pill into Yin Qingwen's mouth and found a glass of water for her to swallow, and poured his own true energy into Yin Qing's body to help her absorb and digest the drug properties of the detoxification pill. Zhou Hao's blood can cure hundreds of poisons. Even this number 4 is no exception. It didn't take long for Yin Qing's face to recover a little roundness. Although she had fallen into a coma and hadn't woken up yet, Zhou Hao had cut her pulse and knew that she was no longer in serious trouble. However, even if Yin Qing was out of danger, Zhou Hao was still afraid that she would become addicted to this heroin. After all, although his blood could detoxify, he didn't know if he could get rid of the addiction. Thinking that it was Du Fenghai and Fei Yunfang who were trying to control Yin Qing with drugs and just wanted to violate Yin Qing, Zhou Hao's anger rose instead of falling. He cautiously put Yin gently on the wooden sofa over there to lie down, and then came to Fei Yunfang, who was acupointed. Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes full of evil spirits, Fei Yunfang trembled in fear, his teeth fought. And Zhou Hao's voice also blew like a cold winter wind. Dragons have scales, and they will die if they touch them. In fact, Zhou Hao did not seal Jiang Song's dumb acupuncture point, but in the face of Zhou Hao's murderous aura, Jiang Song couldn't say a word, so he could only make a chuckle sound from his throat. The sound of fear of death. Seeing Zhou Hao squatted and grabbed both of Jiang Song's ankles, Jiang Song fell down with a hard pull. Zhou Hao clung to his ankle and slammed it against the wall next to him. Jiang Song, who was 100 kilograms, was as weightless as a paper man in Zhou Hao's hands. His whole body slammed into the wall sideways. Pop! The sound of the collision between the flesh and the wall resounded through the entire rental house. Under Zhou Hao's tremendous strength, the whole room shook suddenly. The outer wall also fell off a large piece, and Jiang Song felt that he was all over. All of his bones were broken, and it was very painful, like a saw. At this moment, he wished that he could faint, but the piercing pain on his whole body made his consciousness clearer. He also felt that Zhou Hao was still holding his ankle and was lifting it up, obviously to throw yourself to the ground. Don't. Jiang Song just had time to say this word. and the whole person was thrown up by Zhou Hao like a quilt. Then Zhou Hao slammed to the ground, and Jiang Song hit the ground with his back down. He only felt a loud bang in his mind, and he completely lost consciousness before his eyes. Seeing Jiang Song, who was hit to the ground and his entire head exploded, Zhou Hao let go of his ankle and turned to Du Fenghai, who was leaning against the corner and couldn't get up. Just now, Du Fenghai was hit by Zhou Hao with a punch and hit the wall. The bones all over his body seemed to fall apart. He couldn't get up at all, and Zhou Hao's lower jaw was completely broken, and he couldn't make a sound. Seeing his two friends dying tragically under Zhou Hao's hands, Du Fenghai's wide-open eyes were full of fear. Looking at Zhou Hao, who was constantly approaching him, he felt like a demon crawling out of hell. Zhou Hao walked up to him, stretched out his hand to grab Du Fenghai's collar, grabbed him, and stared at Du Fenghai face to face. Zhou Hao's voice was extremely cold, and it could make people scalp numb. "For your dad's sake, I have already given you a chance. But you don't know how to cherish, and you treat me gently like this." Seeing the fear in Du Fenghai's eyes, Zhou Hao sneered. "But don't worry, I won't kill you. If you just kill you like this, it will be too cheap for you." He slammed Du Fenghai hard. Hai fell heavily to the ground, causing Du Fenghai to be injured on the spot and couldn't get up. However, Zhou Hao slowly raised his right foot and stepped heavily on Du Fenghai's left knee. Seeing that the rental house shook again, Zhou Hao's right foot literally stepped on the floor, leaving a deep footprint, and Du Fenghai's left foot seemed to be run over by a wheel. Similarly, the knees are completely flat, and the legs and calves are completely separated. Wu dash! Du Fenghai's jaw bones were shattered, and he could only make this scream like a dog barking, and his eyes opened wide and tears continued to flow. Zhou Hao showed no mercy to him, and then raised his right foot and suddenly stepped on his right knee. Wu dash! The ground shook again, and Zhou Hao squashed Du Fenghai's right knee. The severe pain that caused Du Fenghai's body to twitch. In order to prevent him from passing out of pain, Zhou Hao deliberately instilled a trace of real energy on him to keep him conscious. With his legs abolished, Du Fenghai's face was pale, not half bloody, and a thick layer of sweat was on his forehead. However, Zhou Hao hadn't planned to let him go, and grabbed Du Fenghai's shoulders with one hand. The 10 fingers tightened slowly, and he heard the cracking sound of the gregile bones, and his shoulder blades were completely crushed by Zhou Hao. "Chuck, chuck!" Du Fenghai's throat made a desperate voice, and he lay down on the ground. His shoulder blades were all broken, his arms were completely useless, plus his legs. From then on, he could only crawl on the ground like a snake pan. Looking at the terrible Du Fenghai, Zhou Hao's anger finally subsided. Looking back at Yin Qingming, Zhou Hao felt lucky to see that she was still in a coma and didn't wake up. Fortunately, Yin Qing didn't see this miserable situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know if she would be afraid of herself. Psychological. Looking around, I saw a mess of blood in this rental house. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, then took out his mobile phone and dialed Wen Xiangdong's number. "Uncle Wen, can you get number 4 heroin? It doesn't need too much, 50 grams is enough." "Well, that way. You let it be brought to the side of Huangshe Street, which is Du Fenghai's rental house. I am waiting here." Du Fenghai, who was lying on the ground unable to move, already understood that Zhou Hao was going to blame himself, but now he didn't care anymore. But the tears kept pouring out of his eyes, running across his face and falling to the ground. Soon, a man came to the rental house, but it was Wen Xiangdong's man who sent Zhou Hao heroin. This man has been under Wen Xiangdong for many years, and he can be considered bloody, but as soon as he came to the door, he was frightened by the scene inside, which resembled the Shura slaughterhouse. He trembled and couldn't help backing back. "Don't be afraid, these are all people." Zhou Hao walked out of the room. The blood on his hands was also washed away. Seeing Zhou Hao, the man knew that he killed those inside. The young and handsome man in front of him had such cruel methods that the people who had been in the underworld for more than 10 years couldn't help feeling chills. He suppressed the horror in his heart and said with a astringent throat, Are you Mr. Zhou?" "Yeah." Zhou Hao nodded. "Uncle Wen sent you, right? What about the things I want?" The man tremblingly took out a packet of white powder from his carrying bag and handed it to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took the bag of white powder and knew that this was number 4 heroin. The purity was very high. He said, "Thank you. After you go back, You will tell Uncle Wen that I will pay him the money. Okay. Now, the police will come later, so hurry up. Then I'll go first, Mr. Zhou. After that, the man left immediately. Zhou Hao took the pack of and returned to the house. So he found a handkerchief to erase the fingerprints he had left on the heroin, and then put in an iron can in the house. Then he dialed Stuart's phone and asked him to send police and ambulances. The police and ambulances came soon, and those policemen were shocked when they saw the rental house. These police officers with years of criminal investigation experience were also shocked by the death of Jiang Song and Fei Yunfang. There was also a deep fear in Xiang Zhouhao's eyes. Just listen to Zhou Hao picking up Yin gently and said to the police faintly, "These people kidnapped my family and forcibly injected drugs into my family. You can search here. There should be drugs." After that, he gently walked to the ambulance downstairs with Yin, who had not yet woken up. Yin Qingming was quickly sent to the hospital, and Yin Tong and Lu Shiping immediately received the news and rushed over. Since Wang Shijuan was going to Hong Kong with Zhou Hao in a few days, he took advantage of this time to go back to her grandparents to visit the old man, and by the way, to tell the old man that he had made a profit in the exam. So Wang Shijuan was not in Xiangqing at this time. When Yin Tong and Lu Shiping rushed over, the doctors were giving Yin a gentle examination, and Zhou Hao was also with them in the ward. "What's wrong? Isn't it okay?" Yin Tong and Lu Shiping asked nervously. "It should be okay." The expression on Zhou Hao's face was also very worried. "Xiao Hao, what happened? How could it be like this?" Yin Tong asked. Zhou Hao told about Du Fenghai's kidnapping Yin Qingqing and injecting her with drugs. Yin Tong is usually a good-tempered person, but now he heard that Du Fenghai murdered his niece in this way. Live hate, itching silver teeth. At this time, the female doctor who checked Yin gently said, "The patient is no longer a serious problem. You said that the patient was injected with heroin, but we did not find any drug ingredients in the patient's body." Zhou Hao replied, "Because I have already detoxified her before, doctor, my biggest concern, will she develop a psychological addiction?" What he worries most is that after helping Yin gently eliminate the poison, she, like those who come out of the drug rehabilitation center. Physical addiction is quit, but psychological addiction is not eliminated, and in the future, they will repeatedly return to the embrace of drugs. If it is forcibly injected and can be detoxified immediately, the patient will not have time to develop a psychological addiction. The female doctor said, "But it is not absolutely certain. I suggest that the patient be hospitalized for observation." "Well, so be it." Zhou Hao nodded. "Hao Xiao Hao Xiao Hao." At this moment, Yan's weak voice came over. Zhou Hao, Yin Tong, and others immediately walked over to the hospital bed and saw that Yin Qing hadn't woken up yet, but he seemed to be having a nightmare, and they kept whispering to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao quickly grabbed Yin Qing's hand and said softly to her, "Cousin Qing, I'm here, Xiao Hao is here." As if feeling Zhou Hao by his side, Yin Qing's face returned to calm, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, which seemed very peaceful. Seeing this situation, Lu Shiping only thought that Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing were just sisters and brothers, but Yin Tong, who knew their inner relationship, knew that they were in love with each other, and he couldn't help but hesitate. Is it true? Shouldn't they be separated? "Doctor, when will my cousin wake up?" Zhou Hao asked the female doctor. The female doctor replied, "She was just frightened, and there is nothing serious about her body. I believe she will wake up soon. You don't need to worry." She looked at Zhou Hao and Yin Tong and said, "Yes, if it is convenient. You should pay the medical expenses and hospitalization fees first. If you don't have that much cash, you can pay some first." "I'll go," Lu Shiping said, and left the ward with the female doctor. Zhou Hao sat on the chair next to the bed, placing Yin Qing's jade hand on his palm, and at the same time, he felt Yin Qing's hand unconsciously grasping himself. Seeing Yin Qing's peaceful and quiet face, Zhou Hao felt pity in his heart, and he couldn't help but stretched out his hand and gently stroked her face with the back of his hand. But seeing Yin Qingqing's slender and delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Hao said excitedly, "Cousin Gently, are you awake?" Yin Qing opened his eyes dimly and saw Zhou Hao's handsome facial features appear in front of him. He couldn't help feeling a surprise in his heart, and at the same time he felt a deep sense of security. She only smiled, revealing two pitiful dimples. Xiao Hao, it's really you. Are you here to save me? Am I dreaming? Zhou Hao shook his head quickly. No, you are not dreaming. Xiao Hao really came. Yin Qingqing wanted to raise his hand to touch Zhou Hao, but felt weak. When Zhou Hao saw her frowning slightly, he felt very distressed. He immediately grabbed the jade hand on her side and pressed it to his face, and Yan's brows relaxed. She had a sore nose and smiled with a crying voice. I knew you would come, and I knew Xiao Hao would come. I always believed that. Cousin, don't worry. Xiao Hao will protect you forever. Zhou Hao also smiled. Hearing Zhou Hao's solemn promise, Yin Qingqing felt that her whole heart was about to be filled with happiness. Her fingers lightly traversed Zhou Hao's staunch face, and her eyes were like water. Let me take a good look at you. Look, see, I'll be willing to watch for the rest of my life. Zhou Hao smiled and grabbed her jade hand and kissed the back of her hand. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a soft cough made Zhou Hao and both of them shocked. Oops, forget that mom is still here. Zhou Hao only woke up at this time. Not to mention that Yin Qing just woke up and didn't know it. Even he just forgot just because he focused all his attention on Yin Qing. His mother Yin Tong is still in the ward. Yin Qing on the bed also saw Yin Tong standing there at this time, with a startled expression on her face, and he whispered, Annie. She wanted to withdraw the hand held by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao tightened a little and did not let go. Ah. Yin Tong sighed slightly, and just saw how the little lovers are close to each other. Even if she is a hard-hearted person, she can't bear to separate them, let alone she is not that kind of person. Mom, I'm sorry. Zhou Hao faced Yin Tong, but lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, but his brows showed the determination to admit his mistakes and take responsibility. Yin Tong said softly, You have been very stubborn since you were young, just like your father. Suddenly remembering that Zhou Hao didn't like to mention her father, she said again, Now you are like this. What should I do? The meaning is how Zhou Hao and Yin Qing should deal with Li Rulin and Wang Shijuan. Seeing Yin Tong blaming Zhou Hao, Yin Qing wanted to sit up and defended Zhou Hao at the same time. Auntie, it's all about Xiao Hao's business. It's all my fault. It was me who seduced Xiao Hao. Aunt, don't blame him. When she said the word seduce, she pressed her lower lip tightly, as if it were an unruly behavior. Yin Tong couldn't help but laughed and cursed. You Nizi are really shameless. You even seduce you. Auntie, Yin Qingyan drooped her head down, a deep guilt on her face. Zhou Hao sat on the edge of the bed and supported Yin Qingqing, frowning at Yin Tong. Mom, the cousin just woke up. Don't blame her like that. It's not you, brat. Otherwise I and Gentle can use it like this? Yin Tong glared at him. Aunt, it's not Xiao Hao's fault. Yin Tong shook her head. Oh, I don't know what kind of drug this stinky kid has given you so that you can protect him like this. She looked at Yin Qingqing and said sternly, Gently, if you are with this stinky kid together, you will be wronged. You have to think clearly. This is a lifetime matter. Realizing that Yin Tong's words seemed to agree with him and Zhou Hao, Yin Tong was pleasantly surprised, and at the same time nodded, and said softly, I'm not afraid, as long as Xiao Hao has me in his heart. I can don't be named. What? Yin Tong looked at Yin Qingqing in amazement. Even Zhou Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yin Qing to abandon such an important thing for herself. Then Yin Tong asked Yin gently, do you know something? By the way, your relationship with Shijuan is so good. She must have told you. Seeing Yin Tong's reaction, Zhou Hao knew that although she had read Yin Qing's diary, she obviously did not read it all, so she didn't know that Yin Qing had already known about herself and Wang Shijuan. Mom, cousin Shi, you go out for me first. I want to talk to him gently. Yin Tong interrupted Zhou Hao, then pushed Zhou Hao out of the ward and closed the door. Zhou Hao stood in front of the ward in a daze, muttering to himself, It's not necessary. I just wanted to use his superhuman hearing to secretly listen to what Yin Tong and Yin Qing were saying in the ward, the hand held in his arms. The phone rang at this time, and when he picked it up, it was Sito Li. Xiao Hao, you killed the two men in the rental house on Yellowstone Street, right? Sito Li cracked his head. Zhou Hao didn't have the need to deny. Yes, they want to threaten the safety of my family, so I killed them. Just listen to Sito Li complaining. Even if it's a legitimate defense, you don't need to be so heavy. You kill it. Why do you want to ravage people like this? It will have a great impact. If it is known by the outsiders, it's hard for me to do it. Anyway, it's not an unjust, false, or wrongful case. It has little impact, and I know Uncle Situ you have a way to block these news. If it is Zhou Hao in the previous life, let alone murder, he would not even dare to kill the dog. But now, he not only possesses peerless martial arts, but also gains momentum, and the repressed kind of cruelty in his heart is also stimulated. Sometimes he even sighed that life is really not the same thing in the eyes of some people. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was not the kind of person who would indiscriminately kill innocents for his own selfish desires. His cruelty was aimed at people who provoke him, just like the three of Du Fenghai and Jiang Song this time. They really pulled out their inverse scales. Then I heard Situ Li say, "By the way, that Du Fenghai has been sent to the hospital. You really hate you. He is completely useless now, so he can only lie on the bed in the future." Also, in their rental house, they found here has exceeded 50 grams, and the heaviest one can be sentenced to death. If you can't be sentenced to death, don't sentence it to death. Let's sentence it to life. Zhou Hao said. The reason why he didn't put so much was because he was afraid that too much would cause Du Fenghai to be directly sentenced to death. Hai's current situation, even if it relieved him, Zhou Hao would naturally not do it. Sure enough, Situ Li said, "Your heart is so dark. He looks like this, and he is afraid that he will die in prison. He dared to hit my family with his idea. Such punishment is not excessive," Zhou Hao said coldly. Also, Uncle Situ, don't let him die in prison. He was hungry and gave him food. He was ill and asked the doctor to see him. I want him to live 100 years in it. I will be responsible for all the expenses. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Situ Li over there also shivered in his heart. He said, "Xiao Hao, although I am the chief of the Public Security Bureau, these things are not very suitable after all. I recently heard that Uncle Gao will be transferred to the province in a while, and you are likely to take over as the mayor of Uncle Gao after he leaves Xianqing." Zhou Hao said suddenly. As for the Uncle Gao, in his words, it is Gao Jingyi's father, Gao Holu, the current mayor of Xianqing City. Situ Li was taken aback for a while, and couldn't help asking, "How did you know?" But as soon as the words were spoken, he knew it. Zhou Hao is now a hardcore member of the Zhao family. Zhao Dingzhou is a general of the Zhao family. The network of relations in Guangdong is also extremely large and close. It is not difficult for Zhou Hao to know these news, and he also caught the meaning of Zhou Hao's words. Although he was not selected as the candidate to succeed the mayor of Xianqing City because of the Zhao family, it is estimated that the help of the Zhao family is indispensable. It must be the Zhao family's own, and Zhou Hao's the relationship did so. Thinking about this, Situ Li immediately knew that Zhou Hao was the big tree he wanted to embrace. With Zhou Hao's support, even if he might not be the mayor, at least the Zhao family would not secretly give stumble yourself. So Situ Li quickly said, "Xiao Hao, your business is Uncle Situ's business. This matter is okay." Then thank you, Uncle Situ. Zhou Hao knew that Situ Li had captured his meaning, so he deliberately thanked him. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hao thought in his heart that this time Du Fenghai's matter was a reminder to himself. There are a lot of women around me, but I can't protect them by myself. If I am not around them, it would be bad if they are in danger. It looks like I'm looking for some bodyguards, Zhou Hao said to himself. Due to network failure, the update is late, please understand. In fact, as a bodyguard, the best people are trained. Zhou Hao's ideal candidates are those veterans, and the best is the veterans of special forces. Zhou Hao has a very close relationship with the military, so he wanted to ask Zhao Dingzhou for help. Thinking of doing it, he immediately called Zhao Dingzhou. "Brother Zhao, do you have any retired special forces?" Zhou Hao asked straightforwardly. Zhao Dingzhou said, "Of course there are, but our military usually arranges for them to change jobs." "Why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing. I have encountered some things recently. Some people covet my family, and I can't always be with them, so I want to find someone to protect them," Zhou Hao said. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Dingzhou also understood. In fact, many wealthy individuals have the habit of hiring retired military personnel as bodyguards. Individuals who have relations and means even hire active military personnel, and the military personnel they hire not only confined to the country. Some famous foreign troops, such as the U.S. Marine Corps, will be invited. Zhao Dingzhou smiled at Zhou Hao and said, now that his pockets are thicker, please ask a few people to follow along. Zhou Hao smiled. I am not a problem myself, but my family is the most important thing. Brother Zhao, can you give me some use? Don't worry, I will definitely not treat them badly. Most of those who have retired have already been arranged to change jobs, and it is not appropriate to transfer you to be a bodyguard, Zhao Dingzhou said. But I happen to have a group of people who are going to retire, and I haven't arranged a good job change. Or you come and see? Good. Zhou Hao smiled. He thought to himself that the woman next to him, Zhao Yuqin, was Zhao Rixin's daughter, and the people who protected her were all the logistics personnel known as masters in Okinawa. Yang Jiabao himself was born in a family of martial arts, and his skills are also very good. As long as he doesn't meet a master, there is no problem. Therefore, in addition to Yin Tong and Lu Shiping, there are Yin Qingqing, Wang Shijuan, Situ Jianying, Li Ruolin, Su Lin, and Liang Xiaobing besides Yin Tong and Lu Shiping. And there are female soldiers around Liang Xiaobing to protect. After talking to Zhao Dingzhou, the door of Yin Qingming's ward just opened, and Yin Tong walked out of it. Before Zhou Hao had time to speak, Yin Tong gave him a hard blow. Mom, what are you doing? Zhou Hao felt aggrieved at the place where Yin Tong had knocked on him. Yin Tong glared at him. You stinky boy, really a blessing accumulated in the last life. Alas, what a gentle girl is, it will be ruined in your hands. In her eyes, half of it was filled with emotion. Half is joy. Seeing the joy in her eyes, Zhou Hao knew that she had agreed with her and Yin Qing. Then Yin Tong said, Tell me gently that she already knew about you and Shijuan. In order not to affect your feelings, she plans to keep her feelings in her heart. Maybe she won't tell them all her life. Alas, you can't get a marriage certificate even if you want to. So you just say that as long as you can be by your side, you don't need any status. She sighed. I'm so bitter. Why is it carried in your hands? What? Mom, your cousin became your daughter-in-law. You should be happy, right? Zhou Hao glanced at Yin Tong. Yin Tong stared at Zhou Hao. Listen to me, and treat it gently. If you let me know that you bullied her, I know, Mom. It's too late for me to hurt her. So how could I bully her? Zhou Hao said with a smile, then opened the door and walked in. But Yin Tong stayed outside the room and did not follow up. Thinking of Li Ruolin and Wang Shijuan, he said to himself, the fortune teller really said it well. This child is destined to be ridden with peach blossoms. The bamboo basket was empty. She used Zhou Hao's time to find a fate master before. The master said that Zhou Hao was destined to be surrounded by peach blossoms in this life. Now Yin Tong's words to the master are true. I am convinced. After that, the female doctor checked Yin Qing's body again and confirmed that Yin Qing did not have any mental addiction, which made Zhou Hao relieved. Then Zhou Hao left the hospital and went to the military area to find Zhao Dingzhou. It happened to be noon when he arrived in the military area, so Zhao Dingzhou asked Zhou Hao to accompany him to lunch. I heard that you are going to Beijing to see the old man in a few days. Zhao Dingzhou smiled at Zhou Hao. Yes. Zhou Hao put a piece of chicken into his mouth. By the way, Brother Zhao, how was the Japanese who I gave to Brother Lu last time? Did your military ask anything from him? What Zhou Hao said was the Japanese named Crow, who attacked Nanami Keru last time. Zhao Dingzhou nodded. We have already asked. He is a high-level backbone of the anti-China forces. Last time Lao Zhu and their yellow spring water was taken away by this guy. Fortunately, they did not crack the composition of the yellow spring water. The old Zhu he referred to was the commander of the Nanjing military region and Zhu Yongquan, who was a protege of Zhao Rixin. The one that disintegrated this time was one of them. Zhou Hao already knew about the anti-China attitude of the Mitsui Consortium. Even Keru Nankai, the executive director of Mitsui Bank, used conspiracy and tricks against China one after another. Therefore, Zhou Hao was not surprised that the Mitsui Consortium secretly supported anti-China forces. The Mitsui Consortium is so blatant, we have decided to take measures. Zhao Dingzhou sneered. The central government has issued confidential documents to crack down on the Mitsui Consortium's domestic enterprises. However, the Mitsui Consortium has great financial power, and there are many companies with the top 500 strength. Zhou Hao frowned. It should not be easy to hit them. Zhao Dingzhou smiled and said, This is of course, and the Mitsui Consortium has a very close relationship with the Japanese government. The government is basically their spokesperson. If they really want to move them, the involvement will be very wide. And this time, we will not be hit. Hope to hurt their roots, just as a warning to let them converge, knowing that we are not as good as soft persimmons. Speaking of this, Zhou couldn't help but think of Karu Nanami and the Heike Karu who she had once disguised. Okay, let me take you to see those special forces. Zhao Dingzhou wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to Zhou. So he took Zhou to a playground in the south of the military area, where more than 20 special forces stood upright, not afraid of the violent afternoon sun. Just by looking at the spirit of these people, Zhou knew that they were all elite figures in the army. If they let go of their hands and feet, they would be a killing machine. And they still have a restrained and unassuming murderous aura in them, which should have been cultivated from the arduous tasks again and again. Accompanied by Zhao Dingzhou, and Zhou was a lieutenant colonel in his 30s who was also the commander of these special forces. When the three came in front of these special forces, the lieutenant colonel yelled, "Stand at attention." The bodies of these special forces straightened immediately, and the lieutenant colonel shouted, "Stop." The special forces looked ahead and shouted to Zhao Dingzhou in a uniform manner, "Hello, Chief." Seeing these energetic special forces, Zhou also secretly admired him, and Zhao Dingzhou also said, "Everyone, I know you are about to retire, but due to various reasons, many people have not yet arranged their careers." Hearing Zhao Dingzhou's words, these special forces also showed some worry on their originally stern faces. Although they are special forces, they are better than ordinary soldiers, but without a strong relationship and background, it is not easy to transfer to a good position, and it is even more difficult to transfer to a government department or state-owned enterprise. After all, the number of places is limited. And Zhao Dingzhou said again, "But today I give you another option besides changing jobs. This is my brother Zhou. He wants to hire some people from you to protect his family." Those special forces immediately turned their attention to Zhou. In fact, they also knew that many of their comrades retired and served as private bodyguards under some wealthy men. This is also a way out. Not to mention being a wealthy bodyguard, the salary is very good. It's better than being a security guard. Looking at these special forces, Zhou also said, "As long as I meet my requirements, I can get a monthly salary of up to 10,000 yuan, and all board and lodging are covered." These special forces were also shocked when they heard it, because even if they changed jobs to government departments or state-owned enterprises, they couldn't get a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Even for those comrades who were bodyguards for the rich, the highest salary was 7,000 or 8,000. But Zhou added, "By the way, I'm talking about US dollars. As long as it meets my requirements, the maximum monthly salary is 10,000 US dollars, and the minimum is 3,000 US dollars. There will be additional bonuses." When Zhou said this, not only the special soldiers, but also Zhao Dingzhou and the lieutenant colonel looked at Zhou in surprise. In terms of salary alone, Zhao Dingzhou does not have $10,000 a month. Of course, this is only based on the purely unified national salary. The lieutenant colonel looked at Zhou's gaze a little bit fiercely. Seeing what he meant, he also wanted to retire as a bodyguard for Zhou. However, as the saying goes, only those who meet my requirements will be hired. Zhou said, "As long as I can survive 2 tricks under my hands, I can get a monthly salary of 10,000 US dollars. Hearing Zhou's words, the first impression of these special forces standing together neatly was that they were not ashamed. They are all brave men who have experienced many battles, and all kinds of skills such as fist and foot, firearms, lurking, tracking, and anti-tracking are all well-rounded. Even the famous Sonda champions are not their opponents. Now, this young man in his early 20s actually said that he can get the monthly salary of 10,000 yuan if he can survive 2 tricks under his hands. To them, it was simply an insult, and Zhou didn't look like a person with martial arts. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhao Dingzhou, waiting for his opinion. Just listen to Zhao Dingzhou saying, "Since he said so, if any of you wants to come out and try it." The lieutenant colonel also shouted, "Have you heard what the chief said? Whoever wants to come out and try it." The special soldiers looked around and saw a figure similar to Zhou in the back row. The 24-year-old men came out more and more. They walked upright in front of Zhao Dingzhou and the lieutenant colonel and said, "Reporting chief, I want to try." Zhao Dingzhou nodded. The man turned to face Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao also looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Do your best, or you will be injured." The man looked terrified and said loudly, "Thank you for your reminder, but our four companies will not underestimate the enemy under any circumstances." He stood opposite Zhou Hao and did not make any moves, so he stood still. There, his eyes fixed on Zhou Hao like eagle eyes, as if looking for flaws in Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also didn't take it seriously. He quietly paid attention to the special soldier who came out to try. He found that the special soldier had a kind of condensed power. Although it was not public, once it broke out, it was amazing. Those special forces looked at the two men with a somewhat positive attitude in their hearts, because the person who went out was called Lehu, who was the strongest among them, and he had won the combat competition in the military in South China. Champion, you must know that the fighting competitions in this army are very different from those outside. All the soldiers participating in the competition are real, and there are no fakes. If they are not strong enough, they are likely to be seriously injured in the competition. Huh. Hearing Lehu's shout, the body that had been standing there suddenly burst into flames and rushed towards Zhou Hao like a lion beating a rabbit, and the condensed and restrained aura suddenly exploded. Zhou Hao secretly admired that Lehu had already achieved a quiet virginity like a rabbit. I saw Thunder Tiger's right fist pushed flat, they tightened, and the knuckles protruded from the fist, a bit like a Feng Yan fist. And the place he attacked was Zhou Hao's throat core. For ordinary people, the throat core was one of the most vulnerable places on the body. Once he was hit hard, he would immediately lose his ability to resist. This is the ultimate move that special forces use to deal with the enemy. In many cases, a special force is a must-kill move when it strikes, unless the enemy needs to be captured alive. And Thunder Tiger's current move is also a must-kill attack, much more powerful than that of Muay Thai, which is known for its cruelty. It can be seen that he did not keep his hands. Within a few breaths, Lehu's fist had already reached the front of Zhou Hao's neck. Seeing that his knuckles were about to hit Zhou Hao's throat, there was a faint whistling sound in the air. However, Zhou Hao raised his left hand before his neck, opened his palm, and grasped Thunder Tiger's fist. Zhou Hao's hand sank along the way, and the right arm carrying Thunder Tiger also sank suddenly. At the same time, Zhou Hao's other hand was already like a crane's beak, and it pierced Lehu's ribs. Lehu has been practicing martial arts in the army for many years, and has experienced countless actual combat. As soon as Zhou Hao shot, he knew that the young man in front of him was really unfathomable, and he was far from his opponent. However, even though he knew he was inferior to Zhou Hao, in the face of Zhou Hao's tricky attack, Thunder Tiger still did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and fisted against Zhou Hao's crane with another hand that was not restrained. Mouth. When the two fists collided, Thunder Tiger felt a burning pain in his fists, but it finally resolved Zhou Hao's move. At the same time, Lehu's whole body turned over in a volley, using the force of rotation to draw his fist back from Zhou Hao's grip, and kicked his feet, blowing towards Zhou Hao like a gust of wind. Zhou Hao sank slightly and struck out his stride, raised his hands flat, and hit the ankle kicked by Thunder Tiger, causing Thunder Tiger's body in the air to roll back involuntarily. And seeing Zhou Hao supporting with his left foot, the whole person made a backspin kick was hitting Thunder Tiger's chest. I saw Thunder Tiger fell to the ground several meters away like a ruined shoe, with a trace of blood spilling from his mouth and nose. However, after breathing for a while on the ground, he got up again with difficulty, and there was still a strong sense of war in his eyes looking at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao smiled. "Well, the two tricks have passed. You can still get up. You have passed the level. If you want, I will officially hire you to be my family's bodyguard, with a monthly salary of 10,000 US dollars. There will be bonuses." Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Lehu sighed for a long time. The war intent in his eyes disappeared completely, and the whole person sank down on the ground and gasped for breath. Dare to love, just now he was completely dependent on his tenacious will to stand up again. However, this tenacious will is also a kind of strength. In many cases, willpower is more important than physical strength. The rest of the special forces were already stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that Zhou Hao's skill was so strong, and only used 2 moves to knock down the strongest of them, and it seemed that he still had room for it. However, Seeing that Thunder Tiger has already received the monthly salary of $10,000, although other people know that they are not as capable as Thunder Tiger, it is inevitable that they have an urge to try. Zhou Hao made a pleased gesture to them and said with a smile, "Everyone can try. As long as they can survive the 2 tricks under my hand, they can get a monthly salary of $10,000. In less than half an hour, all these more than 20 special forces had walked around under Zhou Hao. However, there are very few people who can survive Zhou Hao's 2 moves like Thunder Tiger, and there are only 5 of Thunder Tiger, and most of the others can only survive Zhou Hao's hand. Those who can survive Zhou Hao can get a monthly salary of $5,000, and the rest are only $3,000. Xiao Hao, do you want to invite all the special forces here?" Zhao Dingzhou looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. Zhou Hao nodded. "Yes, not only do my family need bodyguards, but my company also needs some security personnel." With more and more family businesses in his hands, he will naturally encounter all kinds of forces. The military has a very good relationship, but some people who don't know good or bad will find their faults, and they always need their own strength to protect the company's property. However, the minimum wage for these special forces is $3,000, which is more than 20,000 yuan if converted into RMB, which is better than going to government departments or state-owned enterprises. And there are bonuses at the end of the year, so they are all willing to work for Zhou Hao. "Leihu, when will you be able to retire?" Zhou Hao asked Leihu these 5 people who could survive his 2 moves. Now, the 5 Thunder Tigers are convinced of Zhou Hao's martial arts, and only listen to Leihu said, "A week later, we will officially retire, and then we will be able to go to work." Zhou Hao nodded, then looked at Zhao Dingzhou. "Brother, can they still be equipped with guns after they retire?" Zhao Dingzhou glared at him. "Of course not. If you retired, you will not be an official soldier. Where else can you equip them with guns? However, if you want them to equip them, I can get them some license plates." The Thunder Tigers were also very surprised when they heard this, because almost all of them were sleeping with guns in their arms. If they didn't have a gun, they would feel awkward. "Well, you can come to me in a week." After saying that, Zhou Hao gave his business card to Thunder Tiger and the others. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dingzhou, Zhou Hao left the military area and drove back to Shanqing. Yan Qingming was still in the hospital, and Zhou Hao just had time to eat with her after he returned. Yan Qing's watery face appeared in his mind, and Zhou Hao felt that his heart was also very soft. At this moment, the phone rang. "Big pervert, where are you now?" It was Yang Jiabao's voice. Before Zhou Hao and Yang Jiabao called, she had finished the college entrance examination, and it was within a few days to release the list. Now she called. Zhou Hao knew that the college entrance examination results must be released, and Yang Jiabao was hiding it. The joyful tone is obviously a good result. He knew that Yang Jiabao's volunteer was Tsinghua University, so he smiled and said, "I'm here in Shanqing. Your college entrance examination results should come out, right? How are you doing?" "Hee, it's more than 30 points higher than the admission score of Tsinghua University." Yang Jiabao's voice was very lively, as if it were crisp notes jumping out of the microphone. "Haha, it's so amazing." Zhou Hao also smiled. He knew that to get this score, it was no longer as simple as just studying, and the psychological quality and resilience must be excellent. In his previous life, he studied hard for more than 10 years, and after countless hard work, he was finally admitted to Fudan University. So in terms of reading, he still can't compare with Yang Jiabao. "I'm going to have summer vacation. When will you come to see me?" Yang Jiabao asked expectantly. Zhou Hao felt a headache as soon as he heard this. He couldn't stand alone. "Jiabao, I'm sorry. I have to go to Beijing in 2 days, and then to Hong Kong, so I can't accompany you." "Are you going to Beijing?" Yang Jiabao said. "That's right. Anyway, I want to go to Tsinghua University to study. I'll go with you." On this day, Zhou Hao carried Yin Qingqing to Huayu Village. On the one hand, he was looking at the Tianhe Beverage Company's factory in Huayu Village. On the other hand, he and Yin Qing were visiting Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. "This is also Yin Qingqing. I went back for the first time after coming out of Huayu Village. The sky outside is clear and blue, and melodious music is playing in the car. Yin Qingming is wearing simple light blue crop jeans and a plain white t-shirt with a teddy bear pattern, which is simple and lively. Especially when I was alone with Zhou Hao, every minute and every second was happy. In a happy mood, Yin Qingqing couldn't help but hum to the singing in the car. And Zhou Hao in the driver's seat looked at his beautiful and kind cousin with a smile, and felt very pleasing to the eye. Thanks to Zhou Hao's investment and the construction of the engineering team under Fan Liza, the road from Huayu Village to the outside has been repaired, and a white flat cement road leads directly to Huayu Village like Kongzhuang Avenue. When he came to Huayu Village, Zhou Hao saw that on the left side of the village were the villagers' scattered houses, and on the right side was a new building complex. In that building complex, on both sides are large workshops. In the middle is a 6-story building with offices and laboratories, and an 8-story residential building at the back is a dormitory for plant workers. This is the factory building of Tianhe Company in Huayu Village. There are more than a dozen trucks parked at the gate, and boxes of mountain spring water are constantly coming in and out. Zhou Hao turned the steering wheel and turned the car to the factory. I saw a young man wearing a blue security uniform walking out of the guard pavilion at the gate. First he saluted Zhou Hao from a distance, but he was also very upright, and he seemed to have served in the army. Zhou Hao stopped the car and lowered the glass window, and saw the security leaning over and asking him, "Mister, this is the Huayu branch of Tianhe Beverage Company, Limited. Can I help you?" "I'm Zhou Hao. Is your director Dai here?" "You can tell him," Zhou Hao said with a smile. The full name of the director Dai he referred to is Dai Zhanwang. He was originally the deputy director of a state-owned beverage factory in Guangzhou. He was a very capable person, but because he offended the leader of that factory, he has been suppressed. Zhao Yuqin got to know this man through friends, and after seeing him in person and inspecting him, he immediately dug him over to manage the factory in Huayu Village. Dai Zhanwang, who is in his 40s, originally planned to retire a deputy director with no real power in that state-owned beverage factory, but he did not expect to meet Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao, which gave him a stage to show off his talents. And he did not disappoint Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin, and took care of the factory buildings in Huayu Village. Zhou Hao had originally thought of letting Li Chufan be the factory manager here, but he also thought that he and Song Boqian and others were obsessed with development and research, afraid that they did not have the energy to manage things in the factory, nor were they the kind of people who were good at communication. So Zhou Hao gave up. The security guard obviously didn't know that Zhou Hao was the big boss here, but he said politely, "Good sir, please wait." After speaking, he returned to the guard booth and called the office. Yin Qingqing said to Zhou Hao, "I didn't expect that the quality of the security guards here is quite high. The security guards in some factories in Xiangqing are so fierce that they won't let you into their factories at all." Zhou Hao nodded. Most of the employees and security guards at the factory were hired locally in Songhua Yutsuan. The villagers here in Huayu Village are simple and kind, and guard themselves. Although their skills cannot be compared with those of the elite white-collar workers in the city, they are more than enough to serve as unskilled workers. Moreover, Zhou Hao's employment principle for employees has always been based on morality. If talents are not enough, they can be cultivated slowly, but morality must be passed. After a while, the security guard walked over quickly and said to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou, please come inside. Director Dai is inside, or I will take you in." Seeing Dai Zhanwang, Li Chufan and a few employees coming out of the office building towards him, Zhou Hao smiled to the security guard and said, "No, thank you. I can go in by myself. Also, the work is well done. I will talk to Director Dai." The security guard over the phone apparently knew Zhou Hao's identity, and after hearing his words, he showed a hint of joy and once again paid a military salute to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also nodded and smiled, and started the car and drove to the factory. There was a special parking lot in the factory building. When Zhou Hao parked the car and got out of the car with Yin Qing, Li Chufan and Dai Zhengzhou had already walked over. "Mr. Zhou, you are here. We have been waiting for you for a long time." Dai Zhanwang smiled at Zhou Hao. Although he is in his early 40s, he is healthy and vigorous. At this time, his smile to Zhou Hao is not a false respect, but a kind of gratitude. After all, it is because of Zhou Hao that he can meet the second spring of career. Li Chufan next to him also smiled and said, "Xiao Hao, the factory has been built for so long. This is your first time here." Ashamed, I've been running around during this period of time, and I haven't even looked at my own family business. Zhou Hao scratched his head and smiled. "Oh, by the way, uncle, this is my cousin Yin Qing. and this is also the case. I grew up in Yutsuan. Cousin, this is Uncle Lee, the head of our factory's technology development department. Hello, Uncle Lee. Yan Qingqing greeted Li Chufan gently and politely. And Li Chufan fell in love with this girl at first sight when he saw the simple and kind-hearted Yan Qingqing and smiled kindly. Okay, since it's Xiaohao's cousin, then we are also a family. Xiaohao, come, we take you in to see the factory buildings here. Okay. Zhou Hao nodded, and he and gently followed Dai Zhengzhou into the factory. The area of the factories on both sides is very large. Each of them is as big as 3 or 4 football fields. Zhou Hao and his party walked inside and saw rows of advanced production equipment neatly there, forming a highly automated production line. This set of production lines was purchased by Zhou Hao from the German SNH company with a huge amount of money. The workers in blue uniforms were all focused on controlling these production equipment, and their skilled movements did not show that they were still a villager who could only farm. Zhou Hao could see that at the end of the production line, bottles of packaged mountain spring water kept coming out, and some employees wearing masks immediately took a bottle to test whether the mountain spring water inside was up to standard. The factory directly draws the water from the spring in Huayu village, so production is very convenient. Dai Zhongwang also introduced to Zhou Hao. Our factory production is on track, and the daily output can reach 100,000 bottles, which are sold to various provinces in southern China. The sales department has also added a lot to us during this period. Orders. Now we have started a 24-hour 3-shift system, and the daily output can be increased to 150,000 bottles. Zhou Hao nodded. In fact, the Tianhe company still has an office in Guangzhou, mainly responsible for the sales, packaging, and publicity of Tianhe spring water. Like Tongguang Catering Company, the office there is rented 1 floor in Guangzhou City. In fact, with the scale of Tianhe, the plant in Huayu Village and the large-scale production base in Jingyu County have assets of more than 2 billion renminbi. It is entirely possible to build a commercial building independently in a big city as the company headquarters. However, Zhou Hao believes that Tianhe is still in its early stages of development, so it is better not to be so high-profile, so as not to become a big fan. It is more appropriate to show to the masses after Tianhe products successfully cover the national market. The large-scale production base in Jingyu County has not been built yet, and funds are still being invested. However, the benefits of the mountain spring water produced in Huayu Village are very good. Up to now, the total value of the mountain spring water produced in Huayu Village is 200 million yuan. Although the money is not comparable to the funds Zhou Hao spent on the laboratory. However, we can also see the strong development potential in this. I believe that in less than a year, Zhou Hao's several hundred million yuan invested in Huayu Village will be fully recovered. Then, Zhou Hao followed Li Chufan to visit the laboratory. I believe no one would want to know that there will be a very modern laboratory in this 6-story office building with a simple appearance. Some of the experimental equipment in it is not even comparable to a national research institute. Zhou Hao invested 100 million yuan in this laboratory at the beginning, and later on Li Chufan's suggestion, he added another 200 million yuan. Standing outside the large glass window and looking at the shining metal instruments and test tubes in the laboratory, Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. All of them are money. The equipment in this laboratory is almost worthy of assets. This whole plant is gone. The experimenters in the laboratory wearing sterile suits were not affected by the visitors outside at all, but they had the selfless research spirit of scientists. Our fruit orange has been perfected and can be launched at any time. Li Chufan said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao nodded and said, well, after the sales department has come up with the complete publicity plan, it can be officially launched on the market. By the way, Uncle Lee, I didn't say that in addition to fruit orange, do you need more follow-up products? How are you preparing? The beverage formula we developed before was already very good. Huayu Village is full of fruits, so it is not difficult to develop it. Li Chufan said. By the way, when it comes to Huayu Village, Madong Munin seems to have encountered some trouble. Is it troublesome? Zhou Hao frowned. Yanqing beside him also showed a worried look. After all, Yin Mudong and Yin Munin are all her close relatives. Since having certain assets, Zhou Hao has always supported the Yin family. First, he helped Yin Mudong become the head of Huayu Village, and then he set up a fruit wholesale company for them. Yin Munin took up 60% of the shares, and Yin Mudong had 40%. 90% of the various fruit trees in Huayu village, totaling more than 100,000 mu, were signed by the villagers to Tianhe, and the other were signed with Yin Munin and sold by Yin Munin's Southeast Fruit Wholesale Company. The fruits in Huayu village were good before, but they lost most of their value only because the roads were blocked. Now that Zhou Hao has built a road to the outside for Huayu village, it is equivalent to helping Huayu village open the outside market. Even if this Southeast Fruit Wholesale Company only purchased 10% of the fruits in Huayu village, it has already made Yin Mudong and Yin Munin a fortune. In addition, the Tianhe plant that supports the entire economy of Huayu village is also Zhou Hao made the Yin family's status rise in Huayu village. Just listen to Li Chufan said, speaking of this, it also has something to do with our Tianhe company. Recently, someone took a fancy to the fruit resources in Huayu village, so he wanted to buy them here. However, all the fruit farmers in Huayu village follow us. Tianhe or Southeast Wholesale Company signed the contract, and the purchase price of that person was ridiculously low. However, that person seemed to have a background. He came to discuss this matter with the village chief a few days ago, and he left a message after the agreement was not made. Come, I said that if he is not allowed to buy the fruits of Huayu village, he must make village chief Yin and Huayu village look good. Huh? Who is so arrogant? Zhou Hao snorted. Li Chufan said, the guy may see the scale of our factory, and he thought that we also have a backstage, so he didn't dare to hit the fruit growers who signed a contract with us. Instead, he went to find the rest who signed a contract with the Southeast Wholesale Company. Fruit grower. Hearing Li Chufan's words, Zhou Hao understood a little bit. The guy must have seen the road from Huayu village to the outside built. The so-called Lutong Kaidong, and the fruits in Huayu village are indeed good. Especially those lychees and longan must be very profitable to sell to other cities. So Zhou Hao sneered, huh? No one asks about being poor in the streets, and rich in the mountains have distant relatives. In the past, the roads in the village were impassable, and everyone didn't want to develop this place. Now when I build the road, want to grab food from my mouth. There is nothing so cheap in the world. Indeed, even the road in Huayu village was built by Zhou Hao at the expense of him. He can confidently say to others, I am driving this road. I planted this tree. I want to cross it and leave the money to buy the road. I don't know the specific situation very much. Xiao Hao, go to the village chief, Yin, and ask them. Li Chufan said. Zhou Hao nodded. I'm about to go back with my cousin to see my uncle and them. Uncle, then let's go first. Dai Zhanwang personally sent Zhou Hao and Yin gently to the parking lot. After Zhou Hao got into the car, he said to Zhou Hao, Mr. Zhou, you are welcome to visit again when you are free. Director Dai, you are doing a good job. The large factory building is well organized. It was a waste of you in the state-owned factory before. Zhou Hao smiled and said, I hope you don't disappoint my sister and me. Definitely, definitely. I have to thank Mr. Zhou and Ms. Zhao for their discerning eyes. Dai Zhanwang smiled. During this period of time, Zhao Yuqin has been in Beijing and Jingyu County, helping Zhou Hao to look at the production base under construction and remotely manage the sales of spring water in Tianhe, so Yin Qingqing didn't have a chance to meet. To her, from Yin Tong's mouth, Yin Qingqing knew that Zhao Yuqin was a very capable woman and helped Zhou Hao's family a lot. She has a very close relationship with Zhou Hao. Her father even recognized Zhou Hao as a godson. However, whenever Zhou Hao mentioned this elder sister, Yin Qing could always sensitively catch the gentleness that flashed in his eyes, just like when he looked at himself. So Yin Qingqing intuitively felt that the relationship between Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin was not a simple sibling relationship. However, even though there was a guess in her heart, Yin Qing did not say it, because she felt that Zhao Yuqin was so capable. It was Zhou Hao's right arm and right arm. Compared with herself, Zhao Yuqin was more suitable to be Zhou Hao's sage, internal assistance. Therefore, Yin Qing even regarded Zhao Yuqin, who had never met, as her goal. She vowed in her heart that she would work harder and try her best to relieve Zhou Hao's burden. Driving the car, Zhou Hao entered Huayu village. Unlike the last time he came here, a stone archway was built at the entrance of the village, with 3 large characters, Huayu village, written on it. Zhou Hao knew that this archway was also funded by Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. Entering from under the archway, the appearance of Huayu village did not change much, but Zhou Hao could see that the faces of the villagers outside were filled with joy, which made the atmosphere in the village very lively. That's the village chief's nephew Zhou Hao. That Tiana company belongs to him. My daughter is working inside. A few middle-aged women gathered outside and watched Zhou Hao slowly drive past. Ben's disgust. Last time he let people from the Wei family arrest him and made Yin Mudong our village head. Oh, Yin Mudong's family is just fine. They have such a nephew. My man said, their fruit company can make millions of dollars a year. But they also helped us in Huayu village as a whole. It was before Mr. Yin who encouraged us to plant fruit trees. Now the Tiana company has signed an agreement with us, and our fruits are not afraid that they will not be sold. My man also said that in 1 or 2 years, our family will be able to build a new house. Didn't it mean that the daughter of the Yin family did not marry well? Why did it suddenly happen? The road in our village was also repaired by the nephew of the Yin family. Last time I chatted with the worker who repaired the road, and he said to build a road. A highway of this size and this length would cost several hundred million, to say nothing. A few hundred million. I have never seen a few thousand yuan in cash. How much money should a few hundred million have? Don't worry about whether the daughter is married well or not. Anyway, the son of the other family is now sending out. If our family could have such a son, it would be great. I don't know if Zhou Hao has a girlfriend. I want to introduce our daughter to him. Hearing smart Zhou Hao heard the village women outside looking at him enviously while talking about themselves. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart, thinking that it really felt like returning home. Slowly coming to the door of Yan's house, Zhou Hao was also a little startled, because in the Yan's courtyard at this time, instead of the 2 simple 1-story bungalows, a 5-story independent bungalow was built. A rockery pond was also built in the yard, with some plants around it. Little trees, a Santana car is quietly parked in the open space of the yard. Yin Qing looked at it with a shocked expression, wondering in his heart that this is still not his home. At this moment, a pair of old people were helping each other and walking out of the bungalow, apparently thinking of taking a walk outside. Seeing them, Yin Qing finally made sure that this was her home, because the old couple were her grandparents and Zhou Hao's grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma. Zhou Hao got out of the car and greeted the 2 old people in the yard. Yo, Xiao Hao, gently, you are back. We still want to pick you up at the entrance of the village. Grandpa said with a smile. Zhou Hao also took out bags of supplements from the trunk of the car and walked in with Yin Qingqing. Grandma saw Zhou Hao coming in with a bag of things and couldn't help complaining. Oh, it's fine for you to come and see us, so there is no need to buy so many things. Zhou Hao and the others walked into the bungalow with their grandpa and grandma, and they saw that although the bungalow was not luxurious, it was also very beautiful. Grandpa said to Zhou Hao, Mudong is still in the village committee, and he won't be able to return until noon, while Mu Nan is on the 3rd floor. As he was talking, he saw Yin Munin coming down the stairs. When he saw Zhou Hao and Yin Qingtian, he was pleasantly surprised and quickened his pace and came to Zhou Hao and Yin Qingtian. Xiao Hao, Qingqing, you are all back. Come, let's go up. Xiao Hao, your aunt knows you are coming and made a lot of your favorite meals. You will taste it later at noon. Zhou Hao and Yin lightly smiled at each other. Looking at his father, Yin Qing lightly blushed suddenly, because she thought in her heart that now Yin Mudong is not just Zhou Hao's uncle, but from a certain angle, Yin Mudong is also Zhou Hao's father-in-law. When the family came to the lobby on the 3rd floor, Zhou Hao found that the room was equipped with TV, refrigerator, and other appliances. Seeing Zhou Hao looking around, Yin Munin smiled and said, This house was built recently, and it cost more than 500,000. The total area of this 5-story bungalow reached 1,000 square meters, and the cost of 500,000 has already been spent. It's cheap. Speaking of which, thank you, Xiao Hao. Last time you gave us so much money and helped us open the southeast. You said that wholesale fruit profit is very good. This is true. We got the fruit from the village. I bought it outside and made 2 or 3 million in a month. Now that the house is built, the car is also bought, and the eldest brother has also become the village head. All this is due to you, Xiao Hao. Yin Munin told Zhou Hao said, Uncle, don't say that. We are all a family and don't need to care about this. Zhou Hao said, Do I have the ability to watch your embarrassed life oppressively? Although money is important, but it's still far behind our family relationship. What Zhou Hao said made Yin Munin and her grandfather and grandmother burst into tears. They only heard the grandfather say, "A Tong can have a son like you. This life is worth it. Xiao Hao, you are much better than your father up." As soon as my grandpa's voice fell, the grandmother next to him lightly bumped him and whispered, "Good job. What are you doing with that person?" For grandparents' words, Zhou Hao could just not hear. Indeed, since childhood, Zhou Hao had only hatred for his father. On the one hand, he has never done the duty of being a father and a husband. On the other hand, he has done too much harm to Yin Tong. In his previous life, Yin Tong eventually died of terminal liver cancer. The direct cause was Zhou Hao's father. Now Zhou Hao has accumulated a very large fortune, but he can give the Yin family millions of fortunes at a time, help Yin Mudong become the village head, help Yin Munin start a company, and even buy a house for Li Chufan and his wife without hesitation. However, Zhou Hao would not give Zhou Liren even a penny of money. "By the way, my second uncle, I heard Uncle Li say that you have encountered some troubles. What is going on?" Zhou Hao asked. Mentioning this, Yin Munin's face showed a distressed expression. He said, "Oh, it's irritating to talk about it. It was last month that Wei Tonghai, who signed a contract with us southeast, said he planted it. Those lychee trees were wormed, and there was no lychee harvest. Originally, we heard him say that, so we wanted to forget it, and let him wait for the next year to fill up the fruits. I also thought it was not easy for him to live, so he had to borrow some money. But then we discovered that the lychees grown in Wei Tonghai had no insects at all, and the harvest was very good. But he sold all the lychees to a person named Kai Shui. Originally, the contract stipulated that the fruit farmers who had signed an agreement with the Southeast Fruit Wholesale Company could only sell the fruits they planted to the Southeast family. Now that Wei Tonghai privately sold lychees to others, it was considered a breach of contract. Then Yin Munin said, "We just wanted to settle accounts with Wei Tonghai," and Kai Shui came. He not only encouraged Wei Tonghai to refuse to sell the fruit to us, but also bought the fruit from the fruit farmers who had signed a contract with us, and also bought it. The price is half lower than ours." Yin Munin's expression on his face was very angry. Our villagers naturally refused, but that guy actually found some rascals and beat up several fruit farmers. When the fruit was transported to the city, he also made people stop us on the way and smashed our whole truck of lychees. He also told the eldest brother to let the fruit growers obediently sell the fruit to him. Otherwise, he would have to. Our Huayu village is beautiful. When Zhou Hao heard this, there was a fire in his heart. Who is that guy, so arrogant? It seems to be from Danyang County, and his second uncle seems to be the head of Danyang County, Yin Munin said. Danyang County is 20 to 30 kilometers east of Huayu village, a city and county adjacent to Xiangqing. He from Danyang County dare to come to our Xiangqing side to be presumptuous? Zhou Hao snorted coldly. By the way, and that Wei Tonghai, what is his relationship with Wei Quanji and his son? He and Wei Quanji belong to the same clan, but we didn't care about this at the beginning, Yin Munin said. Wei and Yin are both common surnames in Huayu village, and most of the villagers have the surname Yin or Wei. Zhou Hao nodded and said to Yin Munin, "Second uncle, don't worry, I'll just wait to see how Kai Shui can make us look good. And Wei Tonghai, if he breached the contract, then we will sue him and let him know what are the consequences of doing this yourself." Zhou Hao guessed in his heart that Wei Tonghai might resent the Yin family for breaking the Wei family, or might be jealous that Yin Mudong and Yin Munin made a fortune by opening a fruit wholesale company. Although Huayu village has a simple name, it cannot be ruled out that some people will be jealous and covetous to the wealthy Yin family and make small actions. So Zhou Hao wanted to attack Wei Tonghai as a typical example. Yin Mudong was the village head of Huayu village. To manage these villagers, not only had to stand up, but also had to stand up, lest they secretly attack the Yin family. After discussing with Yin Munin about how to sue Wei Tonghai, Zhou Hao looked at Yin Qing, who was chatting with his grandfather and grandmother over there, and it happened that Yin Qing also looked at him. When the two of them touched their eyes, they all felt rippling in their hearts. So Zhou Hao deliberately said to Yin Munin, "My cousin and I haven't come back for so long. Let's go for a walk." Yin Munin didn't worry about him, and said with a smile, "It's good, There are many fruit trees planted on the mountain. Go ahead. Yan Qingming knew that Zhou Hao wanted to be alone with him, and his face was flushed, but he still said to his grandpa and grandma, and walked out with Zhou Hao. After leaving Yan's house, Zhou Hao and Yan gently walked side by side in the village towards the distant mountains. I saw that the hill in the distance was full of fruit trees such as lychee, dragon rock, and pomegranate, which looked lush and lush. While walking in the village, the surrounding villagers recognized Zhou Hao and knew that he was the one who helped Hua Yuzuan enter a new stage. There was both envy and gratitude in their eyes, and people constantly took the initiative to greet Zhou Hao. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding villagers looking at Zhou Hao, Yanqing beside him was also very proud. When he came to the foot of the mountain, Zhou Hao looked around and saw that there were no other villagers. He grabbed Yan Qingqing's boneless jade hand and walked up the spacious mountain road opened by the villagers. Followed him obediently, but bowed his head blushing. Huayu village is surrounded by mountains. With the encouragement of Yinmu Dongyan Munin, the villagers have opened up these mountains to plant fruit trees. It is believed that within a few years, Huayu village will become a famous fruit-producing area in South China. Zhou Hao led Yin gently to walk among the lush fruit trees, feeling as if he had returned to his childhood. Finally, the two stopped under a pomegranate tree. As the ground was covered with lush green grass, there was no need to worry about getting dirty. Zhou Hao and Yin lightly sat down against the pomegranate tree. With no one around, Yanqing didn't have any scruples. He just nestled against Zhou Hao, resting his head on Zhou Hao's shoulder, the faint fruity scent between his nose, and the kind that came from Zhou Hao's body. The masculine scent made her cheeks red. Zhou Hao held her fragrant shoulders lightly, smelling the virgin fragrance on her body, and felt relieved. "Cousin, do you remember playing firecrackers when we were young?" Zhou Hao showed a smile on his face, as if remembering something interesting. Yanqing lightly angered Zhou Hao and gave Zhou Hao a white look. "Of course, remember that you put firecrackers in the cow dung, and when the explosion happened, an old lady walked by, scared people not to mention it, and made them dirty. She even ran to her grandparents to file a complaint and told us not to even eat dinner. It was all you. I told you not to play like that." "Ha ha ha," Zhou Haolong laughed. "But you think about the appearance of that auntie. At that time, she also put on new clothes specially, but we made her body full of cow dung, and she couldn't wash it for a few days. Go to that smell." Thinking of the situation at the time, Yanqing couldn't help but laugh, with neat white teeth and two cute dimples in his smile. Zhou Hao also stared at Li Mao's faint smile. He smiled and said, "Although I was naughty at that time, in front of my grandparents, you took all the faults to yourself and accompanied me to be punished." He stared at Yanqing's delicate and refined face and said affectionately, "Cousin, you are so good to me. How do you ask me to repay you? I never thought about asking you to give me anything back." Yin gently leaned on Zhou Hao's shoulder. "As long as I can be with you, it will be my happiest thing." Feeling Yanqing's unrequited affection, Zhou Hao was very moved and couldn't help but bowed his head and kissed her red lips. Yan Qingqing closed her eyes, quietly enjoying Zhou Hao's tenderness. I don't know when. Zhou Hao put his arm around Yanqing's fragrant shoulders, but the other hand climbed onto her crisp chest, stroking through her clothes. Yanqing's crisp chest is not very big, just can be grasped with one hand, but it is very soft. Even if it is between the clothes and the bust, Zhou Hao can still clearly feel the soft and elastic texture. Yin gently stretched out his hand and held Zhou Hao's raging hand subconsciously, and his breathing became quicker. The Lan Hao breath was sprayed directly into Zhou Hao's nose, just like the most natural aphrodisiac, making Zhou Hao's blood boil and lust. As for Yanqing's embarrassment, Zhou Hao only used a little force, and she softened completely. Although the hand was still on the back of Zhou Hao's hand, she had no strength at all. The flush on Yanqing's face spread to her neck, but because her small mouth was blocked by Zhou Hao, she could only make a gasp. If this development continues, Zhou Hao is afraid that Yanqing's virgin body will be eaten under this scene. But just as Zhou Hao's passion was intense, he suddenly smelled a faint, burnt smell. This burnt smell seemed to be the smell of burning trees. Zhou Hao, who was originally immersed in Yanqing's refreshing virgin fragrance, suddenly smelled this smell and felt very disappointed. Moreover, there was a warning sign in his heart. Right now, He let go of Yin Qingqing and looked around vigilantly. Yin Qingming was so thin that Zhou Hao's bones were soft, but Zhou Hao stopped for a long time before she recovered. Opening her eyes and seeing Zhou Hao looking at Zhou Hao solemnly, she asked softly, "Xiao Hao, what's the matter?" "I smell the burning smell," Zhou Hao said. "Because the trees on this mountain are covered with sunshine, it is difficult for ordinary people to see far away." However, Zhou Hao's eyesight was superhuman, and he immediately saw that there were wisps of blue smoke spreading over here in the distance, and a little light could be seen vaguely. Zhou Hao's heart shuddered. "No, there is a wildfire." Yin Qingyin also changed Yu's face when she heard the words, and subconsciously put her arms around Zhou Hao's arm. "Mountain fire? Where is it?" Without Zhou Hao's explanation, she had already seen the light of the distant fire spreading over here quickly. The fire came from the mountainside and quickly approached Zhou Hao and Yin Qing's side. Yin Qingqing said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, let's run away and go up the mountain." However, Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, we will be surrounded by the fire and cannot get out. We have to go down the mountain." However, the fire was fierce and fast, and Zhou Hao and Yin Qing could already feel the blazing heat wave on their faces. Although Zhou Hao knew that walking up the mountain would eventually be besieged by the fire, but now his sight was full of flames, and he didn't know if he could rush out. Seeing this raging beast-like fire, Yin Qing was initially very frightened, but when he saw Zhou Hao, who was standing beside him, his heart calmed down immediately. Holding Zhou Hao's arm, she felt that as long as Zhou Hao was by her side, she would not be in any danger. At this time, Zhou Hao looked around, but did not find any water source. Looking at the approaching flame again, Zhou Hao gently said to Yin beside him, "Cousin, hold me tight." After that, he gently hugged Yin horizontally and asked her to rest her head on herself. In his chest, "Don't look up." Then, Zhou Hao urged the Jinqi in his body to surround himself and Yin Qing, forming an invisible protective layer. At the same time, Zhou Hao let out a loud shout, lifted his right palm, and pushed out towards the fire. The strong palm power rushed towards the fire, and the fire was immediately dissipated under the impact of Zhou Hao's true spirit. Zhou Hao hit a vacuum channel with his palm. Without the slightest delay, Zhou Hao hugged Yin Qingqing tightly to her in his arms and kicked his feet. The whole person rushed out to the flames, and the whole turf where he was standing was also covered by him. Kicked out. Zhou Hao's movement speed can dodge bullets. Especially now, in order to protect Yin Gentle from danger, he has used his full strength. He moved tens of meters in a blink of an eye. At this speed, the surrounding flames are continuous. Neither of them could touch the corners of their clothes, so Zhou Hao left them far behind. And because the speed was too fast, the violent wind also blew the flames away, and a vacuum channel extended with Zhou Hao's movement. In about 2 or 3 seconds, a figure rushed out of the raging fire. It was Zhou Hao who was holding Yin Qing. Because Zhou Hao was moving too fast, the flames had no time to burn them. Looking back, Zhou Hao saw that the vacuum channel he had rushed out was immediately flooded by the fire. "Cousin, it's okay, we are safe," Zhou Hao said softly to Yin, who was shrinking in his arms. Yin gently opened his eyes and saw that the two of them were already on a green field. Since the wind was blowing up the mountain, the fire did not spread down the mountain. At this time, Zhou Hao saw several sneaky figures in the distance escaping down the mountain, holding some oil barrels in their hands. As soon as he saw those people, Zhou Hao was shocked in his heart and immediately picked up a few small stones from the ground and threw them at them with luck. Zhou Hao's hand strength is so great that these ordinary pebbles have become extremely powerful hidden weapons in his hands. They hit the knees of those people with precision, and they rushed forward when they weakened their legs. Go, roll and fall to the ground. At the same time, the villagers who discovered a fire here quickly rushed over. Zhou Hao pointed to the people who had been overthrown by himself and shouted to the villagers, "Grab them! They set the fire." Although there is no real evidence yet, Zhou Hao intuitively knew that those people set the fire. When they reached the gasoline barrels in their hands, Zhou Hao thought to himself, "It's no wonder that the fire came so fast and the trees were spilled with gasoline." Most of these villagers recognized Zhou Hao, and upon hearing this, more than a dozen people were immediately separated to pounce on those few people to subdue him. "Quick, fight the fire." The villagers were holding buckets with their hands. In order to facilitate irrigation, there are several taps on the mountainside to get water. Despite the concerted efforts of the villagers, the wildfire could not be stopped because it was spilled with gasoline. Seeing the flames that continued to spread to the mountains, Zhou Hao made his teeth itchy with hate. If the fire spread to the mountains, Huayu village would lose thousands of acres of fruit trees. When the villagers who came to fight the fire saw that the mountain fire was difficult to extinguish, more than 20 people cried bitterly. It seems that the fruit trees on the mountain here belong to them. There are even a few. If it weren't for being pulled by someone nearby, they would rush into the wildfire. But when everyone felt desperate, they heard a thunder sound suddenly coming from the sky, and everyone looked up at the sky, only to realize that the sky was already covered with a thick black cloud. After a few dazzling electric lights, I heard a loud swish sound, and heavy rain poured down from the sky. It's saved, it's saved. Our fruit trees are saved. In the heavy rain, the villagers cheered. Under this heavy rain, the wildfire quickly weakened and finally went out. Zhou Hao heaved a long sigh of relief and said to himself, "The sky is endless, and the sky is endless. Great, fortunately God's kindness." Yin next to him gently looked at the villagers cheering in the rain, and a smile appeared on his face wet by the rain. However, Zhou Hao was stunned looking at Yin Qingtian, because after Yin Qingming was soaked in heavy rain, the curve of her body was completely exposed. Especially her t-shirt was originally thin, but it was tight now. It pressed tightly to the skin. The hole was transparent. Not only the bust, Zhou Hao could even see the 2 small cherries on her chest. The way Yin Qing is now is much more tempting than taking off his clothes completely, and it is very fascinating. Seeing that Zhou Hao's gaze was a bit strange, Yin looked down lightly, and then called out, "Ah," and raised his hand to his chest to block the spring light. Zhou Hao also recovered, and immediately took off his clothes and put on Yin Qing's body, and looked around. He was relieved to see that the villagers were still immersed in joy without noticing it. Just kidding, Yin Qing is her own woman. If someone looks at her body, then she regrets her intestines. Because he put his clothes on Yin Qing's body, Zhou Hao was naked for the first half of his life, but he didn't suffer from being a man. It's just that when Yin Qing saw Zhou Hao's strong and tough upper body, his face suddenly became red. Yin Mudong, the mayor of Huayu village, also rushed over. Seeing Zhou Hao and Yin Qingqing, he was also taken aback. "Xiao Hao, Qingqing, why are you here? Are you not injured?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "Fortunately, I walked fast with my cousin, otherwise it would be really dangerous." He looked at the few people who were subdued by the villagers not far away and said to Yin Mudong, "It's just those people who set fire." After that, I walked over to those people with Yin Mudong and a group of villagers. When the few people saw the villagers surrounding themselves aggressively, they all trembled with fright. Because in such a place, if the villagers were angered, it would be difficult for the police to rescue them, not to mention that they were caught on the spot when they escaped with arson, and even the empty oil drums were not thrown away in time. When Yin Mudong saw a middle-aged man with a beard among these people, his face was surprised. "Wei Tonghai, is it you?" Zhou Hao also looked at the man when he heard the words, thinking that this guy was Wei Tonghai. "It's the fire they set off. Damn it, dare to burn our fruit trees and kill them." A tall villager, angered, rushed up and threw one of the men down, hitting the man in the face with a bow from the left back a few punches. In fact, Zhou Hao was also very angry. If it weren't for his skill, I was afraid that Yin Qing would die in the fire with Yin Qing in the situation just now. So in his opinion, these arsonists don't have to be pitiful even if they are killed. The other villagers also rushed forward, but they heard Yin Mudong shout, "Don't be impulsive, everyone." Hearing Yin Mudong shout, the villagers stopped. Even the villager who threw down one of the arsonists also stopped. From this point of view, the village head Yin Mudong is still very popular. Zhou Hao didn't say anything, just guarding Yin Qing's side. It would be better to leave this situation to Yin Mudong to deal with, and it also made him the village head more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and his position was strengthened. I saw Yin Mudong walking in front of Wei Tonghai and said to him with a stern expression, "Wei Tonghai, why did you bring people to set the fruit trees in our village on fire?" Under the angry eyes of Yin Mudong and the surrounding villagers, Wei Tonghai trembled. "No, it's none of my business. It's Mr. Kai asked me to do this." "Kai Shui, Is that guy in Donyang County? Yin Mudong asked in shock. Wei Tonghai nodded. Yes, he gave me 5,000 yuan and asked me to set fire to the fruit trees on this hill. These people were also sent by him. He pointed to the few behind him and knew it was, said the vagrant man. At this time, a few villagers came to Yin Mudong and said, The village chief, we have seen it. A total of more than 200 mu of fruit trees have been burned, and the loss is probably more than 600,000. The owners of these fruit trees also ran over, crying with tears, Village chief, you have to be the master of us. These fruit trees were originally, you lent us money to plant them. Now the trees have been burned out. What about our family? Oh, how can I pay you back? Yin Mudong frowned deeply and couldn't help but look to Zhou Hao. I saw Zhou Hao stepping out and saying to everyone, Don't worry, everyone. I will make up for the loss this time. Just plant fruit trees on these fields as soon as possible. To Zhou Hao, the amount of more than 600,000 yuan, it's just a drop in the bucket, but it gives those fruit farmers who rely on these fruit trees a hope of life. When everyone heard Zhou Hao's words, their eyes were full of gratitude. Those fruit farmers were even more grateful to Zhou Hao. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's support, they would kneel down for Zhou Hao in public. After counting the losses, Zhou Hao went down the mountain with Yin Mudong and the villagers, and several arsonists in Wei Haidong were also taken down the mountain by the villagers, ready to hand them over to the police and arrest the culprit Kai Shui. At this time, the rain also stopped. Zhou Haoxing was afraid that Yin would catch a cold from the rain, so he walked straight to Yan's house with her. Yin Mudong was also wet, so he went back with Zhou Hao. When I arrived at Yan's house, I saw a Toyota Jeep parked in front of the door, and Zhou Hao also heard a quarrel in the house, but it belonged to Yin Munin. Zhou Hao quickly helped Yin Qingming walk into the bungalow and went straight to the living room on the 3rd floor. He saw Yin Munin arguing with a man about 30 years old. His grandfather and grandmother were sitting on the wooden sofa over there, looking worriedly at Yin Munin, who was flushed with anger. When Zhou Hao arrived, he happened to hear Yin Munin angrily say, I said I wouldn't let the villagers sell the fruit to you. And that 30-year-old man sneered at Yin Munin. You will let the villagers sell the fruit to me. Otherwise, your family will not want to live anymore. Humph, if you don't sell the fruit, give it to me. You don't have to sell the fruit in your village. You see if I really did it. Listening to this man's arrogant and domineering words, Zhou Hao thought in his heart, this guy should be Kai Shui. Listening to his tone, he was instigated by the fire just now. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao became very angry with Kai Shui, who was full of invincibility. If you were just an ordinary person, you would die in the fire with Yin Qing. This Kai Shui is no different from the murderer. It seems that you really let the people like Wei Tonghai set off the fire just now, Zhou Hao said as he walked in, staring at Kai Shui coldly. I wanted the police to arrest you, but I didn't expect you. I delivered it myself. Kai Shui turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, curled his mouth, and said with disdain, Who the are you? I'm Kai Shui talking. When is your turn to interrupt? You owe you. As he said, he saw Yin Qing behind Zhou Hao was immediately shocked. Although Yin Qing's whole body was wet by the rain at this time, she was more beautiful and refined like Qing Shui Furong, just like those peerless beauties playing the piano by the lotus pond in the ancient paintings. Kai Shui had never seen such a beautiful woman before, and she was stunned, opening her mouth and not knowing how to react. Kai Shui's eyes on Yin Qing made Zhou Hao very unhappy, especially his gaze, as if he was going to penetrate Yin Qing's clothes and strip Yin Qing completely. Humph! Zhou Hao snorted coldly, and Kai Shui, he couldn't help shivering as if being blown by the cold wind. Cousin, go back to your room first, Zhou Hao said to Yin gently. Well, okay. Yin Qing responded softly, and immediately walked into the room on the left, which was left by Yin Munin when she built the house. Kai Shui followed Yin Qing's gaze closely, as if to follow her into that room. When Yin Qing's figure disappeared behind the door, he recovered, but he had a deep hatred for Zhou Hao. Who the are you? He yelled at Zhou Hao again. It doesn't matter who I am, but you actually instructed others to set fire to the fruit trees in our village. Zhou Hao stared at him closely. You are dead. At this time, Yin Mudong also came up, seeing Kai Shui. His face also showed a look of astonishment, and then angrily said, Kai Shui, you let Wei Tonghai and the others come to our village to set fire. Munin, Call the police. But when he saw that Kai Shui was not angry and laughed, hey, don't mess around. When will the Lord make someone else come to set fire? Don't wrong the good people if there is no proof. Did Wei Tonghai say that my Lord made them? Humph, one-sided words. I can also say that you deliberately set fire to slander me. You, Yin Mudong pointed at Kai Shui, so angry that the muscles on his face were shaking slightly. Kai Shui smiled at this moment. That was Yin Munin's daughter just now. I heard from Wei Tonghai that you have a beautiful daughter before, but unfortunately, I didn't see it before. See you today? TSK, TSK. His smile became more and more light. I said, Yin Munin, if you let your daughter play with me for a few days, maybe the purchase price I will give to the fruit farmers in your village can be higher. Also, with me, your family's life can be raised to a higher level. How about? Think about it. Papa. Before she finished speaking, Kai Shui suddenly saw a figure appeared in front of him, and then a huge force slapped her face, making her head unable to move left and right. Then, he felt hot pain on both faces, and 3 teeth in his mouth fell out. Only then did he see clearly that the person who suddenly appeared in front of him was Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes are cold, it can make people feel cold. But Kai Shui looked at Zhou Hao blankly. Do you dare to hit me? You know I am. Papa. Zhou Hao raised his hand and gave him a slap in the face. Kai Shui's face became higher and swollen, making his eyes narrow. He was about to speak. When Zhou Hao was about to raise his hand again, he quickly stepped back and took out a mobile phone. I'll see what you can call out. Zhou Hao stared at Kai Shui with his backhand. Yin Mudong and Yin Munin came over, glanced at the unrecognizable Kai Shui, and said hesitantly to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao this. Zhou Hao raised his hand. I'm not afraid. Is he the only one who knows how to call a helper? After all, he took out a mobile phone, but he dialed the one that Zhou Hao used to kill Wei Quanji last time. The battalion commander's phone. There is a military base near Huayu village. Zhou Hao used the soldiers to solve Wei Quanji last time. The battalion commander who was used by Zhou Hao and shot Wei Quanji to death was called Ma Yiyuan. After that incident, Ma Yiyuan's superiors also praised him. Naturally, Ma Yiyuan wouldn't be promoted immediately because of that, but at least, because he helped Zhou Hao enter Zhao Dingzhou's eyes, his chances of promotion are much higher than others. So now when I heard Zhou Hao call, Ma Yiyuan seemed to hear the of luck knocking on the door with a very respectful tone. Hello, Mr. Zhou. It's been a long time. Can I help you? I really want to ask you for help. Zhou Hao smiled and said, a guy came to our Huayu village to make trouble. I heard that there are some backstages in Donyang County, so I want you to bring some people over to help. Sun is also good. Hearing this, Ma Yiyuan was a little worried and said, Mr. Zhou, this time, there is no need to kill, right? Although Wei Quan was subjected to a performance last time because of Wei Quan's tricks, he felt a little wrong after all. If he didn't wield weapons and didn't hurt people, then he shouldn't have to kill. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed a vicious look, and his voice was softened. Besides, even if he really wants to kill, I will help you with it. Nothing will happen. Ma Yiyuan quickly said, of course you don't need to trouble Mr. Zhou. If that guy dared to hurt someone in our army, then we can shoot him to death. Even if he has any backstage in Donyang County, it's useless. I said, why don't people from Donyang County come to our side presumptuously? Don't worry, Mr. Zhou. I will bring people over now. Zhou Hao asked him for help. He didn't even need Zhao Dingzhou's order this time. So he drove over with dozens or hundreds of soldiers. Those soldiers were also from last time. At that time, Zhou Hao gave them more than 20,000 yuan, each of which can be divided into 1 or 200 yuan, so they are very happy to do this occasionally. And Kai Shui finished the phone call. Although his face was still high and swollen, his eyes returned to a bit arrogant. Pointing at Zhou Hao, he said with some slurs, you guys, wait, my people are coming. No, if you don't send you to jail and make a little white face, I will write my name upside down. Then you are ready to change your name and surname. Zhou Hao sneered. Only a minute or two later, Zhou Hao heard the loud alarm outside, and he thought to himself that Kai Shui actually called the police. Sure enough, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from below and kept approaching the 3rd floor, and then more than a dozen policemen in police uniforms rushed in. The first man in his 30s immediately attacked Zhou Hao and Yin Mu Dongyan. Munin shouted, don't move. We are the police. Captain Hao, they deliberately hurt people and caught them back for me. Kai Shui immediately walked to Captain Hao. Captain Hao saw Kai Shui, whose faces were swollen on both sides, and said in surprise, You are Master Kai? Seeing Kai Shui, who was beaten beyond recognition by Zhou Hao, Captain Hao could hardly recognize him. Who took you? Labeled like this. Kai Shui immediately pointed to Zhou Hao. It's him. Captain Hao, you have to help me out. FCKU, dare to beat me like this, take all their family back, and the daughter of Yin Munin. Hey, take it back too. Hearing Kai Shui's words, Captain Hao stood up and said to Zhou Hao and the others, Okay, now you intentionally hurt others. I want to take you back to investigate, and all follow me. Zhou Hao said, Which public security bureau do you belong to? He thought to himself that if it were the town public security bureau, it should still be under the management of Xiangqing City. But Kai Shui is from Danyang County next door, so it shouldn't be so fast. The city's public security bureau had a good relationship, not to mention that Zhou Hao had a close relationship with Sido Li, and he was not afraid of the people from the city's public security bureau. He changed Captain Hao's face slightly, and then shouted, You don't care which public security bureau I belong to. Anyway, we are the police, and we have the right to take you back. As soon as he saw Captain Hao's reaction, Zhou Hao expected that these policemen must be from the Public Security Bureau in Danyang County. Zhou Hao sneered. If you are not our Xiangqing Public Security Bureau, then you are handling the case across the border. Do you have an official approval? If not, I will complain to the county government of Danyang County. Captain Hao and Kai Shui are both slightly discolored. They originally thought that the people in Huayu village were short-sighted and would not have the concept of transcending the boundary. However, their thoughts are indeed true. Huayu village has been closed for many years. The villagers generally have an official standard concept. When they see the policemen wearing police uniforms, they are already panicked. But Kai Shui and the others met Zhou Hao, so this idea naturally fell through. If you don't go back with us, I will treat you as resisting arrest, and I can kill you on the spot. Captain Hao showed a fierce look on his face, and his right hand touched the holster on his waist. If you have any, you can shoot and try. Zhou Hao said coldly, narrowing his eyes. As he was talking, there was the sound of cars from below, followed by neat footsteps. Zhou Hao knew that it was Ma Yiyuan and the others. Sure enough, a group of soldiers in green uniforms rushed in, headed by Ma Yuan. These police and soldiers totaled 30 or 40 people, and the hall was full. Seeing the dozen or so police officers of Captain Hao, Ma Yuan was also stunned, and immediately looked for Zhou Hao's figure. He was a little relieved when he saw Zhou Hao in the hall, and he immediately said to these police officers, Which public security bureau are you from? Why are you here? Is there any official approval? When Captain Hao and Kai Shui saw so many soldiers suddenly came, their faces were full of surprise, especially when they saw that these soldiers had weapons in their hands, and they all seemed to be live ammunition. Although the people on my side are policemen, compared to those who have been trained, once a conflict arises, these more than a dozen policemen are not enough. Kai Shui saw Zhou Hao calling just now and thought he was just calling some villagers over to support the field, but he didn't expect Zhou Hao to call the soldiers. If there was a conflict with the soldiers, this matter would be difficult to handle. Besides, Captain Hao and the others belonged to the Public Security Bureau in Danyang County. We belong to the Danyang County Public Security Bureau. Captain Hao finally said, These people injured Mr. Kai. Mr. Kai is from Danyang County, so we have to bring these people back to investigate. He pointed to Zhou Hao. Several people from Yin Munin. However, Zhou Hao snorted coldly. You said I heard him. Is there any evidence that he could wrong me like this? You? Kai Shui glared at Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao made sense. Now there is only him as a victim. Yin Madong, Yin Munin, and the others must have helped Zhou Hao. If there is no witness to help him testify, it is indeed impossible. But Zhou Hao. Originally, Kai Shui thought Zhou Hao was just an ordinary person, and when he got him into the Danyang County Public Security Bureau, he had 100 ways to deal with him. But now it seems that Zhou Hao's background is obviously extraordinary. He also heard Zhou Hao say, Speaking of which, I have a few witnesses who can prove that you set fire to our fruit trees. He looked at Ma Yiyuan. Ma Ying, the troublemaker, send this guy to the police in our Xiangqing City Bureau, He still needs to compensate for the losses in our village. Good, Ma Yuyuan replied, and immediately 2 soldiers stepped forward to catch Kai Shui. But as soon as the 2 soldiers moved, Captain Hao already took out his guns. I see who dares to move Mr. Kai. More than a dozen policemen around him also took out their guns. However, the soldiers brought by Ma Yuyuan had surrounded the policeman in a circle, and all the automatic rifles in his hand were aimed at them, bursting with a strong aura. Ma Yuyuan also coldly said to Captain Hao with a sullen face, "Just see if we dare." Just kidding. The Army and the Public Security Bureau have a different system, and once a conflict arises, the Army must protect the shortcomings and the troops are outside. Never suffered a loss. Not to mention that Zhao Dingzhou and Zhou Hao have a close relationship. Ma Yuyuan is helping Zhou Hao this time. If something goes wrong, Zhao Dingzhou will certainly not stand by. Whoever dares to touch Mr. Kai, I will kill him first. Captain Hao roared with a sullen face, and he exuded a hostile spirit. Huh. Zhou Hao frowned when he felt the hostile spirit on Captain Hao, because he felt the sulky breath a little familiar. The ninjas I met in Hong Kong before, and those ninjas hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to emerge suddenly appeared in my mind, and there was such a vicious atmosphere in them. Is this Captain Hao related to those ninjas? Zhou Hao thought. Those ninjas are under the Mitsui Consortium, and the Mitsui Consortium secretly supports anti-China forces. If this connection is made, Captain Hao may be related to anti-China forces. If this is the case, it would be dangerous. Captain Hao is in the Public Security Bureau and has access to a lot of intelligence within the system. If it is leaked to anti-China forces, it would be a big threat. Suddenly, Zhou Hao picked up a glass ashtray on the coffee table next to it and silently threw it at Captain Hao. Even though Zhou Hao didn't use real energy in his hand, the ashtray was also extremely fast, and it flew to Captain Hao in the blink of an eye. And Captain Hao, who had been confronting Ma Yuyuan, subconsciously avoided the ashtray without seeing the ashtray, and the ashtray also directly hit Kai Shui, a head behind Captain Hao. Oh, Kai Shui was beaten upright, screamed, and fainted as soon as his eyes went dark. And Zhou Hao saw that Captain Hao's reaction was so agile, almost relying on instinct to avoid danger. This was simply extremely harsh training, otherwise it would not be so sharp. Even Ma Yuyuan, who was next to him, was surprised to see Captain Hao's skill, because he knew that even the elites in the special forces might not have this kind of reaction ability. Captain Hao immediately looked at Zhou Hao, both eyes shone sharply. And after Zhou Hao took a shot just now, he could see that Captain Hao was a man hidden in martial arts, and he was even more suspicious of him. His intuition could already feel that Captain Hao must have something to do with those Japanese ninjas. So Zhou Hao yelled to Ma Yuyuan, "Mine commander, grab him." He rushed over as he spoke. Captain Hao's expression changed drastically when he saw Zhou Hao Chao's arrival. Before Ma Yuyuan could move, he used his left leg to kick everything on Ma Yuyuan's ankle, causing Ma Yuyuan to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Captain Hao then raised the gun in his hand to aim at Zhou Hao, but when he brought down Ma Yuyuan and was about to raise the gun, he found that Zhou Hao had already appeared in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Hao turned his palm into a knife and slashed at Captain Hao's neck, while his other hand pecked Captain Hao's gun-holding wrist like a crane. Captain Hao was obviously not a kind person either. Seeing Zhou Hao's attack, he didn't retreat, but instead moved forward. He ran into Zhou Hao's arms to resolve Zhou Hao's attack. At this time, he used 10% of his strength, and his strength was very strong. If you were an ordinary person, if you were hit by him like this, you would definitely be hit by more than 10 meters. But how could Zhou Hao be comparable to ordinary people? His body was as if Taishan stood still. After Captain Hao hit his arms, Zhou Hao took advantage of the situation and hugged him with his arms and lifted Captain Hao off the ground. Zhou Hao's trick is the bear play in the 5-animal play, simulating the posture of a black bear hugging a tree. Under Zhou Hao's tremendous power, Captain Hao was immediately unable to move, and his body was squeezed by Zhou Hao's arms very uncomfortably. His muscles and bones made a boom sound. His nose even overflowed 2 lines. Nosebleed. Even under this kind of pain, Captain Hao gritted his teeth and didn't shout out, but suddenly slammed his head on Zhou Hao's forehead. However, after hitting it, he realized that Zhou Hao's head was incredibly hard as a diamond. It didn't hurt Zhou Hao any bit, but he was hit with a head. Zhou Hao let go of his arms. Captain Hao fell softly, and Zhou Hao immediately sealed his acupuncture points while he was still unable to move. Because the ninja who was stalking in Hong Kong before was subdued by Zhou Hao, he immediately took poison and committed suicide. Since Captain Hao has a relationship with a Japanese ninja, he might also have poison hidden in his teeth. Seeing that the captain was subdued by Zhou Hao, the policemen of the Danyang County Public Security Bureau were also ready to move, but there were soldiers from Ma Yiyuan around, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, Zhou Hao felt a sharp gaze shooting at him among the dozen or so policemen. Zhou Hao's heart was stunned, and he guessed that the person might be Captain Hao's accomplice. However, Zhou Hao did not intend to capture that person here. Since Captain Hao had been restrained by himself, that person would certainly not stand idly by. Zhou Hao wanted to use that person to pull out all the forces behind. At this time, Ma Yiyuan was also helped by the soldiers. Although he is also an elite in the army, Captain Hao's kick was unexpected and strong, and immediately kicked Ma Yiyuan's ankle. "Captain Ma, are you okay?" Zhou Hao asked. Ma Yiyuan shook his head and looked at Captain Hao, who fell to the ground over there, and said, "This guy is so powerful. Even the armed police force should not be able to train such a person. He is more than just a policeman." Zhou Hao sneered. "If you catch this guy, you might have done a great job, Captain Ma-ing." Now Zhou Hao has suspected that Captain Hao is a ninja at all because of his skill just now. And the moves are very similar to the ninja I met last time. A ninja hides in the Public Security Bureau, and God knows what kind of conspiracy he is carrying out. Nanami Keiru's previous plans against Zhao Rixin and Hong Kong were all one by one, and they were overwhelming. If Zhou Hao's intervention were not for her, her conspiracy would have been successful. Is this Captain Hao also arranged by her? Could it be that she is planning any conspiracy? Chi-Hai Keiru's stunning face appeared in Zhou Hao's heart. Subconsciously, Zhou Hao didn't want this thing to be related to Chi-Hai Keiru. However, Zhou Hao thought again in his heart, if this matter is really related to her, what can he do? After knowing that Nanami Keiru was Hai Chi Keiru, Zhou Hao could no longer kill her. He shook his head and thought to himself, it doesn't matter if this matter is related to her or not. I can just destroy it. Then, he said to Ma Yiyuan, "Ma Yingju, you will join me later." This guy is sent to the military area. When Ma Yiyuan heard the words, his heart trembled fiercely. Because going to the military area, it means that you will probably see Zhao Dingzhou. It is also very glorious that a small battalion commander himself can show his face in front of the General Zhao Dingzhou. Looking at the current situation, Captain Hao obviously has a problem, and if the situation is true, his own contribution would be great. Moreover, if Zhou Hao wanted to accompany him to the military area, he obviously wanted to share the credit. He looked at Kai Shui, who was knocked out by Zhou Hao in an ashtray just now. "Mr. Zhou, what about this person? How to deal with it?" Sent to the Public Security Bureau of our Xiangqing City. Those people from the Danyang County Public Security Bureau also let them go back and asked them to report this to the Danyang County government, and then just leave it to the government to do it. Zhou Hao said. After discovering that Captain Hao had a problem, Kai Shui didn't seem so important. As for the police in Danyang County, Zhou Hao didn't want to pursue them, and Zhou Hao would have deliberately let go of Captain Hao's accomplices who were hidden inside, so that he could inform the organization behind him and let Zhou Hao come and wait. As a result, the soldiers dispersed to let the police in Danyang County leave. And the soldiers also went downstairs under Ma Yiyuan's order, and Kai Shui was also taken down. Only Ma Yiyuan stayed in the living room on the third floor. Captain Hao, who had been punctuated by Zhou Hao, fell to the ground while maintaining that action, but stared at Zhou Hao very viciously. "I'll let you stare." Zhou Hao scolded and kicked it. Sheng kicked Captain Hao and passed out. At this time, Zhou Hao let Yin Qingqing come out of the room. Yin Qingqing had changed into a set of clean clothes. After she came out, she said to Zhou Hao worriedly, "Xiao Hao, what happened just now? I heard it was noisy inside." Zhou Hao smiled. "Cousin, don't worry, it's all right now." Yin Mudong and Yin Munin greeted Ma Yiyuan to sit down. "Commander Ma-ing, thank you so much this time." "What to talk about? The two big brothers usually take care of our base. You are being bullied. Of course I have to come and help." Ma Yiyuan smiled. After Yin Mudong, Yin Munin took good care of the soldiers in Ma Yiyuan and his barracks, And from time to time, he sent them some meat and some fruits and added extra meals to them. Uncle, I don't think I can stay here tonight. I will go to the military area with Commander Ma later. Zhou Hao said to Yin Mudong and Yin Munin. It doesn't matter, business matters. Yin Munin said quickly. It's just that the grandpa and grandmother are very reluctant to Zhou Hao. After all, Zhou Hao doesn't come back often, and the two elders also miss him very much. As for Yin Qingming, stay here for one night and go back to Shanqing tomorrow. After lunch, Zhou Hao got into Ma Yiyuan's military vehicle and took Captain Hao, who was unconscious, to Guangzhou. Ma Yiyuan also sent Kai Shui and Wei Tonghai's arsonists to the Public Security Bureau of Shanqing City, Zhou Hao. I have already told Sido Li. Coming to the military district nonstop, Zhao Dingzhou was already there waiting for Zhou Hao and the others. On the phone, I heard Zhou Hao say that there are Japanese ninjas hidden in the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Dingzhou was also very nervous. On his way to the military region, Zhou Hao called Xiang Taojia, the head of the Guangdong branch of the National Security Bureau. Xiao Hao, this is Director Xiang of the Guangdong branch of the National Security Bureau. Zhao Dingzhou introduced to Zhou Hao. Xiang Taojia is a tall man in his early 40s, with a Chinese character face and a pair of sword eyebrows that are tall and straight. Very heroic. Hello, Director Xiang. Zhou Hao nodded to Xiang Taojia. And Ma Yiyuan stood up and saluted in front of Zhao Dingzhou and shouted straightly. Ma Yin, 19th Battalion, Huayu Village Base, Guangzhou Military Region, report. You are Ma Yiyuan, right? Zhao Dingzhou smiled slightly. The head of the report, I am Ma Yiyuan. Ma Yiyuan straightened his spine, looked forward, and even sweated from the tip of his nose. After all, Zhao Dingzhou was much more advanced than himself, and Zhao Dingzhou was so restrained and unspoken. The military might is also very frightening. Xiang Taojia looked at Captain Hao, who was unconscious, and frowned. Is this the ninja you said, Xiao Hao? Zhou Hao nodded. I have fought against those Japanese ninjas in Hong Kong before. This man has the same skill as those Japanese ninjas, so I think he has a great relationship with them even if he is not a ninja. Bring in first, let's interrogate him. Zhao Dingzhou said. Several soldiers immediately took Captain Hao from Ma Yiyuan and walked into a building. Zhao Dingzhou said to Zhou Hao, You come in too. After all, you caught the people back. After that, he walked in with Xiang Taojia. Ma Yiyuan was too excited until Zhao Dingzhou and Xiang Taojia left for more than 10 meters and did not recover. Zhou Hao touched him lightly, and he reacted and hurriedly followed Zhou Hao. This building is 8 stories high. It should be one of the office buildings of the military region. There are many rooms in it, but the doors are closed so that people can't see what's inside. Captain Hao was taken to an interrogation room. As soon as the soldiers were about to lock him on a chair in the interrogation room, Zhou Hao said, Wait, check his teeth first. Ninjas, they hide poison in their teeth and use them to commit suicide. Zhao Dingzhou nodded, and one of the soldiers opened Captain Hao's mouth, and he found a small capsule hidden in one of his molars. After carefully taking out the capsule, Zhao Dingzhou sent it to the laboratory for examination. But now, several people almost believe that Captain Hao is a ninja. After Captain Hao was locked on the chair, the soldiers woke him up with cold water. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhou Hao, Zhao Dingzhou, Xiang Taojia, and Ma Yiyuan in front of him. At the same time, he found that except for the movement above the neck and neck, other parts of the body could not move. It was obviously Zhou Hao did not untie his acupoint. However, as long as the upper and lower jawbones can move. Captain Hao thought to himself. A decisive sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he snapped a bite, trying to kill the small capsule hidden in his teeth. But the next moment his face changed color, and Zhou Hao also sneered. Want to commit suicide? We have taken out your poison sac. Captain Hao's expression changed again, but he calmed down quickly. As soon as his eyes rolled, he shouted at Zhou Hao and others. You are illegally imprisoning the people's police. Do you still have a king? Let me go. You still have a stiff mouth when you die. Zhou Hao snorted coldly. You are a ninja sent by Japan. What ninja? I don't know what you say, nonsense. I don't know what ninja. Captain Hao denied. I saw Zhou Hao walking over to pull off his police uniform, because he thought this ninja might be posing as the real Captain Hao, just like the ninja who was followed by Zhou Hao in Hong Kong last time, wearing a well-made mask. However, after tearing open his clothes, Zhou Hao didn't notice any abnormality in his skin color, and after groping for a while, he didn't find any traces of the mask. Huh? No mask. Zhou Hao squeezed Captain Hao's face vigorously, trying to make sure whether he was wearing a mask. But he squeezed Captain Hao so that his face became red and swollen, and he didn't notice any clues. And Captain Hao didn't care about the pain in this area, but stared at Zhou Hao coldly. What kind of mask is not a mask? You have found the wrong person. Put me back soon. At this moment, a man knocked on the door and came in and gave a bunch of materials to Xiang Taojia. Xiang Taojia looked at the document, intercepted important information and read it out. Hao Tailang, unmarried, born in September 1965, graduated from the Guangdong Judicial Police School, and served as the Shihua Town Police Station in Danyang County in 1987. The policeman was transferred to Danyang County Public Security Bureau as a criminal police officer in 1992 and was promoted to the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade in 1995. He looked at Zhou Hao. This is his information from the Ministry of Public Security. It turned out that this was Captain Hao's personal information, and the people from the National Security Bureau extracted it so quickly. After taking this information and reading it in detail, and comparing the photos on the information with Hao Tailang's appearance, Zhou Hao was puzzled. If this person is not an impersonator, how could he have been lurking for such a long time? What? According to this information, Hao Tailang has spent more than 30 years lurking in China. So Zhou Hao raised his head and asked Xiang Taojia, Director Xiang, is there any possibility of falsification of this information? Unless he has an internal response at the top of the Ministry of Public Security, but this is unlikely. Xiang Taojia said. Hao Tailang looked at Zhao Dingzhou and Xiang Taojia, and when he saw Zhao Dingzhou's military uniform, he knew that Zhao Dingzhou was at least a general, and Xiang Taojia was able to find his own information so quickly, and his energy was also very great. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and sneered on his face. I know your official position must be very high, but even so, I have human rights. You can't put me under house arrest like this. Zhou Hao, Zhao Dingzhou, and Xiang Taojia looked at each other without saying a word. They walked out of the interrogation room silently. Ma Yuan knew that his identities were too different and didn't interrupt from beginning to end, so he walked out at this time. Hey, what do you want? Let me go. Watching Zhou Hao and the others walk out, Hao Tailang sighed, but on the surface he pretended to be angry. After coming out, Zhao Dingzhou asked Xiang Taojia, Director Xiang, what do you think of this person? Xiang Taojia said solemnly. Although this person refuses to admit it, his file in the Ministry of Public Security is also true. But I feel that this person must have a problem, and there is really a poison sac in his mouth. He just woke up. When I came over and found that I was captured, I clearly wanted to bite the poison sac and commit suicide. Zhao Dingzhou nodded. Should we ask his relatives and friends to ask? I'm afraid not. According to his files, his parents died long ago, and they are now living in the dormitory of Danyang County Public Security Bureau. Xiang Taojia said, I think I should let him go to his dormitory and his birthplace. Check it, you should find some clues. Zhao Dingzhou said, will this be annoying? I heard Zhou Hao say. Actually, I arrested this Hao Tailang just to use him as bait to draw people behind him out, because I found out that there seemed to be his comrades in the Public Security Bureau of Danyang County. Xiang Director, you send someone to Hao Tailang's dormitory to check it. You don't need to be too concealed. It's best to let his comrades find out so that they can be attracted. After listening to Zhou Hao's words, Xiang Taojia looked at Zhao Dingzhou, and Xiang Taojia smiled. General Zhao, you are right. Xiao Hao is a young hero. Okay, I'll do what he said. Do. After discussing the plan, Zhao Dingzhou and Xiang Taojia went to make arrangements. At this time, Situ Li from Xiangqing also called. Xiao Hao, Wei Tonghai, and those guys have already confessed, and all are willing to prove that. Kai Shui, it should be okay to convict him. However, Kai Deshi, the magistrate of Danyang County, also called me and asked me to sell him to save Kai Shui. This was not beyond Zhou Hao's expectations. He had known for a long time that if he caught a young man like Kai Shui, the old man in Danyang County would definitely come out. Now he guessed right. I heard Situ Li again. Xiao Hao, this Kai Dashi has some energy. Someone is in the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. If he is completely offended, I am afraid it will not be paid. And he also said that Kai Shui will not be allowed to intervene in Huayu village again, the loss of Huayu village. He is also willing to compensate in full. The police from the Dongyang County Public Security Bureau have also been punished. Huh, he wants to let me let Kai Shui go like this? Zhou Hao sneered. Uncle Situ, since you can convict Kai Shui, you should detain him first. I suspect that there are other things that might involve him, so it can't be released for the time being. If the Dongyang County magistrate dares to say anything, you can say that the National Security Bureau has intervened. He changed his tone. Uncle Situ, you are now a candidate for the mayor of Xiangqing, but you must establish a positive image that is not afraid of power, otherwise, it will have a bad influence on you. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Situ Li's heart was stunned. Yes, that Kai Dashi was just someone in the provincial CPCC, but on Zhou Hao's side, Zhao Dingzhou was originally the commander of the Guangzhou military region. Even the chairman of the provincial CPPCC should not be afraid. There is also Zhao Rixin on the top. Comparing each other, Kai Dashi's energy is nothing at all. So Situ immediately said, Okay, I know what to do. By the way, Xiao Hao, I heard Jinying say that you will take her to Hong Kong in a few days. Hee, that girl has a wild temper. Xiao Hao can help me keep an eye on her. I know Uncle Situ, I will. Zhou Hao smiled. Situ Li now has a deep understanding of his own abilities, and of course the previous attitude of being indifferent to him has undergone a 180-degree change. From the initial reluctance of Situ Jinying to associate with him, it has now become a hope that Situ Jinying can get close to him. The staff of Xiang Taojia and the National Security Bureau soon came to the dormitory of Dongyang County Public Security Bureau. This dormitory is in a compound near the Public Security Bureau. Many unmarried police officers live here. When Xiang Taojia's men arrived, they notified the Public Security Bureau of Dongyang County that they would search Hao Tailong's dormitory. Originally, with their means, they could sneak into Hao Tailong's dormitory secretly without disturbing others. But before they came, Xiang Taojia said, let them deliberately make their actions more obvious. As for the people from the provincial branch of the National Security Bureau, the people from the Dongyang County Public Security Bureau naturally did not dare to stop them, and even the director was respectful to them. So they came to Hao Tailong's dormitory and searched thoroughly. However, even if Hao Tailong's dormitory was turned upside down, the people from the National Security Bureau still did not find any clues. And in another dormitory unit upstairs from Hao Tailong's dormitory, a young man was standing in front of the window with a telescope in his hand, looking at the members of the National Security Bureau who were searching in Hao Tailong's dormitory. The hand is still holding a mobile phone. He looked down through the binoculars and said to the phone, Hao Tailong has been arrested, and now people from the National Security Bureau are searching in his dormitory. There is no clue in Hao Tailong's dormitory. We have looked for it before. The person on the phone said, but Hao Tailong and the ninjas have very hard mouths. If they are caught, they will immediately commit suicide. National Security Bureau, the people caught him and don't know if he committed suicide. By the way, did you see the person who arrested Hao Tailong? The man said, look at it clearly, I was there at the time. The man was very young, but his martial arts was unfathomable. Hao Tailong was subdued without even having a trick on his hand. He paused and continued. I'm asking myself, not that person's opponent. Is that person from the National Security Bureau? The person on the other side asked. I don't know, but even if it isn't, it must have something to do with the National Security Bureau. The man said, I don't know how he discovered that Hao Tailong had a problem. They only met for the first time. If it wasn't for me, I happened to be in Dongyang. Even if I work here in the county, I can't find Hao Tailong's nail. The person on the other side of the phone was silent for a while, and then said, Hao Tailong absolutely cannot die. He has already got a clue to that thing. We can't let this clue be broken, and I guess that the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan are also certain. We'll save him. In my opinion, we will take advantage of the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan to fight against the people from the National Security Bureau and wait for the opportunity to Hao Tailong back. The man here is worried, but the people from the National Security Bureau will definitely guard Hao Tailong. It is very difficult for us to rescue Hao Tailong from them. People from the National Security Bureau dare not use heavy weapons in the city. As long as we don't have heavy weapons, we don't have to be afraid. The person on the phone said, my biggest worry is the person who caught Hao Tailong. Hao Tailong, although his strength is not very high in the Wind Demon clan, he can still compete with our 3 or 4 generations of disciples. If he is defeated by that person, if he can't even make a single move, he is afraid it will be difficult to deal with. I think that person can only be subdued by the elder himself. The man here said, but what I fear most is that there is some terrible force hidden behind him. If there is a school behind him, he can be taught this way. People come, the strength of that school is probably very strong. The person on the phone said, it's useless to make more guesses now. I'll find out by checking in tonight. This is a military camp on the outskirts of Guangzhou. It covers an area of hundreds of acres and is usually used for training of soldiers. At this time, the night was getting thick, and a few dark clouds followed the night breeze to walk to the moon, covering the moonlight, and the ground suddenly fell into darkness. On the outskirts of the barracks, 2 soldiers walked side by side and were patrolling on duty. Sand rustle. One of the soldiers looked at the lychee forest on the left and saw the deep darkness in the lychee forest as eerie and terrifying as a ghostly land. What's wrong? Another soldier asked. I seem to hear a sound over there. The soldier pointed to Lychee Lin and said his automatic rifle was also aimed there. The other soldier pushed him. Don't be suspicious. It's just the wind blowing the leaves. Let's go. The soldier took a deep look at the lychee forest, then put down his gun and continued to move forward with his comrades in arms. The 2 didn't walk far away. The place where they stood just now seemed to be a wavy water surface, unexpectedly rippling circles, and then 2 football-like black shadows slowly emerged from the ground. Floating came out. There are actually 2 heads. After the 2 human heads floated from the ground, the upper body was next, then the legs, and finally the whole person floated from the ground. I saw that the clothes on these 2 men were all dark purple, and only a pair of eyes were exposed on the whole body, and even both hands were wearing dark purple gloves. And on his forehead there is a piece of metal with a gold jade pattern carved on it. Behind them, there are 2 Japanese swords on their backs. Not only here, but also other places outside the barracks. These weird figures emerged from the ground one after another. These people are obviously ninjas. The 2 ninjas raised their eyes to look forward and did not see what they were doing. They suddenly jumped up, surpassed the front wall and power grid in one fell swoop, and fell lightly to the ground in the barracks without making a sound. Under the thick and deep night, one could faintly see soldiers patrolling the barracks. The 2 ninjas looked at each other, and their bodies slowly sank and finally disappeared completely on the ground. When the moonlight on the sky shone from the dark clouds, there were no such ghostly figures as if they had never appeared before. In a 3-story building in the middle of the barracks, soldiers in groups of 6 are patrolling back and forth. There are soldiers in every corridor on every floor. Obviously, there are some very important people in this building. Suddenly, a team of 6 people on the first floor was patrolling the east corridor, but all of them passed out in unison. Then a whirlwind hung abruptly in the corridor, and 2 dark purple figures appeared in the corridor without warning, standing in front of the 6 fainted soldiers, as if it were a whirlwind. It was a ninja who sneaked in from outside. The 2 men looked at each other and nodded, and ran quickly to the stairs over there, at an extremely fast speed, and there was no sound when they moved. 2 soldiers with live ammunition guarded the stairs. 6 soldiers passed out on the other side, but they didn't know at all. I saw a dark purple gloved hand slowly stretched out behind the 2 soldiers, approaching the 2 soldiers little by little. Goulet. As soon as those 2 hands grabbed the soldiers' necks, they twisted their necks alive before the soldiers made a sound. The soldiers who lost their lives leaned forward and were about to fall, but saw their other hands stretched out from under their armpits to embrace their chests, and put them on the ground carefully without making any movement. The 2 ninjas quickly went up the stairs, but they had just walked to the 2nd floor, and before they had time to hide their figures, a man in a suit appeared at the exit of the 2nd floor and snorted coldly. You can come here, just explain that the people below are sacrificed. After that, he reached into his trouser pocket and took out a small remote control and violently pressed the button on it. At the moment, the entire military barracks are screaming loudly, and the high-intensity beams are constantly moving outside. This man is the person arranged by the National Security Bureau here, and he is also a master of martial arts. If he hadn't practiced martial arts and was more alert than ordinary people, he wouldn't be able to spot these 2 ghosts. When the two masked ninjas heard loud warnings from outside, their expressions changed. One of them pulled out the Japanese sword behind his back and turned to the master of the National Security Bureau without saying a word. The other turned his right hand, and there were 3 more in his hand. Spiral-shaped darts. With a vigorous flick of the wrist, the 3 darts turned into 3 silver lights and flew towards the master of the National Security Bureau. The master of the National Security Bureau flashed sideways and avoided the 3 darts, but saw that the dart flew past and penetrated deeply into the wall behind, showing its sharpness. As soon as the master of the National Security Bureau dodges the dart sideways, the ninja holding the Japanese sword has already rushed forward, and the Japanese sword slashed past like a thunder. Huh! Hearing a cold shout from the master, he suddenly lifted his hands on his chest and clamped it hard, so that he caught the Japanese sword that was slicing at him. At the same time, his feet attacked the ninja in front of him like a scorpion and hit the ninja in the abdomen. He didn't see any screams from the ninja. He narrowed his eyes for a while and saw that the person from the National Security Bureau clamped his own knife. He immediately let go without nostalgia and at the same time stepped back 2 steps, with both hands gently towards the country the person in the game waved. The person from the National Security Bureau only smelled a strange scent and immediately stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and nose, and at the same time transported the true energy in his body, because he knew that the strange scent must be poisonous. Although he only inhaled a little, and the real air pressure was added, he still felt a little dizzy, and the scene in front of him was a little fuzzy. At this moment, he saw the 2 ninjas in front of him blurred for a while, and suddenly they separated into a clone, from 2 to 4, and then into 8. Is this the Japanese ninja's clone technique? He muttered to himself, and saw that the 8 ninjas all pounced on him with various weapons. In fact, they were extremely fierce, like a pack of wolves. He hurriedly displayed his posture, and at the same time took out the gun at his waist. Aiming at the ninja in front of him was a shot. However, he saw that the ninja immediately blocked him with his hand when he pulled out the gun, and the bullet hit his arm. He only heard the sound of dang. He was not injured at all, and his arm was obviously wearing a steel plate. At the same time, weapons such as long knives, darts, and shurikens all greeted the people of the National Security Bureau. As soon as he avoided a shuriken, his back was cut with a Japanese long sword. Why? It seems that everyone came from a real person, he thought while avoiding. Damn, it turns out that this is not a clone technique. There are really 8 people here. But he noticed that it was a bit late. A ninja with steel claws grabbed his neck while he was avoiding other weapons. With a strong stroke of the steel claws, he cut his neck open. At the same time, 2 Japanese swords were also deeply inserted into his chest and back. This person from the National Security Bureau is indeed a powerful martial artist, but none of these ninjas are easy to follow, and there is a tacit understanding between attacks. It is really difficult to deal with them alone. Within a minute, the master of the National Security Bureau died in their hands. When killing this person from the National Security Bureau, one of the ninjas listened to the harsh alarm call outside and said, "The companions outside are restraining them. We must find Kotaro as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to get out." What the ninja said was unexpected. It is pure and authentic Chinese. The rest of them nodded after hearing what he said. One of them took out a palm-sized game console, which looked like a popular handheld game console, but the screen had several circles and coordinates like a radar, a blue one. The light spot is flashing on the screen. The man looked at the blue light spot on the screen, pointed to the left, and said, "Kotaro is over there." At this time, 8 more ninjas in the same costume appeared outside the window in the corridor on the 2nd floor, apparently descending from the rope on the 3rd floor. I saw them breaking through the window and meeting up with the ninjas on the 2nd floor. One of them said, "Kotaro is here on the 2nd floor. Let's go look for it. The people outside will not last long." So, the 16 ninjas rushed towards a room in the center of the 2nd floor according to the instructions of the instrument. Compared to the heavily guarded other parts of this building, there is no soldier or National Security Bureau around this room. However, these ninjas can't manage that much. Their most important task is to take Kotaro away from here. When he came to the front of the room, one of the ninjas took out a few needle-like tools, flipped his hands up and down dexterously, and opened the door lock within 10 seconds. Pushing open the door and going in, you can see that the room is spacious but empty without any furnishings. Only a chair in the center of the room and the person tied to the chair. The man's hands and feet were tied to the chair, and his head was also covered with a black hood. "Why is there no one guarding here? Is it a trap?" said one of the ninjas. "It's a trap, but Kotaro has a transmitter in his body." Another ninja looked down at the instrument in his hand. Dee dee, the instrument made a rhythmic sound, and the ninja said, "This is Kotaro. Let's rescue him soon." Two ninjas immediately went up. One quickly unfastened the chains on the hands and feet of Kotaro, and the other lifted the hood on his head. But when he saw this man tied to a chair, all the ninjas in the room were stunned. Actually, you guessed right just now. This is indeed a trap. The man on the chair was Zhou Hao. Looking at the ninja in this room, his smile was full of coldness. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.